be much what discomfort. From avoidance to action, the real path to productivity. So the core of this message is that you can move from that stage. If you are somebody that still struggle to achieve what you ought to achieve, because you cannot be productive without taking action. Somebody said something that failure is the easiest thing to achieve. If you decide that you want to be a failure today, it's so easy for you to achieve. Do you know how to become a failure? Does anybody know how to become a failure? How to become a failure? It's very easy actually. How to become a failure? Let me tell you. If you want to become a failure, don't do anything. Don't just do anything. It's so easy. Don't do anything. Just be there. You know that it's because you want to improve in yourself. That's why you are saying, let me read 2 chapters of book today. It's because, okay, I want to improve myself. That's why I say, okay, let me listen to this podcast. Let me do this certification. There are a lot of people, maybe you saw a particular course online, say, oh, I think this course will help me in my career. Let me take that course. So the opposite of you doing those things is you not doing anything. It's so easy. So most times when people avoid some things, it's not really because they are lazy. It's not really because they do not know that those things are necessary. They know they are necessary, but they just have this avoidance mentality. So let's talk about types of avoidance. Types of avoidance. 1. Active avoidance. What does that mean? You know the task, you know you are supposed to do it, but you ignore it. You ignore it. You know you are supposed to make that call. You want to start a business, and you know that I need to go to Oshodi to go and price materials that we use to sew the 2 pieces I want to start selling. But you know those things, that you know the actions, the tasks are important, but yet you refuse, you ignore. Active avoidance. You know you ought to be in class. You know you ought to be in class as a student, but you would rather be in the hostel sleeping. Active avoidance. There are some people that I think active avoidance should really be synonymous to laziness, because you just ignore it. But the thing is that none of these things now, it is not, we've moved from the step of ignorance. You really know that you ought to do it, but you avoid it. Passive avoidance. What's passive avoidance? You delay tasks without realizing it. And this thing is just about mindset. It's just about what you have trained your mind to do. Most times you do not really know that we are procrastinators. Most times you don't know you are procrastinating, but it just comes so easy. I saw one video and the person is saying that for the fact that I reply your WhatsApp message immediately, it doesn't mean I am jobless. That's the thing. That is really the best thing to do. It doesn't mean for the fact that you see somebody's WhatsApp message now and you ignore, it doesn't make you a mature person. Like so that they will not know that you are now purposefully delaying. In fact, you are less productive. You are less productive. Because the idea is this: if a message comes in now, thank you. Because if a message comes in and you respond immediately, it has taken that action, that task away from your table. That is just taking it from your to-do list. Then you focus on something else. But you want to prove, I am mature now. So the person will not send me, I will not immediately open it. And you know that the way there is a way that my WhatsApp boy immediately the thing don't turn blue tick from the person. You just replying. No, if you are somebody like that does that, I mean you reply somebody immediately, don't let them make you feel bad. You are the one doing the right thing. You are the one doing the right thing. There are some people, it's different if you are occupied with something else and you are unable to reply the person immediately. In fact, that thing happened to me just right now. And I did not even know. And the message, immediately the message enter, is will you be available to do something tomorrow? Immediately I replied, oh, I'm doing well. I would have loved to, but unfortunately I will not be available. And the person said, thank you for the prompt response. I did not even know. I saw the message. Okay, why holding on to? I cannot say that maybe when I come back from this thing, I'll come and reply the person when I finish to show them I'm busy. Immediately I responded to the person now. The person will look for somebody else that can do that particular thing. And I know that that action now of replying that person is not one of the things I would do immediately I finish this presentation. That is productivity. Most times we think it's little thing. Passive avoidance. You are delaying without you realizing it. I will do it later. You are supposed to. You even see that thing. Maybe you finish it now. You put plate in the on the table. You now want to take something from your room, and you will pass the kitchen. No. You will pass the kitchen from the kitchen door to your room. You still left the plate on the table in the sitting room. What will it cost you to carry that plate, run to the kitchen, drop the plate, and go to your room? I will do it later. Little things like that with what we translate to when we are now delaying big projects, big action. Passive avoidance. Then we have the third one, productive avoidance. This productive avoidance, the other things you are doing are actually important too. In fact, they are good things as well. Maybe, for instance, you are supposed to read. You now decide, let me listen to this podcast too. It's productive. So you are doing other things that are equally important. I really think this is where I need to reference Mr. David. I don't know why I keep on referencing him. I don't know how many of us were here when he came coming to me, Mr. David Brand. And he even shared, because maybe I even shared it on the groups for people that were not around. Then he shared a link of a particular website that you can use to do what? That you can use to organize your tasks. You know the important one, the less important. Yes, the work IQ dev or something that can use. Because productive avoidance now, you are shifting your activities to something else that are also equally important. But you do not know. We will get there. Because there's a difference between something that is urgent and an action that is important. An activity that is urgent is different from an activity that is important. An activity can be important, but it is not urgent. A task can be important, but it's not urgent. And a task can be urgent, but not important. You have to know how to structure your activities, your to-do list, for you to understand that, okay, which one should I be spending my time on at the moment? Which one can be moved at least forward? That's when you are able to clarify which of my tasks is important, which of my tasks is urgent. So we've talked about the 3 types of avoidance, which are thank you, and what? Productive avoidance. Thank you very much. You know, sometimes it's not that we are lazy. That's the thing. It's not everybody that is not achieving or that is not doing their tasks or what they are supposed to do that are lazy. You are just avoiding what you are supposed to do. You have the intelligence, you are smart, you are brilliant, but your result is not showing that intelligence that God has given to you. Why do we avoid now? Let's move to the real. We said from avoidance to action, the real path to productivity. Why do we avoid? Why is there an avoidance in the first place? The first one is fear of failure. Many people avoid things that they should do because they fear that they will fail. You are supposed to have started that business But you are asking yourself, what if I start and I fail? But the question is, what if you start and you succeed? That is it. What if you start and you succeed? Some people, they really want to pivot into that career. They want to, okay, I think I love that. No, God has given us free will. Do whatever you want to watch, whatever you want to do. If something is in your mind, an idea comes to your mind, do it. I listen to somebody and somebody says that the way idea, that the way universe or maybe God does something, that if idea is flowing around, the Lord will look at, universe will look at who is ready, whose connection. You know, sometimes if you turn on, there's something I can use to illustrate. You know, if you turn on, is it radio? You know, it depends on the connection of the station that is available. You'll be picking. That's why sometimes you can be listening to a Yoruba station, you can just connect. Maybe the antenna of the network of an outside station just come, you will connect to it. Like that's the way sometimes ideas flow. It depends on the frequency that you are as a person. That we exactly, yeah. That's when it will not meet you because you are prepared. And the thing is that if you receive an idea and you did not act on that idea, just go on the internet, you will just see. You will see another person was doing that particular, that same thing. Yeah, ideas are not given to nobody as an exclusive access to any idea in life. That's the thing. You don't have an exclusive on the ideas. It just depends if your frequency is what is high enough for you to connect to ideas that are flowing around the universe. But if you are somebody that procrastinates on a norm, that's your in other words, your name is this, also known as procrastinator. You know, sometimes ideas will not even come again because you never to know that this one will not even act on it. Our wasted, the idea will be wasted if you send the idea to him. Maybe you send it to something else, somebody else. Fear of failure. You want to, I think this career, I'm interested in it, but you, and sometimes it could be because of previous failure. That you failed before doesn't mean you can fail again. It doesn't mean. No. But so many people think that, oh, it's I'm scared. You are scared. People, before you do something, do it. What is the worst that could happen? Or what's the best that could happen? Some people scared of taking up a job. That's the reason why they fear taking up a job. When I saw this program, when I saw this post for the first time, the post about, for some people that are core members, they brought the information to your LGIs and things like that. It was when I got here that I even saw, so this beautiful opportunity, they actually they took it to some people, and they neglected it. Even when I come here and I was seeing that, you needed to see that day. In fact, I don't even know what made me to enter Instagram. That it was even night. It's unusual. It was around after 11 in the night. I just entered Instagram and I saw the post of this Mr. David Dobia. What's this? The smooth teacher. That's where I saw it. I just saw this thing immediately. I read Guinness World Record. Oh, no, me. I would have said, this is something huge. Will I be able to? That one is even. Let me think. Let me apply first before I now think whether I can do it or not. Before I not even think whether I have the capacity to do it or not. And I know the thing is that there are some people you really want to do that thing, but you are now thinking it too deep. When you have committed yourself, now come and think, can I do it or not? So I didn't really even think. I applied immediately. I applied for it immediately and it's okay. And I said that Guinness World Record. This is something huge. Will I be able? What will happen? But that fear of whether I will didn't even stop me. So many people, they will see a lot of opportunities on the internet. They will see opportunities. Okay, apply for grants, apply for this thing. The thinking, they would have even zero their mind, they would have thought of 1001 ways, reasons why they are not qualified. Somebody said something. I listened to a particular speech, and the person said, never let the no be from you. The thing is this: the world can tell you, no, you can't do this. They are permitted to say whatever they want to say. External people, they are afraid to say whatever they want to say. You can't do this. You are not good enough. You are not qualified enough. No, 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 this is not for you. But do not never let the no be from you. Never. Let the voice from you be yes. Yes. That is why if the world now even say no to things that you say yes to, you won't crucify yourself. You won't internalize that no. Because, well, maybe this opportunity is not for me. It's preparing me for a bigger opportunity. Then you move. But never let the fear of failure be the reason why you are avoiding things you are supposed to do. Do not let the fear of failure be the reason why you are avoiding things. So if you see an opportunity, go for it. You see something that is in line with your career, go for it. You see a business that you know, I think I want to do this business, start. Start. What if you fail? You are not a failure. You are just learning. Remember what Thomas Edison said? He said he didn't fail. He just learned 9,099 ways of how it could not work. That's the thing. You have to redefine failure. Don't see half empty. See half full. That's what you should see. So fear of failure is the reason why many people avoid actions they are supposed to do. And the second reason, fear of judgment. What will people say? If you wait to and listen to what will people say, oh God. Now your goal is doing like this. It's saying bye bye to you. Bye bye, we see the other time. Because people will say anything. And that's why I say people are permitted to say whatever they want to say. Somebody gave a speech, maybe the first week or second we talked about, I still refer it about Vicky James, because a lot of things, I don't comment on the internet, but I see a lot of things, and I'm very sure we are I'm a silent observer. That lady, one of his workers did wedding, she dressed up like, okay, she did like the iya very beautiful. They say, why did she overdress? Why is she the bride? It's too much. Oversabi is too much. She went to another wedding. They said she underdressed. That shows people will say whatever they want to say. And do not let anybody's opinion be the reason. Don't let anybody's opinion be the reason you will not take a step. Take a step. Many people, you think, I really want to start creating content on what I do, but what will people say? What if they drop negative comments? Even under people with 4 million followers, you still find negative comments. So what are you thinking? What are you saying? People will still talk. So main reason why many people they avoid is fear of judgment. They don't speak up because they fear what people will say. People will judge them. No. And the third reason, lack of clarity. Lack of clarity. When you don't really know, okay, what's the first thing to say? What's the second thing to do? What am I going? That's why planning is important to execute any project. But when everything is cloudy, when you do not have clarity, you may just, let me put this thing, I will come back to it later. But when you have clarity of what to do, okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is the first thing I'm going to do. After that, I will do this. It will be easier for you to take action. It will be easier for you to take action. And most times, clarity does not come suddenly. It does not come immediately. And you have to accept that and not be too hard on yourself. But the thing is that you may put some things aside for a while to brainstorm, but that does not mean you should forget about that thing forever. It doesn't mean you should forget about it forever. If it is something you need to learn about, you need to pay somebody to put you through. Do it. Do it. but don't push it aside, don't avoid it. Action is better. People will not pay you, people will not applaud you for ideas that are in your mind, for ideas that are not executed. People will applaud you for ideas that you executed. Yes, the ones you were able to execute. That's what people will say, okay, this person did this. Have you ever seen something that they award somebody that this person thought about this? Let's give the person a round of applause. This person thought about this. Look at this great idea now. 20 days of eloquence. Imagine it's just stayed in the mind of the person that thought about it. And it's just an idea, just a thought. Now in the next 6 days now, the award will be given, okay, or maybe 7, depending. It will be because the action was executed, the idea was executed. So do not avoid. Number 4, perfectionism. Perfectionism. If you were there when the thing came to speak, when we entered day 14, it captured this perfectionism. Even said there are a lot of things that they did not get right, but when they started, they were still what. And he said there are a lot of people now, when we got to 14, they've been calling, I must be here, I must be part of something great. What if we never started? That's the thing. So many people, perfectionism has really blocked their greatness. They really want everything to be perfect. How many million do I need for this business? They want the million to be in their account first before they start anything. Even grants, people that will give you grants, even banks that can give loan, they don't give loan mainly based on idea. Even if you have not started at all, at least they want to see business proposal. Some investor want, let me see a business proposal, or let me see CAC. Little things, you've taken the action. Not that it just, I'm just thinking, except if you just want to be people that just collect money. And I have one business idea, I have one mad business idea. Their mouth is sweet. I have one mad business idea. Like Adewale behind the scene. He's always having an idea. Auntie, I have one mad business idea. Oh, my mom wanted to bring money. Just in mind. You need people like that. They are not really serious. So, perfectionism. No. They want everything to be right, everything to be perfect. How many what's this thing? No. Anybody that starts, people you see that maybe they've grown big or they've started something great, everybody starts small and they grew big. Perfectionism is the reason why many people avoid action. They want everything to be perfect. They want everything to be perfect. No. You may not always get everything right at once, but you just have to take the first step, take the baby step first, and everything will come together. In fact, it is easier for people to help you when they know that you have done something. Yes or no? It's easier for them to help you because they've seen that, oh, you are doing this. Wow, that's great. Let me support you with this. Let me support you with that. That's it now. It's very, very important. Do not let perfectionism. It's really not a flex. Oh, I'm a perfectionist. People really see it as as a good thing. I'm really a perfectionist. No. Progress over perfection. Progress over perfection. And the world actually rewards progress over perfection. That's the thing. We are not saying that you should not give your best. You should not, and the thing is that perfection is not really excellence most times. Yeah, perfection is not really excellence. It's not necessarily excellence. So perfection is one of the reasons why many people avoid. And the next one is emotional discomfort, anxiety, stress, pressure, because of the emotional discomfort that may happen. Emotional discomfort. Okay, like anxiety now. Okay, maybe There are many people like they want to do something, but before they even do it, they are really anxious, or they are doing something at the moment and they are feeling stressed. And like we said, avoidance is the habit of escaping tasks that can trigger discomfort or stress. Look at this thing that we are doing, the 20 days of eloquence. We cannot say that it is not stressful. If we say that it is not stressful, we are just maybe deceiving ourselves. It is indeed. Yes or no? A lot of, okay, because normally there are times that, except if you go for a special program, it's not every day that you will not sleep, you just do overnight. So it's really doing some things unusual. There are some of us, I don't really, now I've been sitting since, was it not 7 a.m. ever since I came? That's from, let's say from 8 till around 7 that I came here. I don't think, even when I was in school, I don't think there would be a time where I would sit with, yes, for over 3, do you understand? So it's still discomfort. But you will not say that, we cannot say that, maybe when we got to day 10 and say, this discomfort is too much, let's stop. No. No. So many people, they get into the middle of the ocean and they see that, this thing is too much, and they what? They avoid it. That's why many people avoid. They avoid things because what? It is getting difficult. Because they are stressed. Because they are anxious, because there are pressures here and there. Pressure will come. It will come. Like yesterday that I was talking about entrepreneurship, or which day, that entrepreneurship is not synonymous to flex. That okay, I want to be my own boss just because I want to, like somebody said that she wants to be her own boss because she likes the word oga and madam. I know she likes that because they are calling madam. It's not really about the madam. It's the responsibility. It's the responsibility. They are dragging somebody on Facebook now because they gave out a disclaimer on an employee that left the company, and everywhere is blaming, okay, why the disclaimer, why did this thing, did the person steal anything, they did this thing. I mean, for the CEO to have what, to have made that decision, it must have taken a whole lot, and now everything is on Facebook, is on fire on that particular person. So the thing is that you will feel pressure. There's nothing in this life that comes that is great, that does not require a level of stress and discomfort. That's why we said that the only thing that does not require, just don't do anything, I just want to be there. But if you really want success, productive life, you still need stress will come, pressure will come, even pressure to perform. Even as an employee, pressure to, I really want to be in the good book of my boss. I want to deliver. That one is still pressure. Pressure to be a good student, yes. Pressure to be a good employee, yes. Pressure to be a good employer, yes. Pressure to be a good CEO, to be somebody that all your stakeholders are satisfied. Not that it's only your employees that are satisfied, your customers are complaining out there. Or your customers are okay, you are giving them quality with one little price. But your shareholders are saying, no, you are not giving us value for our money. This is not what you promise us. Pressure. But in the midst of pressure, we have a lot of people that have avoided things they are supposed to do. And the sixth one, you might be surprised. One of the reasons why many people avoid things, fear of success. You know that some people that they fear success, their own thinking is not what if they was. But the reason why they are not taking the step is not what if I fail, it is what if I succeed. And because of that, they are not taking that step. What if it succeed? What will I do? How will I curtail the fame? How will I curtail the this? And because of that, and it's really boiled down to thinking too much. You know, there are some people, they don't think too much. They would have done the action. Whatever will happen, will happen. They would have taken the action. So fear of success. And the next one is past failure experience. Maybe you've done something similar. It may not even be something similar. Maybe you failed at something before. You know, I don't want to do this again. No. So Lack of self-belief is also another reason why many people do not take action. You don't believe in yourself, and the thing is that nobody will believe in you if you do not believe in yourself. You have to believe in yourself first. In fact, that's the only belief you need. You don't have to go around and be saying that it's my this thing that did not believe in me. I went for help. It's my uncle that did not give me this thing. I want to start that business then, and I went to meet my uncle. My uncle did not give me money. Abi, your uncle, what's your? Believe in yourself. The thing is that the person that God will use for you will come because that thing is so strong in your heart. That's the thing. It's because it's not strong in your heart enough. That's why you think your uncle is that important enough to not make you achieve that your goal. That's the thing. If it is so strong in your heart, you will see somebody that your story will be when I started then. Nobody in my family believed in me, but look at me now. That's the thing. You said you turn to motivational speaker, you be talking about your story. It's so easy. Now when you are successful, everybody is easy to carry microphone. Nobody interviews. You just be sitting in front of panel. They will do panel discussion. You are all like there. So that's the thing. Self-belief is important. You have to believe that you can do it. And the last reason why many people fear or why many people do not take action, why they avoid, is comfort zone addiction. Comfort zone addiction. They are just so contented. Now, it does not mean that you should be greedy with life. It does not mean that you should be, you shouldn't be contented. But don't be so, don't be so comfort. Don't like, there's some people, you just, what am I looking for? I listened to Shoboyedepo's preaching, one preaching. I mean, not, there's a way that he said that preaching that you always make me laugh. He said there are some people, they just tie their towel, they can eat 3 square meals, they can send money to their grandparents at home, they can do this thing. I'm already okay. I'm back. That's it. There's so okay. I can eat this, that's some people. No. Dream big. Dream big. Aim for it. Aim for this thing. If you enter a company and you say that, okay, I'm entering this company as an entry level, but my goal is this certain level, you can. But it's not like there are some people, anybody can dream now, everybody can imagine that I want to be, but are you ready to put in the work? This is what we are saying. So it's not really a motivation. This presentation is not really a motivation, but it's a call for you to take action when necessary. It's a call for you to take action when necessary. Don't just be ready. Don't just be so okay with the minimal. No. Look at one of our speaker that spoke about African literature. He said his goal is to be a lecturer, and a lecturer of African literature at Harvard University. That's a goal. That's a dream. A big dream. That's the thing. And you will agree with me that you will make a good African literature lecturer. Yes, a very good one. A very good one, because that was such an interesting presentation, and someone that's so vast in a lot of books, African books, and a lot of that. So do not be addicted to comfort zone. Comfort zone can really be addicting because you are just so used to the norm, you are just so okay with it. No, if you need to leave that job for another, take the step. Don't be asking yourself, what will now happen? No, nothing will happen. Take that step. Let's now talk about the cost of avoidance. What are the things that you may miss if you continue avoiding taking actions? The first one is what? Lost opportunities. Lost opportunities. Many people have lost opportunity just because they decided not to take action. And many people will say, she's just lucky. She's just lucky. No. Somebody define luck as opportunity that meets what? Preparedness. Opportunity that meets preparedness. That is opportunity. Because what if you are not prepared? I said I entered into this, what's it called? Young Heads Africa Fellowship 2026. And that program is for teachers in African countries. So you apply. And okay, the thing is that now I'm chosen now. I've been chosen. And so we have access to $200 to take courses that can improve you in different areas, AI and data analysis, communication, project management, and a lot of that. But what if in December, when I saw that opportunity online, and it was on Instagram, I saw it. What if I just went immediately, I saw this one? What if they did not pick me? In fact, at that time in December, I was in the season of applying for everything, anything, whether I qualify. You know, there's something, I don't know if it's relatable, but that December, oh God, that was the time I saw this information about this program as well. I was in my era of apply for anything, whether I qualify or I do not qualify, I will apply. That's the thing. That was the era I was in that during that time. So instead of thinking whether you are qualified or not, do take that step. Because if you do not take that step, there are a lot of opportunities you are going to miss. I believe this particular program now will lead to so many opportunities for me. That's my own personal belief. I don't know about you. But imagine one did not take that step. Imagine the Young Ed Fellow 2026 fellowship now. I don't slam that thing on my LinkedIn profile. That's it now. They cannot say I'm lying. That's it. You know, sometimes when you see some things now on LinkedIn, you say, that LinkedIn, the pressure is too much. They are for me. They are not for me, you know. And a lot of people are not actually for me. I'm the one thinking it like that. Because I see a lot of shaming, LinkedIn slander on Instagram and on TikTok. I see the people slander LinkedIn. You know, you go there, you start thinking about your life. You start thinking about your life. Most times it's not like that. One of the experiences on my LinkedIn is, I put it there, a content creator at a particular online school at Vancouver, Washington. I've forgotten the name of it. And it's true. I actually got that this thing. So somebody can see that, update. They don't start again. And it's true. I saw it there. And the owner of that, and that was even when I just even started. It was when I even started my journey on online. I thought that I got that opportunity. And the thing is this, it was a volunteering job. They did not pay me. But they will not say that I did not do it. The evidence is there. So that's just by the way. So most things that you see on LinkedIn, I'm not saying all. I know that's the thing. Everybody will package. It's in all social media platforms. So when people, I personally even believe that there are a lot of fake things on Instagram more than LinkedIn even. That's the thing. That's my own personal belief. I really think, because how it's even aesthetical everybody is. So, but the point is that there are some things that most people are saying the truth. So my point is that I got that opportunity because I decided to apply first. And I told you that I had to go back, because when they when they picked me for that thing, I just felt, thank God, oh, so they picked me for this thing. But when we did the orientation virtually, and then they now shared that we were, I think the last time I said 32, no, we were 26 out of more than 1,000 applicants. They chose 26 from 10 African countries. But I said, really? Because I didn't think, I thought it was actually more than that. In fact, the day we did the orientation and on the Zoom call, I was seeing maybe 20 something. In my mind I was thinking, so they pick people for this year and people did not show up. People have started again. No, I'm serious. In my mind that was what I was thinking, that well, with 26 people, I mean, I think we're just about 30 something with the coordinators. Like, why will people not show up for something that is good like this? It was during the presentation that I got to know that 26 people were chosen in 10 countries out of more than 1,000 applicants. I was like, really? And I went back to the application form. And I want to know, okay, why was I chosen? Why did I qualify for this thing? And I just saw the question, and I saw that the major things that they used, that they asked for, were our social media links, especially LinkedIn. That's the thing, the impression. Imagine I never take a step 3 years ago to start showing up online. That's the thing. Imagine. And it is the compilation of things I have been doing that they must have. And you know that when you are doing some things, just become part of you. It's just, okay, at least I must, even if it's once in a week or twice in a week, I must show them. They must not get to my LinkedIn page and they will see that the last time I was there is 3 months ago or 4 months ago. No. 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 So there are a lot of things we can miss by avoiding. Lots of opportunities. So don't think, and what if people start judging you? Let people judge. Let people say whatever they want to say. Many people have a lot of things they want to share. You just see that, and that idea that I want to start creating content, that's what that person is doing. And because of that, they will not say, see, somebody else is doing it. No, let me do it again. To be as if I'm your voice cannot be like the person's voice. Do your own. Lost opportunities. There's nobody that is lucky in this life. Luck means what? Preparedness. So if I say, and that young girl fellowship program, I was lucky. I was really lucky that they picked me. Okay. Was it not because they went to check and they found maybe something tangible? And because after the first stage, we now had interview stage. They interviewed us. So we had two process of the application. So that means there were some people that they chose first, and after the interview, they dropped them. But I knew that interview, I did it. So it was lost opportunities. The second one is delayed growth. Delayed growth. If you keep on avoiding things you are supposed to do, you are delaying your growth. You are delaying your progress. You are delaying your progress. You know you are supposed to, you've used your certificate to get this job, and you know you are supposed to add another certification in the next 2 years, but you are still what? You are still there. You've not added it. Now they are promoting people. They are what? They are sidelining you. You are the one. Delayed growth. You are delaying. You have to keep on. Earlier this week, I made an investment for my professional development. I saw something. The thing is that sometimes it's not really avoidance. Sometimes you have to. That's why I said why we avoid things. One of the reasons I said clarity. I think that was the reason I gave, lack of clarity. Sometimes it may not really be that you are avoiding. You just want to get a clarity of thought, whether you need to take that action or not. That is different. This thing that I made payment for earlier this week, I've heard about it since last year, 2025. And it has been in my mind that I really need to do this. It will add to my, if I say this is what I do, and people want to see that, what do you have to buttress what you do? And because, I want to do some other things, I want them to, there are a lot of things I felt, if I have this, it will open more opportunities. And I saw that, I think I can start from here. This may not be the right one, the best one yet, but this at least is a step. And when I felt, this is the right time for me to, I made the payment for it. I took the step. And most times when you take the action, things are compounding effects. It's compound interest. who was that? I think it was made a smooth teacher that was talking about, simple interest, compound interest in bank. Compound interest, that one is sweet, or more than simple interest. That's why I said it that day. No, there's some action. There's some action. There's some investment that you will not know that you are really doing something. It just what is compounding. Many of us now, the way I speak. This is my right. I think this speech now is my 13th speech ever since we started this 13th, and none of it has been less than, let's say, I don't think any of it. Okay, there was a day somebody else wanted to talk that I had to leave, but I don't think any of it has been less than 30 minutes. There are some of us now that we've grown. I think I saw somebody's status today and said, I spoke for 2 hours today for the first time. One of us, I saw her status today for the first time. Look at that growth. Somebody else was talking yesterday too, and she was talking about a lot of progress that she had made in her speaking. That's what we are saying. Investment. Taking step. You know that there are some people, when we started this thing, when we came for rehearsal, they said we are going to speak 4 times. They said 4 times. Go and prepare your 4 topics. See us now doing 8. Exactly. I mean, it's 4 times 4. You know that it's because of that, just 4. That's why some people are not here. That's why some people on that group, they are not here. Because they felt that, 4. What will I say? 4. You want to kill me? 20 minutes. Somebody that has never answered question all his 4 years in university. He has never answered a question that a lecturer asked in his life. You now want him to I've now come. But just imagine that person has taken the step. That person too will be saying that I never knew I could speak for 2 hours, but look at me now. That's the difference between people that avoid things and people that take actions. And that's sometimes you don't even have to be qualified for things. So you will learn on the job, the way they say. The way they say, that's the thing. In the course of this program, I've spoken on topics that are outside what I am used to. Normally, what I'm used to speaking on is maybe communication, English. I have not even come here to talk about anything English ever since we started. But yes, I've spoken 1 or 2 types of communication. But I've spoken on topics that are outside, far outside. But it has made me to research more. And I swear that, okay, I do more. I mean, there was a day I spoke about Nigerian in diaspora. So that means, okay, if there's an opportunity like that and they invite me to channels, just come and talk about this thing, and I will do very well. That's the thing. Okay, I'm invited to Arise TV now. There's a national issue. It's okay. Who can we call to come and discuss this issue? And let's have a panel discussion. Okay, call Miss Elizabeth Oluwafumila Yoakifewa. Because there's a stage where I have trained myself just because I took a step. It is easy to avoid because you can give yourself 1001 reasons why you are not qualified, and those reasons will be genuine. It will be genuine. Delayed growth. That's the second cause of avoidance. The third one is delayed confidence. Delayed confidence. Look at what Dean told us, that there will be a book with our pictures on. How on alone? No, after the program, that there will be a book, that the posters will be everywhere in airports, that our faces will be there with our names, and then then I'll go and slam it on my LinkedIn profile again. I don't arrive, Guinness World Record, that public, we shall frame it. Confidence. It will boost your my shoulder pad will be higher after this program. Ah, is it easy to break Guinness World Record? If it is easy, let them come and sit for 48 hours. Confidence. But people that avoid action, they experience delayed confidence. They will not even, because you don't even have anything to do what? To add to it. You've not taken that action. You don't even have what? The confidence. Cost of avoidance. Another one is regret. Regret. You know, some people now on that group, because I normally think about, sometimes I say, oh, you people should come, oh, we need speakers. People that are at home, I'm very sure some people at home be looking at them. So the thing is even like this. It's not, I'm very sure some people be thinking like that. But wait now, when we win, they will not come and say it that they are regretting that they did not join. They will not. They will not. Nobody will come and say, and I regret. But deep inside them, it will be there that, oh, I really should have also taken part in something like this, in something. Because they had it on a platter. I mean, there are a lot of them that even came for rehearsal, but we didn't see them. Of course, many may be dealing with life issues and all that, or we acknowledge that. Regret is there. You are supposed to take a course to improve you in your career, but you decided that no. You give yourself 1001 reasons why you shouldn't do that. Now you are regretting that you should have. You are regretting that you should have. Many people, a lot. Many people would have some business ideas. If only I knew that year that this is the way this kind of business will flow. I should have started. Oh, there are a lot of, had I known. If only I should have started that business then. I should have started that business then. But you did not start. That's the word will not reward I should have. Almost. It's not it. And I almost start. Oh. And we almost do that Guinness World Record. And we almost. Look at it. You know that this thing, because you know it's when, it's not if. You know there is a difference between if and when. If is conditional. This one, when, certainty. When we get this record now, I'm just even imagine some people that will say, we want to they want to pick this particular attempt and break it. 20 days. And that is 25, in fact. So that's one of it. One of the reasons, one of the cost of avoidance. The next one is financial cost. Yes, businesses that you avoided, you didn't take action on. You have that beautiful idea. That idea, 1 in a million idea. I know we said it. If an idea drop in your heart and you decided not to take it, know that the frequency, universe will throw that idea to another person that is ready to take action. Nobody has monopoly of ideas. That's the thing. You are not. The way universe runs, you do not have monopoly of ideas. That's certain. That's why we said there is even no idea that is new. There's no idea that is really new. Something you are doing, 1,000 people too are thinking of it at that moment. It now depends on whichever one among you that decided to take the step. Financial cost. That's one of the cost of avoidance. You miss income. Skills you're supposed to have learned. So when you now want to even start learning in that, maybe you now see that now there's money in this thing. You now, when others are already even making it in that, you're now, and I should have taken it serious. Then, instead of that, I don't know. Take the step. The next cost is stagnation. You just see people that they are not moving forward, not improving. And if you want to move forward, you have to make sure you take step. And the next one is dependency on motivation. Many people are waiting for people that will motivate them. Okay, you will wait and wait. Nobody will motivate you. I saw one funny post. Somebody said, there's one, it's been a while, but maybe recent or something. I am not here to motivate you. If you like, give up. Like, that's the thing. If you like, drop out. I'm not here to motivate you. If you like, give up. Now you know there's some this thing. There are some posts you will see person telling you, don't give up. Don't give up. You can do it. Some people say, if you like, give up. Some people, if they don't see motivation, they will not act. To what end? It's self-motivated people that are rewarded, because motivation will not even come. You know that motivation may not even be from somebody. Sometimes you may be doing an action and you may be seeing motivation from the reward. It may be financial reward from that particular thing. Sometimes it may not come. You just have to keep pushing. Many people, dependency of motivation. And another cause of avoidance is identity damage. They lose their identity. Because when many people miss opportunity, they then swallow in that guilt. And they lose their self-confidence. They don't know how to take themselves back again. And the last cause of avoidance is compounding delay. You are used to it. You know, things is habits. What you do repeatedly becomes what? An habit. And that's why if you have just a tiny habit of procrastinating small things, instead of carrying that plate to the kitchen on your way to your room, you still leave it. You know, something that is that tiny, you are training your mind. Instead of replying that WhatsApp message immediately, you say leave it. I will just say they will know that I'm serious. And they will know that I'm busy. I'm a very busy person. How will you send a message now? And immediately I will now open it and reply you. Leave it. You are training your mind that you should be delayed what activities. And then from little things like that to what? Bigger things. From little things to bigger things. Very, very what? Important. So, how should you break the cycle of avoidance? Remember, the topic is from avoidance to action, the real path to productivity. So, how should you break the what? The cycle. The first one is start before you feel ready. Start before you feel ready. Like so many of us that are in this sport challenge, we don't know how it will look, but we joined. Even the dean told us we don't know how it will look, but we started. Even on that day, it even look as if are we not going to start? You don't remember that day? They said 7, 12 from 12 they said 2, from 2 3 till around 3:40 something, 3:35 from 8. But when we started, at least clarity. Okay, I think this out. You know, before when we were thinking, we were banking on the 100 people on the what, on the group. When I say okay, 20 days, the grid. Who remember the grid? You know, 20 people will come the first day, so that means the next day they will be coming will be the 5th day. I mean the grids and all that. But look at it now. But the point is that start before you feel ready. The thing said, even there are some days that they'll be asking him something without some of the people that is close with that. Do you even think I have the whole answer? I don't really have the whole, I don't know the right thing that will happen, but let's just keep going. But are we not here? 16 days. 16 days. That's 340 hours. Just because we started. So one of the ways you can break that cycle of avoidance, of you procrastinating, of you shifting things you are supposed to do, start before you feel ready. Action creates clarity. When you start, the clarity will come. You want to start a business, you don't know, at least you have 20,000. Start from the 20,000 first. When you sell that one, or when you sell one of 50,000 and it remain the worth of 5,000, go and use the 50,000 to buy another one, like that before. It is when you even see, that is simple. There's no investor that will invest now. They will say, okay, what have you done? They will say, what have you done? Okay, you said you've been in existence for 2 years. Okay, in the period of that 2 years, what is your revenue? What's your cost of production? How much? You will know that because at least you have done something for the period of 2 years. That's when they will then see, and then they will say, okay, let us invest in that. That program that I mentioned that I used to watch is still on YouTube, Lions Den. None of those business owners come with only idea. In fact, there may be some that maybe they've not even, I don't really think there is anyone that has not started operation, because they have to bring the prototype. There are some that, okay, you may not have, because I remember one man did one, what did he even do then, sha? Maybe one machine, or is it one at that time COVID was already going, he was not doing this hand basing of COVID whatever then. So at least you will bring something. At least that person brought a prototype that this is what I want to be producing, this is what I want to be selling. So you have to start. People that are rewarded are starters, not thinkers, not people that just, okay, I'm thinking. No, start. And the second one is reduce the task. Don't just take it huge and say, okay, you want to achieve this at once. No, it may not be easy. Reduce it bit by bit. That's why you have to understand what is important and what is urgent. You have to break your tasks down. Okay, which one should I do first? Set deadlines. Set time frame. Okay, I want to take a course in this first quarter, because many people write New Year resolution. New Year resolution is just looking at you. This is April. What have you done in your New Year resolution? What have you done? It's just looking at you. Set deadline. Don't just say in 2026 I want to do this. No, in first quarter I want to do this. And that thing really helped me, because when I entered towards entry 2026, one of the people I said I would listen to is this Temilade Salami. Who knows Temilade Salami? Doga Temi. That woman, because I really saw, she even wrote a book on execution last year. So I did not buy that book, but I went to watch the launch of that book, because the launch was really a master class on its own. Yeah. So I watched the launch and I decided that, okay, I'll execute. And I just told myself, okay, what do I want to do in the first quarter? That's what's it called? January, February, March. I said, this first quarter, what should I do? When I was entering 2026, because I am more, what's it called, with small content, 1 minute, 2 minute content, put on Instagram, put on Facebook, put on TikTok most times. So I said I really want to take my YouTube seriously. And my YouTube, it's not that I'm not serious. So on my YouTube now, I have more than 100 videos on my YouTube. Yeah. In fact, my videos on my YouTube are even more than my subscribers. And they are long videos though, because there was a time I did a grammar course. So I did a screen record. If you go to my YouTube now, you can take a whole lessons on grammar, any topic on grammar on my YouTube. Noun, verb, concord, preposition, conjunction. I did it and I put it there. I did that project in 2025. But I just said I want to also. So what I did is that, okay, every month in 2026, I mean every month in the first quarter, I will do one YouTube live event. Set deadline every month at least. I didn't say I will do 4. I didn't say I will do 5. I know that can be overwhelming. I just said I will do 1 at least somebody will go to that YouTube, I will not say, okay, when was the last time this person, I will know that, even if I, because most time I forget that there is YouTube short feature on YouTube, so I forget to always repost my short video on YouTube. So I just, okay, to solve that at least once. So I'm using that to explain, reduce the task, and what, set deadline. And in January I did it. You know, some things are not hard. In January I just, okay, it's still on public speaking. I was, okay, what's the topic? And I researched, okay, and let me do this topic. Let me start, this is the first this thing. I went to Canva, designed something beautiful on Canva, and I started sharing the flyer. And the day that I did it, maybe 4 people or 5 people showed up live. But the thing is that the video is there. Now the video has more than 100 viewers, and it will be forever there. 100 human being. That will be my first YouTube live. And in March I picked another topic, and when I said, when you take action, there will be more clarity comes, and there will be more opportunities. In January I decided, I think in January I did from fear to fluency, how to overcome fear of this thing. That's what I did. In January I felt, okay, I think maybe I should do something on impromptu speaking. So I did that live on impromptu speaking, and I decided that, okay, because I forgot that I can be using StreamYard. Because if you use StreamYard to go live on YouTube, you can invite another person to join you on that live, so it will be like a conversation. So I was just using my phone, go live straight on YouTube. So that one, I was not able to use that features. So after that live, I will now go live again on TikTok, maybe once in a while, twice in a week, 3 times in a week. And it was during that live on TikTok that I got the idea that I think this impromptu speaking is one of the aspects that many people struggle with. Why not write an ebook on it? Clarity comes, opportunities. And then I now give myself timeline. See, the process, the time I got the idea that I should write a book and the time I launched that book, I don't think I used 3 weeks to do that. Set deadlines. And then I set deadlines, and oh God, I almost overworked myself when I was doing that project, because I wanted the virtual launch to be my March YouTube live. So I did not want the virtual launch to exit March, and also because I know that by April I'll be occupied here. So I don't want everything to, so I overworked myself. But because deadline, timeline, I made it. But the thing is that if I did not start, when I was sharing on that live, on that YouTube virtual launch, I said it's true that I had the intention of doing some ebooks this year, but that one was not the one in my mind. It was not even the first one. If I had to stop about 2 projects for that particular one, and I'm happy that I did so. So set deadlines, and make sure you start before you even feel ready. Clarity comes. And then I wrote the ebook, and I did it virtually. I launched it, and it's there. At least I will say that, okay, I have done this, I am an author. You see, that's the thing. But imagine I did not take the step of even doing the YouTube live. Something will not come to something, do not come to something. It was Steve Jobs that said something. He said, you cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking backward. There are some things in your life right now that they are making sense when you just remember. Oh, this is why this thing happened. This is why that's how life works. Thank God I really did this thing then. No, if I did not, some of us now, in few years time, in few months come, we say, thank God I joined 20 days of Eloquence program. It was there that I met this person, and this person introduced me to this person. That's it. You cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking backward. Number 4, use accountability. Many people, the reason why you procrastinate, the reason why you avoid what you are supposed to do is that you do not have somebody or something that is checking up on you, somebody is okay, you can. Or if you are strong-willed and you can just say, okay, I want to finish this thing before the end of this month, you will finish it. You will finish it. Self-discipline. And the next thing is that accept imperfection. Accept imperfection. Done is better than perfect. That's the thing. Done is better than perfect. Many people, you want to let everything be perfect, but people will reward somebody that finishes a task, and not necessarily about, okay, before I even start, it has to be what? It has to be perfect. The next one is focus on next step only, not okay the whole journey. I want the whole journey. I want before next year, I want everything. Let me plan first. Let me plan everything intact before what? Before we start. Imagine when we started this, they say, okay, before we start, by that 3:30, we want 100 speakers. Every one of you must be here. By the time we started that day, I don't even think we were up to 20 that were here. When the clock started. That's the thing. Done is what is better than perfect. And focus on the next step. Okay, what's the next step? At least when we got the first few hours, okay, what are the people going for the next few hours? What are the people? That's how we've been doing it. Not that, okay, we've already now put the names. Okay, this is person that will go from 3:30 to this thing. No, next step, not the whole world, not the whole journey. And build discipline over motivation. Build discipline over motivation. Sometimes motivation is just hype. Nobody will hype you up. It's discipline that will make you what? That will make you do it. Discipline over what? Over motivation. Discipline over motivation. And when you are disciplined and you create a routine, the next one is create a routine. Many people, the main reason why they are not showing up, maybe they really have it in mind that, oh, I don't want to show up on that. How will I do it? Just create what consistency means for you. Consistency is not synonymous to every day. If it is once in a week, let them know that at least this person comes Wednesday, every Wednesday in a week. It's okay. Every Monday and Saturday, it's okay. If it is happy new week post that you want to do on Monday, and on Friday you give us something else, that's the consistency. Create a routine. You want to read, you have, okay, this year I want to read certain number of books. Create a routine. How many pages would you be reading every day? Create a routine. How many professional exams do you want to write every quarter or every 6 months? Create a routine. Create a routine. It's very, very important. And face the fear. Don't let any fear, whether fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of success, hold you back. Face it and take the step. Face it and take the step. It is very, very, and reframe discomfort. We said avoidance is what? When we push opportunities or escape tasks because of what? Discomfort or stress. Reframe it. Most times that discomfort means growth. It means it is stretching you. Things do not come easily. Good things don't come easily on a platter of gold. You have to what? Put effort and stretch yourself. Put effort and stretch yourself. Before I hand over, I want to just rush through the last part, which is I want to give us some models. Aside the practical tips, some models, and we can also even research more on these models or framework to overcome avoidance. There is one that is called Getting Things Done, and it was propounded by David Allen. And this is how it works. Capture everything that you want to do. You can write it down. You can put it in your electronic notepad. Capture everything and break the task into clear actions. What are the particular actions that you want to do? What are the particular actions under, a task now can have different actions. Okay, when I say okay, oh, I want to organize probably YouTube live, that's a task, but under it different. Go to Canva to go and design, go to YouTube to go and set it up and schedule the event. Okay, maybe I will share some number of posts to us to advertise the event. Those are what tasks that you need to do to achieve that action. Break it down into next action and then organize those actions. Which one comes first? So the Getting Things Done by David Allen says, capture your what, your task, everything, clarify it, organize, reflect and engage. So don't just say, okay, I want to start a business. What do you want to do? I want to go and buy materials, or I want to call somebody to tell me how to price my goods. Those are the little tasks under what, those are the little actions to do under that particular activity. And the next technique I will talk about is the Pomodoro technique. Who has heard that? I think the Pomodoro technique, it's actually a common time management technique or framework, and that one says 25 minutes worth of tasks or activities and 5 minutes of break. I really love it, especially for somebody that there are some people, there are some people that they can't really be focused for a long time. Yeah, it's so difficult for them to be focused on something for a long time. Do your task and be determined. You can even go as far as setting timer. Set a timer 25 minutes. So when it's 25 minutes, you take a break, go for a walk for that 5 minutes or do something else aside that, then come back again. So do it. So you can have in 2 hours like that. So that means you can have in 2 hours you will have 25 minutes in how many times? That will be 4 times. No, is it 2 hours? Is it 3? In 2 hours you will have 25 minutes in 4 times. So in 4 times, and you will have 20 minutes break. So after the 25 minutes you do this thing, you walk, 5 minutes you take a break, you come back again. So that means when you want to set your timer for the work 25 minutes, let it is 25 minutes, set timer for your work, for your break. So let your timer rings when your break is over, then come back again, use 25 minutes, go for your break, come back again. That's it. So this one, it removes pressure of just wanting to do everything at once. It removes the pressure, and make sure you set a timer. And the third one is, I don't really know, I think if I didn't get the pronunciation correctly, the Eisenhower matrix, Eisenhower, and it's this person's framework that says not everything urgent is important. Not everything urgent is important. You have to know which of your activity is urgent and which one is important. I think it's actually synonymous to what Mr. David told us the other time. David Brand. I forgot, what did he say? He said that busy work, yes, busy work, eliminate it. Great work, there's one, delegate it. Expert work is the fourth one, scale it. Then there's something, delegate it. There's one, delegate, automate it. There's one, automate it. It's still like idea. So, but this one is saying, if something is not important, if it is not important, but for the fact that something is not important does not mean that it is not a useful action. You understand? It does not mean that you don't have to do it. But something that is not important, you can delegate it. It needs to be done, but it's not important for you to do it. Delegate it. Something is important but not urgent. What should you do? It's important but it's not urgent. Schedule it. So you don't have to do it now. Doing that particular action now will be synonymous to doing the right thing at the wrong time. Because it's something that is important but it's not urgent. And if something is not important or not urgent, what should you do for that kind of thing? it's not important, it's not urgent, discard it, eliminate it. That's the thing. But something that is important and is urgent, do it now. So something that is not important, delegate it. Important but not urgent, schedule it. Not important, not urgent, eliminate it. Important, urgent, do it now. And as I round off, thinkers are not celebrated. You don't have to say, and I really wanted to do that thing. Oh, and I thought about that thing. No. People that are rewarded are people that took what? Actions. People who take actions are people that are rewarded. People who do not let fear hold them back, whether fear of judgment, fear of failure, fear of success. And always know that the clarity may not come all at once. You may not get it right all at once, because like I said, you only connect the dots looking backward. You do not connect the dots looking forward. What that means is that it is when you take the first step that you will know the clarity of action to take in the next step. So I'm imploring everybody at your workplace, in your personal life, in your business, do not avoid, take actions. Because when you want to measure productivity, we measure productivity based on the actions that are taken, and that are what? That are good, that are correct actions. Like they said, that how do you say somebody is a good employee? Someone that consistently deliver a certain level of what? Standard. Emphasize on consistently deliver. You do. An acceptable level of standard. What is acceptable here? You do it. Not that you have it in your mind to do it. No. Actions are rewarded, not thinking. Thank you very much for listening to me. And right about now, I'll be handing over the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just pray that I will not learn in a hard way not to speak after Elizabeth. I would want to learn in a very hard way not to speak after her. Yeah, while she was speaking, she said something about the fact that we have to prepare 4 speeches, and at the end of the day now, we are now speaking more than 4. And although, of course, on the lighter note, I would just say that, sometimes you just have to look at things from a different perspective, in the sense that, remember, the current record is for 5 days. So someone multiplied it by 4, and that person asked you to prepare 4 speeches, and you were like, okay, and you really prepare for 4? Of course, no. Just have to add things up sometimes. So good evening once again, everybody. I was asking you a question tonight, and then that same question will be the topic of my discussion. And the question is, what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be human? Now, when something like this comes up, it's easier for you to say that to be human means to be kind. And sometimes maybe when we are trying to express ourselves, how mean some people have been to us, when we want to describe how better people should have treated us, sometimes we say that person is not human enough. Maybe in the conversation, in the deal, probably while we are trying to sort out things with our siblings, with our friends, with our spouses, with our girlfriends or boyfriends, you now got to the understanding that this person wasn't just to me as it ought to be. Because there's a part of you that say this person is not human enough. Then you feel cheated in some ways, and then you concluded that I don't think this person was good enough to me. But then, as good as that would be, sometimes I want to tell you that that is a low resolution of what it means to be human. It's, in fact, one of the lowest resolution of what it means to be human. But let me tell you tonight what it means to be human, and then I will describe to you what a human means. A human is a morally aware somebody who is rational, is morally aware, is rational, and then is a meaning-seeking agent. Is morally aware, is rational, is also a meaning-seeking agent who is aware of his brokenness, and regardless of that brokenness, he still has a stubborn hope for restoration. That is a human. Regardless of his brokenness, he still has a stubborn hope for restoration. That is what it means to be human. When we look at the number of people we have in the world today, we have over 8 billion. And in the next maybe 30 to 50 years, we should be entering, of course, another billion, to which means should be about 9 billion in the world. But each and every one of us in the world, over a billion of us, or over the 9 billion of us, don't even know what it means to be human. We don't even know how to live our lives. The life many of us are living today doesn't belong to us. Every one of our lives, in one way or the other, have been doctored. We were having a discussion today in our hotel among the guys, and somebody was like, see, school sometimes is a waste of time, because school today has produced the dullest of men, in the sense that we were not taught how to think, we were taught what to think. And a man who has been taught what to think and not how to think cannot live his own life. And because he cannot live his own life, cannot have meaning for his own soul. Which means sometimes in our bid to educate ourselves, we reduce the meaning of our life, and we lose the essence of being human. But tonight I will try to see if we can answer that question. Maybe I will not be able to answer it, but I will try as much as possible to do. And then if I don't, because of where I'm speaking from, I also want you to look at your life critically, in all dimensions, 7 dimensions, 3 dimensions, however it is you have your life sectionalized into. Look at those various dimensions and then to see whichever way you have abused your humanity before. When we say abused humanity, it doesn't mean I pick you up and then I begin to insult the person. No, that is not being abused. It's insult. Probably somebody say that person is mad, that person is an idiot, that person is a fool. It's a lower resolution of dehumanization. Even when something evil happens, let's say somebody has an accident and then they couldn't walk anymore, and then we feel that person has been amputated, this and that. Not to discount what has happened to them, but when we look at the full meaning of life, it's the lower resolution of what it is to be dehumanized. Now, what does it mean to be human? I'll give you 7 things what it means to be human. Number 1 there is, to be human is to carry the tension between dust and infinity. To carry the tension between dust and infinity. What that means is this: every human being you see in life who is still human, they are subject to time, they are subject to decay, they are subject to hunger. And because they are subject to time, they will die. Because they are subject to hunger, they will feel hungry. And because they are subject to decay, it means whenever they die, their body will perish, their physical body will perish. If you don't believe life after death, is a different conversation. If you do not believe it, it's a different conversation. But one thing is sure is that because you are subject to time, that is why life itself brought out life, it brought out time, put these 2 things together and call them lifetime. That it doesn't matter how long somebody lives, his life is just put together in one word: lifetime. English doesn't even help. Instead of it to make it a phrase, they said no, we don't make it a phrase, they make it one word, to make it very short. Somebody can live for 75 years, 80 years, 90 years, 969 years. But at the end of the day, everything is summed up in just one thing: lifetime. Faith was asking a question yesterday, which was, well, in a way, I can't say I've planned my life how to live it until death. But what I've not done was what she said, what was a question she asked last night. She asked, how many of us have thought what should be written on our epitaph when we die? And nobody here could answer that question. What do you want to be written on your epitaph when you die? Up to now, I'm still trying to look for that sentence to make it make sense. That when I die, write this thing on my epitaph. Means that tombstone when you die, what will be written on it? She asked, how many of us have prepared? How many of us has prepared what will be written there? Nobody could answer the question. As simple as the question may be, if you listen to that question, traditionally you will feel God forbid. No, now I don't want to be thinking about it in Jesus' name. Which of course many of us here last night were thinking about it. A lady even said, no, that is, which have not given birth. Now you can see where she viewed that question from. But that question is an existentially relevant question. When you die today, what do you want to be known for? Take for example, Priest Damien. Priest Damien was a priest. Of course, he was a priest, but then he was sent to the lepers colony. He wasn't even sent there. His brother went to the lepers colony to preach to them. Now, when he preached to them, the brother died there. You know, once you enter the lepers colony, it means there's no going out anymore. Which means, but he was told that, see, if you enter into this colony, if you enter into this town, once we lock you in, you are no more coming outside. The man agreed. Chris Damien, he agreed. He's from Belgium. He agreed, and then he entered into the colony. When he entered there, of course, he was still serving them, helping them, or cooking for them, do the little things he knew how to do. But then, one day, he discovered that he was holding a boiling cup, water in a kettle. While he was trying to pour maybe the water or the tea inside the cup, part of it spilled. And that one that spilled, of course, splashed on his leg. He knew that water touched his leg, but he couldn't feel it. You know what that means? He has become leprous. Which means he also is now what? A leper as well. He was the first complete human being who had himself locked in the lepers colony. He died here. By the time the man would die, all the lepers said that, the government of his country wants his body to be flown back to Belgium for burial. But the lepers said that they don't want him to be flown back, that they want him to be buried among them. The nation too was looking for such a good man to be flown back to have a befitting burial. So they did not a dispute per se, but they were like having it back and forth. You should go, you should not go. But then the lepers made a request that even if they want to carry him, they should cut, I think, his left or right hand and bury it there as part of the hand that touched him. This man, for example, doesn't have anything to be written on his epitaph. But with the life he has lived, we know he lived a life no human being that is sane, in quotes, can live. He lived his own life, and then he was locked into the lepers colony. He lived there, he lived among them, he died among them. Maybe that is what it means to be human. Maybe it doesn't live it enough. But what it means to be human is to have a tension between infinity and dust. Human being, for example, we are under time. Sometimes we say, why are we limited by time? We are limited by time because we are limited by time. And because we have a beginning, we will have end. The time we will stop being limited by time is when time itself will be no more. Which means that for us not to be limited by time, part of the nature that will go away is the sun and the moon. Because they regulate night and day. And until that regulation is being taken away, we will still be limited on that time. Because the first day and the first day and the first night make it a day. Until these two forces of nature are being taken away, man will still be limited by time. And not to be limited by time means to have hunger. Hunger is not just the hunger for food. There are psychological hunger. You want to read, you want to know more. You want to read, you want to browse, you want to Google, you want to see things for yourself. Those ones too are hunger. There is also a hunger for what to put on. The fashion is this way today, you want to show for it. It is that way tomorrow, you want to show for it. I was speaking here one day when I said that before, baggy clothes or baggy trousers were for some Christians on this part of this nation. But today, even celebrities now wear baggy. So what happened? Sometimes what we feel is changing. Is, as somebody put it, it is old thing happening to new people. Which means nothing is new. It is old thing happening to new people. It is new to us because we are seeing it for the very first time. But it is not new. People who were born in those days, for example, the Gen Z may not know when those things were trending, when they were baggy. Take a look at this, for example. When I was growing up, the kind of women people were crushing on to get married is leper. People who were slim. You get leper. Even somebody used it to sing leper shandy. They used it to sing. But today, okay. Should we give description for what people want today? Description has what people want today has changed. Because some people don't even want to see leper anymore. People are now even beginning to blame themselves for being that slim. Things have changed. What changed here? That is the time in which man is bound into it. It is not a new thing today that people want people who are plus size. They've wanted it before. A particular civilization came as a result of time, changed it. As a result of time, another civilization came, changed it to people who are now slave. But now, a new civilization, a new trend has come and has equally changed it. This also will also change one day. Just give it a few weeks. A musician will rise up, will sing one song, it will trend, and people who cannot think will now follow that trend again. Thing will shift. What is moving them from this strength to this strength, from this civilization to this civilization? Time. Man is bound by time, and because we are bound by time, we are being directed by time. And part of the content of time is strength and virality and that which is in vogue. Because it is in vogue and because we are in time, we are made to dance to it, to dance to the rhythm of that beat. And also what it means to be timely, like I was saying, is also hunger, bodily hunger. Of course, hunger for food, hunger for knowledge, hunger for money, hunger for power, hunger for land, hunger for children, hunger for glory. The lady asked a question that, who told us that when a lady is above 30 and has not gotten married yet, that the person time is going? Who put that time there? Who created the clock? That is time for you. That is time for you. Time will change things. Time will reorder things. Time will disorganize things. And see, we can't call it time, but in a way, it is not time per se. It is men who are in time. Because time itself does what it does. Keep ticking. Look at this time, for example. It's not doing anything. It just keeps moving. But what we do with it will affect our life either for good or for bad. So a man can have a broken destiny, but because he's human, he will still long for change. What it also means to be human is to bear moral awareness and it burdens. Is to bear moral awareness and it burdens. What does it mean to bear moral awareness? Is to have either a guilt, or a distinction between good and evil. Is to have a guilt or a distinction between good and evil. That you are feeling bad somehow because you are human. That you are feeling this thing should not be this way, is because you are human. That you are feeling this one should be that way, it is because you are human. What does it mean to be human? It is to bear a moral awareness and its burden. Sometimes it is burden for you to know that you are bound by some moral justice, that you are bound by some moral laws within you, that you are being hindered not to express your unguardedness because of what morality is requesting from you, because you are being choked, because you are being bound, because you are being limited by some decisions that you wish you can make but you cannot make. But even though you do not agree with it, but the morality that has bound together the society where you live in is limiting you from some level of expression. And why do we have that? We have that because we are human. Also, human being, as we have it today, like the economists will put it, that human wants are insatiable, which means we cannot satisfy it. And that's a big problem. It's a big problem for humanity, but for the universe, it's a leverage for them to work upon. And what is the leverage? The leverage is this: human being is too big to be satisfied and too limited to be a god. That is why he cannot define for himself between good and bad. He has to be told by the universe what is good and what is bad. Because of the wretchedness in human being, because of the human ability to hate, to dislike, to like, to choose, to exhibit prejudice, he cannot tell us what is good and bad. For him to be able to tell us what is good and bad, he himself will have to assume the responsibility of a god to be able to tell us this is good and this is bad. But because of his unlimited version and because of how insatiable his needs are, human being has become so limited, has become so big to be satisfied, and has become also so limited to become a god. And why do we have that? It is because he has in him the moral responsibility that is holding him down. He has the moral law within him that is cautioning him from doing some other things. Also, what does it mean to be human? To be human means to desire relationship and yet struggle to sustain it. To desire relationship and yet struggle to sustain it. Don't raise your hand, but if you are single here, there's a part of you. You can be forming organ. Trust me, no problem. You can be forming that. Of course, you are single and proud. It is single. You're single. You don't kill anybody. Fine. But deep down within you, there's a part of you that long for connection. And people who have been in relationships before, there are some relationships you have messed up. that you feel now, you think if you are given a second chance, you will do things better. You are human being. There are relationships we have spawned, we have messed things up. It is because we are human beings. We long for relationship, and even though we long for those relationships, we still struggle to keep them. We struggle to keep them because of intimacy, because of our fear, because of our pride, and because of what we feel we desire as human beings. To be human being means to actually have this the desire for relationship, and also to struggle to keep them. That is why sometimes people want to have. I'm not trying to justify why people have a lot of boyfriend or girlfriend, or why men cheat, or why women cheat. Not that, but I'm trying to tell you why we are human, because we long for relationship, and because of how human mind thinks, because of how we process our feelings. Sometimes we feel that. Remember, in one of my speeches, I said that human imagination cannot be satisfied, because if it is in level 1 today, by tomorrow his fantasy will want to increase to level 2. By the other day he will still want to increase to level 3. On a daily basis, by every seasons of a man's life, his desire for fantasies, his imagination to fantasize things, will want to grow from one level to another. That is why, for example, if you watch a horror film today at level 1, you watch it multiple times. After some time, you get used to that type of horror movie. You will desire for more, for something more horrorful, in quote, than that. If you have watched that one too for some time, you will get used to it. You will feel it's not strong, you want something more. That is what it means for somebody to have a kind of brain, an ideology that also needs to get fantasized over and over and over and over again. The same way it happened in your quest for horror movies, also in human relationship, it is also there that a woman will be with this man, he wants to crave for another man. It is still there. While he desires to keep this one, he still wants to see what is best outside there for him. While a man desires to keep this one, he is still out there looking for what could be better than the one with him at home. While he's working together with his wife and children, he still wants to see, is it possible the other one going out there is better than the one in my house? Human being has desire for relationship, and when they have it, they struggle to keep it because of their fear, because of their pride, and because of the glory they want to glory in it. And some of the things we want is, we want them for recognition, we want them for intimacy, and we want them to have a sense of belonging in the society. And that is when discipline comes in, that if I'm committed to this one relationship, I'm committed to it for life. That's when discipline comes. It is not to justify, okay, because we are human beings, okay, which means a man has to have so many girlfriends, so many, because of course he's a man, he can desire them. No. That shows that you are human. But to be more human, discipline has to come in. Because when it comes to freedom, I once said here that freedom is a man's ability to say no when he wants to say no, and to say yes when he wants to say yes. If he cannot say no when he wants to say no, and he cannot say yes when he wants to say yes, then he's not human being enough. Because freedom without boundary is a vice. If a man is free and there's no boundary, then it's a vice. Because the highest level of freedom is psychosis. Men out there who are mad, they are free, very free. They don't mind going on this street and then they off everything they are putting on. That is freedom for you. They don't mind on the streets, they just start walking with their head. That is freedom. But because you do not have that level of freedom, in quotes, you cannot do what they do. And because you are professed to be human, you have to exercise discipline and caution, even in your relationship. It is natural for a man to desire more, but discipline comes in that way, so that he can hold this man together. I will still bring you to what it doesn't mean to be like what it means to not be human. We are coming there and then we will see them. But because you are human being, sometimes that's why you listen to some what I call them psychologists online. Whenever they try to justify why men cheat, they will tell you, as a man, of course, I cannot be with just one woman. A man is polygamous in nature, and they will tell you it is scientifically confirmed. and they will tell you it is scientifically confirmed. Now let me give you a short story. In those days, there is this man, he's a truck driver. He drives truck around the Rome, Italy, and then, of course, truck drivers now, they move from, it's not like how disconnected Africa is. Because you can even drive a truck from, maybe from England to Scotland. Like, it's that easy for them. So he is a truck driver. So one day, but he's known for having a very immoral life. So whenever he goes out on his duty, he enjoys his life in quotes, and then he comes home again. So one day, somebody told him something. That's it. The next time you go to Rome, go to this and this and this brothel, ask for a particular lady, ask for a new prostitute that has now been brought into that place. That once you are there, request that call this name, they will bring her to you, that you will enjoy the best of your night that day. So he went there, and of course, remember, fantasy, it will grow because of the information he has been fed. His expectation is so high that maybe this woman will take me to not cloud 9 now, to a higher cloud, where you have the best sexual experience of his life. But then, while he was in the hotel room, he followed the script that he was given, called this person, he called, and then they brought the person. By the time the person will walk in, the lady that walked in was his wife.
Wow.
The lady that walked in was his wife. While the man was still there, he almost strangled that woman to death. Thank you. That's the question. This is it. Let me now give you the answer. Let me give you the answer social media will not give you. It is that when it comes to the moral life of others, we want to measure them by perfection. But when it comes to us, we want to be excused. That is why society will tell you that it is normal for a man to do it. Because men want to measure others by perfection. But when it comes to them, they want to be excused. So that man, he was measuring his wife from the standpoint of perfection. But when it comes to the no, of course, I'm a free moral agent. You are a human being. If you are a free moral agent, your wife as well is equally a free moral agent. But human beings have the desire for relationship. And even though we desire for it, we still struggle to keep them. It was Simon Sinek, when he was trying to describe love. This was how he described love. I think in his book, is it start with why, or why leaders eat last? I think in one of them, he said that love is you knowing that this thing can destroy me, and I hand it over to you, trusting that you won't use it to destroy me. That is love. Yes. I know fully that this thing can destroy me, and then because I love you, I have it handed over to you, trusting you that you will not use it to destroy me. That is love. If love is less than that, then it should be desperately, vehemently considered before plunging into it. If love is less than, I fully believe that this thing will destroy me, and I cannot give it to you, trusting you that you will not use it against me to kill me, then let's put it aside and let's have a sincere conversation first. So number 4, what does it mean to be human? To be human is to exercise freedom that shapes destiny. To be human means to exercise freedom that shapes destiny. When we say freedom that shapes destiny, it doesn't mean that freedom that shapes destiny for good. They have freedom that shapes destiny for good, it is still shaping. And they have freedom that they are decisions that shape destiny for bad, it is still shaping. But what you shaped it to is a different ballgame entirely. So to be human being means to exercise freedom that shapes destiny. This guy, James Dooling, the founder of the University of Hard Knock. I don't know if you know that guy, James Dooling. James Dooling, so when he was asked that what is his, maybe what he wants to give to the teenagers today, and this was what he said, that when you are born, you look like your parents. But when you will die, you look like your decision. When you are born, genetically, by blood group, by gene, through DNA, through the type of eyes, the hair color, the whole thing, we look like our parents. But by the time you will die like your decision. The guy is less than 25. He said you will die like your decision. Which means that to be human being also means to exercise freedom, to take decision that shapes destiny. Because at every point in time, humanity will have to choose between obedience and rebellion. We have the ability to choose. And one greatest gift that the universe has given to humanity is man's will. And that is one of the most dangerous gifts that God has given to humanity, his ability to choose. He can say, I will eat this food. He can tell you, I will not eat it. He can tell you, I will stand my ground here. And he can tell you, I will compromise here. The greatest gift that humanity has been given is his will. And also it is the most dangerous gift. Because human will is very strong. And at the same time, it is so tender that if somebody should take charge of your will, the person can manipulate you, can control you all the days of your life. And today, what we see happening today is that many of us do not have a will anymore. We do not have will anymore. Almost everybody today, it was today, I think that it was a KSO and I and some other guys in the room, we're having a discussion. He has read something before. He read that thing before. But today, we were asking ChatGPT about that same thing. The answer, the response has been changed. And I told him right there, say, see, if you have the whole money in this world, start buying books. Buy books. Keep it at home. Because the time will come. Truth will be doctored, and there will be no book for you to go and confirm from it anymore. A time will come. Not even a time. Currently, truth will be doctored. It was about please can you tell us the question? Something about Crusader. Okay, just let me now. He was asking about the Crusader. Is it? He was asking about the Crusader War. Now, what he read in hard copy books before was a different thing, but now it has now been doctored, kind of, and that's not just the first time. It's a human opinion. All this thing works on data. Who supplied the data? Human being. That is it. Yes. Yes, it's for programming. It's for programming. There's this yes, it's for programming. See, one thing we should also understand that while we try to become modernized, please, one house. Please, while we try to become modernized and to civilize things and to be one of the people that will trend more in life, sometimes when people tell you, I have asked Google and Google said this, I have asked ChatGPT and ChatGPT said this, it doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's true. And also, see, if we are not careful, sometimes we also need to be so intelligent to understand that something is not true doesn't mean it's a lie, and that something is not a lie doesn't mean it's true. It is that technical. It may not be a lie, because a lie, if it is an outright lie, people can easily say, no, watch it. That's not true. But they doctor it little by little modification, tilting it towards until the whole body of truth is being eroded. And once the erosion comes in, we are gone. But like I said in one of my speeches, you are not their target. No, it is not you. You have grown enough to know between your left and your right. I mean your right and your left, between good and bad, up and down. The main goal is the children. Because tomorrow, when we are no more, the children will carry their phone, want to ask a question, not knowing that the truth has been doctored, is no more there. And the falsehood they see there online that day, that time, will not be the body of truth. They will now base their own life on it. So I want to say that, see, if you want to buy books, there are some very important, not just any other books now, but there are some important books, body of truth. If you can buy them now, buy them. Keep them at home. Let those ones be what your children will read. First, as soon as they start reading, let them read those ones. Once it forms a foundation in them, then they can now go for any other thing. They can't be easily deceived. Not that they will not be, but they cannot be easily deceived. That is where we are today. But see, but then, what does it mean to be human? Like where we are coming from. What does it mean to be human? What it means to be human is also that we can make choices and exercise freedom that shapes our destiny, either for good or for bad. And like I quoted James Duolin, he said that when you are born, You look like your parents, genetically, biologically, by your blood group, by your gene, by every other thing. You look like them, but by the time you will die, you look like your decision. You look like the sum total of the good or the bad decision that you have ever lived. Me standing before you today, I'm no more looking like my parents. I'm looking like my decision. Everyone seated before me today, including our witnesses, they don't look like their parents anymore. You may see me tomorrow, for example, and see my mother, wow, you look like your mom. That is just biologically. But my content is now my decision, either good or bad. And everyone here before me or listening to me online is also facing the same thing. You are not looking like your parents anymore. You are looking like your decision. And imagine how, like, okay, now, just answer this one within you. The decision you've taken so far, how far has it benefited you? Like the way you have lived so far, like how far has it benefited you? So also, on a daily basis, human being has the freedom to choose between trust, either to trust themselves or to trust others or to rely on themselves. Also, we have the ability to live a life, to live on the path of life giving or to live on the path that destroys our lives. All those ones happen because of the will we have. And that will is one major thing God has given us, and also one of the things that will destroy humanity. That also I also want to make me to touch a little bit on pleasure. You see, okay, let me leave pleasure for my number 6. So let's go to number 5. To be human means to live between knowledge and perfection. To be human means to live between knowledge and perfection. We know, even the Bible says that he that doesn't work should not shop. I mean, should not. He that does not work should not eat. Thank you. So you get, but then even though we know that we have to work to be able to eat, but sometimes why does work become toiling? Why does work become toiling? We work laboriously and it's looking like it. Sometimes you wake up one morning, you don't want to leave your bed. Sometimes there are days you will wake up, you're like, no, just let this cup pass over me. Because even though you are getting the money, even though you are getting that money, at that point in time, work is looking like a toil, laboriously without anything to come out of it. Also, sometimes what we humanity do is that we love, but love becomes complicated. That is to be living between knowledge and perfection. We know what to do, yet we fall short of it. I know that if I know more, I can do more. But we have known a lot, and there's nothing we can do about that information. It's not looking like a waste of time. Living between knowledge and perfection. I know if I can climb this mountain, I know I can climb it. But if I can climb it to the top of it, I can flag my flag of victory on it. But then start climbing, started giving excuses. I know what to do, but then do it. It becomes burdensome. It becomes as if I'm at a gunpoint, that if you do it, you will die. That is that I know what to do to become perfect, but I'm now dancing between two them to justify why I should do them and why I should not do, or why I should procrastinate that action to another time. And also we know that power is good, but then power becomes corruptible. I know if I have economical power, I can change the world, but then the power was given to me, the power corrupts me. Someone said that power is like it's like a child trying to hold the sand. The more you hold it, the more you lose it. Chinese quote, right? The more you try to have that sand, the more you will lose it. That is power for you. And for people who want to hold it long enough, it becomes corruptible. Power can corrupt. Let them give you power for once. You will know how sweet it is. Power is sweet because you decree and then your word stands. You declare it, stand fast. You ask them, you veto it, nobody questions it. It's sweet. But then, how well has humanity been able to use that thing for themselves? And we have that difference, we have that imperfection or that tension between perfection and knowledge because we are human beings. And also, what it also means to be human being is to seek meaning beyond survival. To seek meaning beyond survival. Viktor Frankl, if you've not read this book, Viktor Frankl, it's his popular book, something, a meaning of life. Oh Jesus! Please help me Google Victor Frankl's popular book. I need to quote from that book. Search of life meaning, something like that. Victor Frankl. Frankl is Frankl. Frankl. Victor Frankl. Is a man's search for meaning. Yes. Now, Victor Frankl, man's search for meaning. In that book is is disturbing, but at the same time, it's a book everybody should read. He's one of the people who was put in prison during when Adolf Hitler was burning everywhere in Europe. But then while he was put, like, he served as a prisoner of war twice. But during one time, during the last time, while he was there, he said that everybody who want to escape, for the purpose of escaping, they die there. But everybody who has a reason for escaping, every one of them stayed and then they escaped. Even though they couldn't escape, but they were alive until the time they came there, until the time those guys were freed. Now, he said that if a man has a reason to live, the reason could just be as simple as, I want to be able to live here and still go back home and see my dog, and go back home and see my wife, and go back home and watch football, and go back home and watch and eat a good meal. If a man could have a purpose, a reason to live, just as simple as that, if a man has that reason, it's enough to sustain him. But people who want to escape from that prison, just to escape, it's okay, why are you escaping? I don't know, I just want to leave this place. All of them, they died in that place, either by desperation, either by hunger, either by nature, they died. But people who want to escape for the purpose of, I want to go and see my wife, I don't know where my children is, but by the time I get out, I'll look for them. People who have such reason, they didn't die. What am I trying to say? To be human being also means to seek meaning beyond survival. Let me ask you a question this evening. Just look up, maybe for 1 or 2 minutes. If I should stand anybody up, and I'm like, in one line, give me one purpose for living, like the whole of your entirety. Summarize it for me in one line. Can anybody do it?
In one word.
Like, yes, in one sentence.
In one word.
Yes.
In one word.
Yes.
Me.
Yes.
Creative.
No, not in one word, in one sentence. If I say, okay, give me your life mission and a vision statement.
Let me try.
Okay, try. Let's have it.
Okay, so living for the audience of one.
Living for what?
Living for the audience of one God.
Audience of one God. G-O-D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Serving
Okay.
people
Okay.
and
Okay.
serving people, reflecting others and relating to the cause.
Okay. Thank you. But sorry, I'm coming, man. But with the fact that you struggle to say it, doesn't make it stand. No, I'm coming. I'm going somewhere. Please, man.
Okay, in one sentence.
You want to check the LGBT for yourself?
I want to say
Yes, ma'am.
about the purpose of my life.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so
Okay.
to be a metaphor.
Okay.
No matter how corrupt things can be,
Okay.
beauty can come out of it.
Okay.
Because I'm coming from a background
Yes.
that is a foreshadow
Okay.
of what is happening now.
Now, okay.
So what people are experiencing now,
Okay.
my background has
Yes.
experienced it.
Explain. Okay.
And the fact that I can come out this way
Yes.
is a metaphor that in all corruption and deadness,
Okay.
beauty can still come out.
Wow. That's a very nice one. The man that wants to outsource is thinking to ChatGPT. Okay. Now, thank you very much for that contribution. Now, see. When you want to state your life purpose, you get, all those things you said, put all those things together. All those things you said, put all those things, or more of them together. Put all of them together. Sit down. It could take you time, but come up with just one simple line that will summarize every one of them. Take, for example, now from the way I've been speaking from day one, from the way I try to rent a free space in people's head from day one. If I tell you what my purpose is in life, you can easily believe it. Now, my purpose is to change mindset to influence system. With the way I just said it now, with everything, like imagine from the day one, my topic was mumu button. So now from that, yes, I was like, how will I just come up here now? Okay, my topic this morning is mumu button. People they were like, okay, give it to us. But then it's just like anything I do, it could be in business, it could be in the NGO, even when I'm talking freely, when I'm having a conversation with you, I try as much as possible. I'm not trying to impose my belief in you, but I'm trying to convince you, because it is my aim to change mindset. And why do I change mindset? To influence system. If I'm now asked what are those systems, I can answer giving you the list of it. But the main purpose of me existing is changing mindset to influence system. And that is why thank you. And that is why sometimes I try to make my point. Yes, sometimes I could struggle to air it to make it so clear, but I try to see how to make it, because it is difficult to change a mind that is set. So now to unset that mind, you need to explain something in a very different way that people can easily get it. So if you go anywhere today, you ask me, you wake me up today, okay, what is your purpose in life? I just want to change mindset. Why? To influence system. It is my mission and my vision incorporated as one. As one. So yours as well. You can put everything together. You can write the whole thing you want to do in life. Put everything together. Write down. Now that we even have, because when I discovered mine, I didn't use ChatGPT. But now that I have ChatGPT, it's a lot more easier. Write everything together. Okay, no, but I was going to say that you can write everything, make sure you are that detailed, and ask ChatGPT to give it to you in just one line. In just one line. If you are not convinced enough, ask it to change it. If you are not convinced enough, keep on prompting for a change until it becomes so simple that when you tell an infant, they will believe it. Yes, ma'am. Assistant. Okay. My assistant.
Yes, you have a company.
Okay.
Then you ask the assistant, what do you think is the purpose of this company?
Okay.
Because the one that established the company.
Yes.
ChatGPT is an assistant intelligence.
Yes.
So how can I ask assistant intelligence?
Okay.
My life.
Yes, I get you. You are right. Now you are 100% correct. If it is something you can do for yourself, you get it. If you something you can go through that labor, no problem. You can you can sit down. It could take you days, because you have to make it. You have to come to an end whereby once you see that sentence, it resonates so well with your purpose in life. But then before a man will have such purpose and vision, he must be able to highlight everything his life stands for, including his circles of value. I think I once mentioned about circle of value. Circle of value are a particular circle somewhere else that if you want to make any decision, the first place you consciously look into is that circle of value. For example, if my circle of value is there, and then I want to make a decision here, if there is falsehood in my circle of value, if that thing is falsehood, it will connect, because there is falsehood in my value, there is falsehood there, it will connect, and I'll make that decision. But if in my circle of value there is no falsehood there, and this decision is about being a false person, they will not connect. So a man must have a circle of value of what his life stands for, having his non-negotiables. These are the things I will never do, no matter what, and these are the things I will do. It is from these things and from what he is doing over time that will help him to say, okay, this is where we stand as a person, and this is where we cannot stand as a person. Before you say you will not stand, you must be able to say I cannot stand, because can is ability. I will not is from your will. If you say, okay, by ability I cannot even do it, and by my will, of course I won't. You know, I think it was my brother some time ago, he was talking to me about his boss. So his boss asked him a question, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry, so and so, I won't be able to do it. And the man, being the white man, said, okay. He said, do you mean you won't or you can't? But what he meant to say was, I cannot do it.
Yes.
Not by, it will means, even if you kill me, I still won't do it. Because it's from my will.
Yes.
But if you say can, it could be maybe by capacity. Yes, maybe by capacity. Maybe by time. I can't do it now, but I can do it. But if you say I won't or I will, it means if I'm free, if I'm not free, I still won't do it. So by capacity, a man should be able to say, I cannot do it. And by his will, by his intent, I will not do it. I won't do it. So what does it mean to be human? To be human means to seek meaning beyond survival. And that brings me to a question, which means a man should be able to ask, why am I here? Why am I here? Take for example now, let's even use this 20 days for example. Why are you here? Yesterday I said sometimes you will feel you are here for School of Eloquence, but on the long run you are here for yourself.
Yes.
Sometimes you can say, okay, why are we even here every day? You come here, they told us 4 topic and now it's now multiplied by 4. It's now multiplied by 4. Sometimes you may feel you are doing it for School of Eloquence, but on the long run, it's not. You are here for yourself. You are here because you are convinced or somebody convinced you about your special human ability, of what you are capable to contribute to humanity. Because all the pictures you've been posting on your line, sometimes it takes you to tell that it's not me or a School of Eloquence, because they thought you were the one doing it. Sometimes it takes you to say, no. Actually, it's not me. It's School of Eloquence. And some other speakers who are, because sometimes people feel it's you doing it. So on the long run, you realize that a shadow, like it's like we are now under the shadow of your, of course, not of the Almighty, but under the shadow of School of Eloquence. And every one of us is expressing our special human ability of what we can do, of how we can perform, of the value we can deliver to contribute to, of course, to ourselves and of course this flag, our country, Nigeria. That is it. So you should be able to ask, why am I here? If it is just okay to help School of Eloquence, please tomorrow go home. Please go home. Tomorrow, I know I know it's late, but please by tomorrow go home. You are not here, largely you are not here for School of Eloquence, even though you are, but largely you are here convincing yourself of what you can do for 20 days, of how you can stand there to speak because you believe you can speak. So don't look and say, okay, well, of course we are here in School of Eloquence trying to help them win. You don't help anybody to win anything. You are helping yourself to win it. It is your purposed life. Thank you, my brother. It's a life you have purposed to carry out, to do something meaningful. And that meaning, part of what you are here to live. So you should be able to ask, why am I here? And also in the world at large, why are you here in this world? Is it just for us to eat, we work, we die? Life goes beyond more than that. Why are you here? And sometimes what robs us of our purpose is pleasure. It was G.K. Chesterton that said that what will destroy this world is not hardship, it's not pain, it's pleasure. Because nature shouts to us in pain, but whispers to us in pleasure. You will hardly see somebody who is in pleasure and why, oh God, why me? But when they are in pain, they want to know, why are we going through this pain? Why are we going through this pain? People want to know why, but in pleasure, they feel they deserve it. Of course, I have worked. Look at my credentials. Look at what we've done. Look at where we've been to. Of course, it's time for me to enjoy. But let them be in pain. They will now turn to God to ask God why. So in pleasure, nature will whisper. But in pain, nature will shout at you. And that is when people now struggle to find meaning for themselves. But we must be able to answer for ourselves, why are we here? See, pleasure sometimes, according to according to Rabbi Zacharias, he said that the problem with pleasure is that if pleasure comes, if you enjoy pleasure before you pay, it is illicit. But if you pay before you enjoy that pleasure, it is normal. which means you must pay for pleasure before you enjoy it. Because any pleasure you have to enjoy before you pay for it is not it. It is illicit. And any pleasure that puts the life of another man in jeopardy is not it. Take, for example, let me draw a biblical allusion to this. When David was thirsty for a particular water in Bethlehem, so while he was there, he just said it as like, "Oh, my soul desireth for the water from the well of Jerusalem." He said it, but when he said it, 3 of his men had it, and then they stood up, they took their sword, and went to where the Philistines are. The enemies, like they killed all those guys there, went there and fetched that same water for him, for his taste. When they brought the water back, okay, my king, here is the water. When he saw the water, he was surprised, and he lifted up the pitcher. Instead of him to drink it, he poured it down as a sacrifice to them, telling those people, "It is my pleasure to drink that water. But what is standing as a pleasure to me should not be what you should risk your life for." So any pleasure that will cost a man his sanctity, the sacredness of his life, it is illicit. You don't have to enjoy it. That is why, yes, you don't have to enjoy it. Sometimes they call it a match. Sometimes they call it match. But look at the impact on our children, on our teenagers. A child will just wake up one morning and will just imagine in his head holding a gun to somebody's head. Of course, he watch it as a match. To him, it's a match, but it is classical and mental conditioning. In that, I think it was Ivan Pavlov, that psychologist in education, that said that he did an experiment, and in that experiment, he put a dog in a cage. He now put a bell in that cage. Now, whenever he rings that bell, it means he's asking the dog to come out, to come and eat. So as soon as he rings the, is it bird or cat? I've forgotten, but I know it's one animal. So as soon as he rings that bell, the dog will come out to eat the food. So he does it consecutively for some days. That dog has been conditioned to know that once I hear that bell, it is food. That is conditioning. Now, for him to now uncondition the dog, he removed the bell. He put the food there. There's no bell, the dog will not come. Because he has been conditioned to know that I need to hear a bell before I come forth. That is what this world has done to us. We have been conditioned to be thinking in a particular way. And in a world that wants to crowd engineer you, rebellion is a gift you need to have. Without that gift of rebellion, a lot of things will go wrong. And also, to be human means, like I said, it means to seek for meaning beyond survival. And part of the question you are to ask is, what outlasts me? You need to ask yourself, if I die today, what will I be known for? Like somebody said yesterday, when you die now, what do you want them to write on your epitaph? What should be there? Is it a Bible verse? Is it what you have done? Is it where you have been? Is it the certificate you get from Guinness World Record? What do you want to be known for? What should be there? The goods. What should be there? So you need to ask your question, what actually outlasts me? What outlasts me? What am I living this life for? If I live today, what am I living behind? And then one more question we should ask is, where am I going to? If I die, for example, is that the end of it? Science cannot answer the question of life after death. But then does it mean that since science has its own limitation, we should just pause there? Life doesn't pause after death. Where do we go after death? Because if something has a beginning, it has an end. And an end for humanity is not an absolute end. That end is a beginning of another end. So we must ask ourselves that question, where am I going to? And anytime those questions come, it is because we are human. And also what it means to be human is to long for restoration. To long for restoration. We will have relationship, we will mess things up, and we will crave for second chance. We will have friendship, we will mess things up, and then we'll see, okay, no problem. I know I have messed up, but how far? Can I still be reconsidered one more time? Because life doesn't end in brokenness. And every man, even though they are broken, they still want to be mended. Even the dying man on his bed, he still wants to get reconciled to his children, whom he has wronged in his lifetime. Even though things are being awful, things are not spelled out the way they should be, but a man who has wronged some people, maybe his family, still want to get connected to them because life does not end in brokenness. Also, every one of us long for justice. And sometimes I want to say that sometimes it is a very thin line that divides justice and vengeance. That line is very thin that divides justice and vengeance. Sometimes there's even a part of justice that is called retribution, which is when somebody wants to feel, when somebody wants an offender to feel what they have made them felt. Retribution. So we long for justice. Another thing here is that we also want everything that is wrong to be righted. That is because humanity longs for restoration. And also, it is not a naive optimism. It is a deep-seated human intuition that the story isn't over yet. That we are hoping for things to be right. It is not a naive optimism. It is a deep-seated feeling in humanity that things that is wrong can still be righted. So we see it in our desire for second chance. If you have seen people, okay, don't let us go into divorce. It's another delicate issue. So let's take that one. But let's talk about people who have not married yet, but were once in a relationship. Sometimes their heart long for each other, but they know that even though we are not coming together, but let us be able to have a good relationship. Let us know that, okay, that thing that actually separated us before, it has been mended. Sometimes you will see a man who, a guy for example, maybe he and his girlfriend or partner, they've broken up. But let's say the girlfriend came back and then he was destroying things in his house. If the brother of that guy or his friends were there, they want to maybe stop or attack that lady violently. But because the man is there, he will just ask them to leave her alone. He's not looking at the wrong at that point in time. He's looking at the value of what they shared together before. Because it is normal for humanity to long for restoration. And we see it in we desiring for second chance, in hope that people could change. So finally I come to, what does it now mean to not be human? If somebody is not human, what does that mean? And I'll give you 5 things of what it means not to be human. Not to be human means to not have tension, to have no tension and no awareness beyond self. They don't have a tension beyond themselves. They are living for self. They are self-satisfied. And that means they don't have a purpose of living. They wake up today, they wake up to a new life. Where they are going tomorrow, they don't really care. But they don't have a tension and no awareness beyond themselves. And they don't have a sense of what life should mean more. They don't have a sense of what life should mean. They don't really know what it means for life to mean more than life for themselves. And they have no dissatisfaction beyond survival. They just want to survive. They just want to live life. They just want to, of course, tease things up. Also, it also means that people now, even animals, they eat, they sleep, they survive, but they don't have questions for existence. Human beings should not be living, should not be sleeping, and not ask questions about its existence. We are not animals. You should be able to live and say, okay, why am I even living? Self. Let me even ask myself, why am I here? Where am I going to? What outlasts me? If a man has purpose, at that point in time, if a man has purpose, I believe if a man has purpose and he wants motivation, he doesn't have purpose yet. But if a man purpose for living, he doesn't need motivation, he needs discipline. Because you have seen what to live for. You have seen what to, where your life can make meaning. And you have seen what to pursue in life. At that point in time, motivation is not needed anymore. You need discipline. Number 2 is no moral burden and no inner courtroom. That is what it means not to be human. No moral burden, no inner courtroom. They don't have a conscience that can tell them, that can feel guilty. A conscience of shame. See, when you see a lady outside who is dressed in a very provocative way, one thing the lady will have to lose first before he can boldly come outside that way is a sense of shame. When human loses sense of shame, it's a terrible thing to lose in life. When the man said, I'm shameless, so fear that person. Because if you still have any ounce of shame in you, they will stain and drag you to the mirror. if a man loses sense of shame, it's a terrible thing to lose in life. I'm not saying sense of shame in the sense of I can hustle hard for money, I can hawk for money. For example, the day I started hawking, that time, anything that looked like me being shameful for what I do, I lost it. Because sometimes I remember when I started pre-degree, then I have to come back home to hawk. And then when I see some of my colleagues that we did pre-degree together, I wouldn't want them to see me. I know how to just boycott them. So there was a day I was telling a lady that, do you know I have hugged before? Although not in Lagos, but then it was in Akure City. So we hugged anything, even from as a teenager. I hugged till I was 19. So from Kunu, hope you know what they call Kunu. From Kunu to Granot, from Granot to Ole, Moi Moi, from all those ones to perfume to Agbo, I have hugged them in different shades. Either as a child, even as a teenager. So sometimes that some people now come to my maybe a post and make a very nasty comment. I sincerely, I didn't see it. I can't feel it. No, I can't feel it, because the day I started hawking, as a child, you may not know that this thing doesn't really go, but it's not what you should do. But as a teenager, if you can be able to hawk, and then you are seeing your friends, they are seeing you are seeing your teachers who thought you would have a brighter future when you leave school. If you are seeing them and they are seeing you and they are doubting if it is you or not you, but then it was you. And they were like, okay, wait. Okay, we say, okay, how, what happened? And you're like, sir, I'm sorry, I don't have time. Like, you see this son that is going like this. If that hold up should leave, I won't make market, so I have to go. But I don't have time to explain. Now, I have seen, like, there was a day I remember I was hawking. So that day I was coming this way, a schoolgirl was coming this way, St. Louis. Now, naturally an hawker smells. So as I move closer to her, we have to pass this way. As I move closer to her, she covered her nose. Of course, it's a normal thing. An average hawker smells or stinks. So now, when we pass this, I felt it. I sat down there and I cried. Now, it happened to me that time. I have, like, all those, not trauma kind of, but I have I have absorbed some level of insult, hawking, that someone now come to my DM one day and insult me, and I will now feel depressed. The first place I looked to was where I was coming from. If I can endure that, this one is not enough. So sometimes when people say something and I didn't feel it, they were like, it not pain. I said, pain me, sit down, let's give you history. You will know why it did not pay me. Because we need to inform you how things have been, and this is why it's not paying me. I remember the first book I bought then, 48 Laws of Power. I bought that book while I was talking, and I wrote at the back that, see, this book, I couldn't pay for this book at once, but I have to be giving the man my goods. The book was 1.5, so and that goods one was 500, so I paid that book 3 times. I give him one goods once. I go back to the company, they will remove that money from my salary. The next week again I come, I give another one until it is completed 1.5. So sometimes when people say I should borrow them books, I say no. If you are not a teenager, I can't borrow you books. If you are a teenager, I can motivate you. No, go and read this one. But if you are an adult, go and buy. We can give you suggestion of books, but I will borrow you. Say no, go and buy. If you really want knowledge, you pay for it. If you get the knowledge for free, there's a way you can toil with it. But if you pay to get it, you know what to do with it. So that was where we are coming from. And then if you now come, maybe I made a post today, say, I know what, see the way you were speaking. Thank you, but we move. Because I try to compare the current insult with what it has been. They did not match. So if you want to know why it's not paying us, sit down, let's give you a bit of history. But where am I coming from? Is the fact that if a man, I'm not talking about a sense of shame where a man is trying to become shameful of his responsibility, of his role, to work, to labor, to feed himself or his family, not that. But when it comes to a man losing moral shame or a woman losing moral shame, that is when you now see people going live on TikTok, braless, pantless, doing nonsense. The first thing they will lose before they can come online to do that is sense of shame, their dignity. Because what will erode away with a sense of shame is your dignity. And once a man or a woman loses that dignity, he can do anything. Before a man will come online to tell you the numbers of girls he has slept with, and now he's proud of it, the one thing he lost before that time was a sense of shame and dignity. But if you have like an ounce of it, there are some things you cannot say. What is binding you together, and what is binding you from misbehaving, from exposing your unguardedness, is your sense of shame. You still have it. You don't want to be perceived or seen in a certain way or in some certain light. That is your sense of telling you, no go there, drop it. That is your sense of shame. But when you lose that sense of shame, you don't care anymore. You can go anywhere. And that is why this generation of Gen Zs or Alpha or the betas, one thing the world is trying to take away from them is that sense of shame. And majority of them are losing that thing on a daily basis. They are not shameful. Oh wrong, my brother. They are not shameful. You say, okay, can you do it? Then do it. There's this lady, there's a girl, secondary school girl that was not trending. I can't use that word trending. That was online last week. I think the issue was discussed, I think on Channel or Arise TV. Just in the house photo. And they asked her to come and dance. She was twerking. I mean, serious twerking. In the house photo. In the house photo. And then you were like, that is someone's childhood. See, I don't pray my sister will hear this. But you know that sometimes if I stop seeing my sister's status for some days, I will go and like, I've not been seeing your status. What happened? Hope you have not blocked me. You know why? I have been interested in what they are posting. Not because I expect them to misbehave, but I just want to be watching. Say, please, respect this name until you change it. In as much as you have not changed it, you just respect it. Because I don't want them to be perceived in some certain light. Let's say, for example, if they are, I won't still deny them, but I won't be cool with it. I won't still say, no, I don't know them, but I won't be cool with it. But then I'm always trying to say, what's up? You've not been posting. Hope no problem. I'm not asking because they've not been posting. I'm asking because I'm not seeing, because I want to see it. I don't want to be the last to know. That is it. So, if there's something we should teach our children, is that sense of shame. Don't lose anything. If you want to lose anything, don't lose your sense of shame. Because if you lose that sense of shame, dignity is inside it. It will fly away. So, when a man has stopped being human, one of the things he will lose is no moral body and no inner courtroom. Another that we have, he doesn't have guilt and doesn't have shame. Because even a machine can calculate outcome, but it can't tell you this thing is wrong or right. I say here that science has been designed to give us solutions to problems. Science will tell you what you are doing is adultery, but it can't tell you it is wrong or right. Science will tell you what you are doing is cannibalism, but it cannot tell you it is wrong or right. Science can tell you, can even assist you, this is abortion. What we are doing is abortion, but it can't tell you if it is wrong or right. Because morality is not embedded in science. It was meant to calculate things, to give you outcome. And that outcome is your responsibility to judge what it is. So number 3, what it means not to be human is no relationship, no depth, and no need to be known. No relationship, no depth, and no need to be known. Depth here, I don't mean basic. I mean depth like no depth, no deep. It doesn't go deep. What I mean is this: no relationship. People have relationship today, but sometimes I will ask some of my teenager friends, maybe those ones who are still going to school. They can tell you this week that my friends is this and this person. By the time you ask them that question, next week they tell you, no, I'm no more friends with that person. I'm now friends with this person. they cannot keep friendship. They don't know how to endure for. They don't know how to endure for a friend. They don't know how to stay. Not because that friend is ill, but any little error, they fly out. Any small mistake, they just broke out. They don't know how to stay in relationship, not boyfriend, girlfriend, but in a relationship for a while. You will ask your student today, I thought last week as you told me this person is your best friend. Say, no, today. It's now one boy in GS2 that is now his best friend. How come? What happened? So, for you to know that this person is not human, they don't have regard for relationship. And also, they connect without vulnerability. They connect, but they are calculative. Thinking, okay, I don't want this person to hurt me, so I wouldn't want to go deep. Which means they are sometimes unreasonably unreasonable. What do I mean by that? See, friendship sometimes takes some level of vulnerability. Take, for example, let me use KSO for instance. Because I met KSO here, he met me here, we've known each other before. But aside from the fact that we stay in the same hotel room, we have shared some things in common. Also, this my friend too, AY. We have shared some things in common. There are some level of joke I can joke with him. There's some level of joke I can joke with him. That level of joke I can do with them, I can't do it with this my young man. Because two of us are not that vulnerable to each other. If I say now, I go, guy, alpha, fine, we are good. And that is all it has been, right? But the way I can maybe play with him, I can't play with him that way. Now, what happens is that me and AY, for example, we are friends. There's a level of vulnerability. Me and him, we are friends. There's also a level of vulnerability. We are open at some level. For me and him, we are not enemies. But then, we are not friends, kind of. You get what I'm saying? So also, when you are a friend of somebody, there should be some level of vulnerability. It should not be too stiff. And then you are careful of what to say, what not to say, how not to smile, how not to react, how not to reply, and then you want to tell them, okay, I'm fine. And then you want to send a message, you read it about 5 times to know if the command is in the right place, if that adjective is the best one. No, that is not friendship. Friendship should give some level of vulnerability because we are human. And if that vulnerability is removed from it, we are no more human beings. So also, there's people also who need presence without intimacy. They say, okay, show up for me. My wedding, you must show up. Birthday, show up. Thanksgiving, everybody is now showing up. But even though they show up, there's no intimacy. It was here I said that when the girl is telling the girl, go girl, it's not always true. If you hear, go girl, it's not always true. It's not always true. Sometimes it is just on the surface, women supporting women. But if you ask them deeply, do your value resonate? Say, no, I can't do that thing. You now see that there is a Yoruba adage that says that it is comfortable for somebody to watch a madman display or dance than for them to have them as children. Nobody wants to have a madman as a child. But when they are displaying, you're like, oh wow, wow, see those moves. But let it be that it's your sibling or your child making those moves. It won't be funny anymore. Shameful. You will be sorrowful. So also, what it means not to be human is that there will be no true choice, no responsibility. You cannot make a choice. No real authorship. You cannot say, okay, I do this thing and I'm proud of it. Like I am here, I'm proud that I'm here. Because every man is, at the end of the day, every man is the author of his own destiny. I know there's we are religious. You can say, okay, God is the owner of my life. Fine. God can be the owner of your life, but you are the one holding the rudder, controlling that life. Also, there is no responsibility and also no accountability. Nobody is accountable for anything. Any little okay, can we now ask you why you not ask that? Just trust me. There is no trust without accountability. Finally, there's no search for me. There is no search for people to say, let me do better. Let me do better. Let me aspire for more. let me be able to know that I've been here and this is what I can do. So, as I round up, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know something, that in life, we can say that we are human, but from where we have been coming from this evening, we have looked at some salient things of what it means to be human. We've seen that what it means to be human is to carry tension between infinity and dust. That is, you are a human being and you are bound by time. You are subject to hunger. You are subject to decay. If you die today, your body will not remain. Everything will be decayed because you are human. Also, we see that to be human means to bear a moral body and to be aware of right and wrong. You are a human being. Also, to see that to be human being also means to desire relationship and yet struggle to keep them. Everybody wants to belong. And according to I've forgotten that psychologist who said that aside from the desire for sex, one thing that man craves for is relationship in the form of recognition. He wants to be known because a man is a bundle of ego. If I come here today, I might be an introvert, but even though I walk in, I want you to know that I'm here silently in my mind. I want them to do that. I want somebody to turn and say, "Oh, how are you? Welcome, thank you." Human being is a bundle of ego. So also we have learned tonight that human being, what it means to be human is to exercise freedom that shapes destiny by choice. And that was where I quoted James Duolin, who said that at birth you look like your parent, but at birth you look like your decision. And also I said that to be human means to live between knowledge and perfection. You know what to do, but you struggle to do it. You know where to be. You know how to be there, but you have some struggling. You are struggling to be there. Also, to be human also means to seek meaning beyond survival. Not just be alive, but be alive doing what? Not just to exist, but to be living doing what? So to be human also means to long for restoration. We have relationship, we build relationship, and then we break it. And after breaking it, we want to be restored, we want to be given a second chance. So, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to pass over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, ma'am.
I think it is still very weird that at this point, I will still walk up to this place and my heart will still be thumping. It's normal. Right. Anyways, tonight I'll be talking about. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Guiness, and tonight I'll be talking about psychology of comparison. See, there is a silent competition that happens every day in our mind. To some people, they see life as a race, and every day it feels like somebody overtakes them, running ahead of them. Well, at least that is how they feel. Maybe when somebody buy a new car, get engaged, buy a house or land a new job, while they are struggling to provide basic amenities for themselves. Now they see this almost every day from time to time, probably on social media, among their peers or in the community where they live. And they begin to compare themselves, like the things that they've done with their life so far, with what other people are doing. And I think I'm going to believe that everybody have an inner voice, like a kind of voice that we have this silent conversation with in our head. But the thing is, what do your inner voice whisper to you? Some people, their inner voice whisper so many crazy things to them when they compare themselves so much with other people. This inner voice whisper things like, you are not trying hard enough, you are not good enough. Sometimes this voice whispers to them, calling them failures, because they just can't help but compare themselves to other people. The things that they are doing is not good enough. Now, comparison is not, I'm not saying comparison is bad. Comparison is natural. It is how humans evaluate themselves. Comparison even helps us grow. Let's say you see somebody that is doing well academically as a student,
and your grade is not as good as that person's own, but that person's achievement is motivating you. I also want to have A1. I also want to come first in class. You want to try harder. You want to focus more on your study. You want to study harder and and be a better student, just so you could upgrade your grade in class to be like that person. And when you see somebody that is looking physically fit, person is looking jacked and ripped, and be like, I want to be like this person. And then you begin to work out. You begin to prioritize your health. You begin to eat certain food just so you can have that kind of body that person have. That is a healthy comparison. But when you see, like for example, a child coming home with a test result from school, let's say that child got a 75/100, and that child go home to show the parents that test result, and instead of the parents to commend that child for a job well done and also encourage that child to do better during the next exercise, they begin to compare that child with the person that got the first position in class or the person that scored 100/100. Behind things like, the person that got 100/100, do they have horns on their head? Do they have 2 heads? Things like that. That child will grow up comparing everything that they will ever achieve in their life to what other people are also doing. And it is a very, very bad thing. It affects people psychologically. Now there's a theory. Oh jeez. There's a theory called the social comparison theory. A psychologist called Leon Festinger came up with this theory in 1954. This theory emphasizes that humans they evaluate themselves by comparing their abilities and their qualities, like appearance, body composition, or socioeconomic status. They evaluate themselves by comparing these things to other people. Now, this theory divides comparison in 3 types: the upward comparison, the downward comparison, and the lateral comparison. The upward comparison is when you compare yourself to people that are doing better than you, people that are above you. The downward comparison is when you compare yourself to people that you are doing better than, or people that are doing worse than you. While the lateral comparison is when you compare yourself to people that are on the same level with you. Now, this comparison, there are 2 sides to this comparison: the positive and the negative side. The upward comparison, which is the one where you compare yourself to people that are doing better than you. Now, the positive side to this upward comparison is that when you compare yourself to people that are doing better than you, you motivate yourself to want to be like them or to be better than them. I remember when this program newly started, and before it started rather, and they told us we are going to be speaking for 20 minutes, and I'll be like, I'm just going to try my best and leave the rest for the people with the skill. Yes, so but when the program started and I started seeing speakers coming up here to speak, I'll be like, if these people can do it, I think I can also do it as well. Yeah, if they can do it, I can also do it. I wish Mrs. Okoji is here because she really, really motivated me. I always love when she come up here to speak, the way she speaks. I love her voice so much. So that is a healthy comparison, when you are comparing yourself to people that are doing better than you, but their skill it is motivating you to do better, to upgrade yourself. Now, the negative sides to this upward comparison is when you compare yourself to people that are doing better than you while looking down on yourself. This person is doing better than me. And me, I'm doing this one. This person is doing that one. Hey, what am I doing with my life? This person is this person is that. While looking down on themselves. And before you know it, somebody like that will begin to develop low self-esteem. They begin to lose confidence in themselves. And moving on, we have the downward comparison. That is when you compare yourself to people that are below you, or people that you are doing better than. Now, the good side of this comparison is that it gives you some kind of temporary comfort. It does not make you see yourself as a failure, because you know there is somebody that is doing worse than you. So you understand? You be like, after I'm better than this person. My own situation is not as worse as this person. It gives you some kind of comfort. So you are not seeing your situation as the end of the world. You know you are doing better than somebody. That is the good side of this comparison. Now, the negative side of this comparison is when you're beginning to feel proud in certain way that after I'm doing better than this person no reach me, means that I get level, that kind of thing. And it makes you look down on people that you are doing better than. And it also makes you feel comfortable with your situation, because you know there is somebody doing better than, nothing concern you with the person that is doing better than you. As long as there is somebody behind you, there's somebody you are doing better than, you become comfortable, you become okay with it, that my own is not the worst, and there's somebody I'm doing better than. So it makes you become lazy in certain way, because you become comfortable with your situation. You don't want to upgrade. As long as there's somebody you are doing better than, you are comfortable with it. Now last, we have the lateral comparison, where you compare yourself to people that are on the same level with you. Now, according to research, this is the most balanced comparison, because you are not looking down on yourself, neither are you looking down on somebody that you are doing better than, because the people you are comparing yourself with are people that are on the same level with you. For example, two students that are trying to study for an exam to pass the same course, you are trying to catch up, to study this, to do that. You are not like saying you are better than this person, or this person is better than you in certain way. You are just trying to catch up and to do better. So there's not really a negative or really a positive side to this lateral comparison. It is just neutral. Now, moving on to why do people feel that they are not good enough? What are the reasons that make people feel that what they are doing is not good enough? Number one, we have the social media illusion. And there are still people that believe everything they see on social media. But they don't know that people only post the good part of their life on social media. Nobody will ever post their bad side on social media. Yeah, they won't post it. They won't post it. And you see people posting vacation, soft life era, and you don't have anything to post. You don't have anything. You don't even care if it is a rented life or a fake life. You are just using their life to oppress yourself. They are not even using it to oppress you. You are the one that is using it to oppress yourself by comparing what you have with what those people are posting on social media. Second, we have the cultural pressure. This one is more like societal expectation. What the society expects from you. Like at this certain stage, you are supposed to be doing this. At this age, you are supposed to be taking care of your parents. At this age, you are supposed to be married. You should have a car. And when you pass that stage and you've not been able to meet those expectations, you begin to pressure yourself. You begin to feel pressured. Comparing yourself to people that have done those things, that have gone past your stage and have. Lastly, we have the unrealistic timeline. Unrealistic timeline. Like the previous speaker said that they say when a woman gets to 30 years, that her time is over. Who set that clock? So a woman now that has gotten to the age of 30 and has not gotten married will now start thinking about her life. My mate have done this. My mate have done that. What am I doing? When will I give birth? They will now start thinking of all the negative things that come with childbearing, giving birth, fibroid, childbirth complication, and they will start thinking about all those negative things. Or somebody that have gone past the age of 30 years but want to go back to school, but is feeling like 30 years going back to school. What if people laugh at me at that age? Well, let me just use the money that I was used to send myself to school to invest in business or something, because I'm past the age that I'm supposed to go to school. Who sets the age limit for education? So what is unrealistic timeline to achieving things, to being successful? So moving on to the danger of constant comparison. What are the dangers involved? One, we have low self-esteem. When people compare themselves to other people so much that they begin to lose confidence in themselves, they feel that they are not good enough. They feel like their life is over. Other people are doing this, other people are posting this, other people are traveling out doing this. Meanwhile, your salary can't even take you 2 weeks. You don't even have the qualification to do certain things. And instead of you to look for a way to upgrade yourself, motivate yourself to do better, to be able to achieve more, you begin to wallow in self-pity. looking down on yourself like, my life is over, stuff like that. Yeah. Secondly, we have anxiety. Like I said earlier, unrealistic timeline. When you pass a certain age or a certain stage that society expects you to do certain things, you begin to feel anxious, begin to pressure yourself. Like, time is going. I'm supposed to do this, I'm supposed to do that. You begin to pressure yourself unnecessarily. We also have loss of identity. This one is even the one that I'm actually scared of in certain ways. There are people that will compare themselves to other people to the point where they want to have what those people have, to the extent where they begin to copy their lifestyle. They say that they will have to begin to cover it up with, this person is my role model, this person is my role model. You want to have the kind of life that person lives. You now begin to search about the person, the kind of food the person eats, the kind of clothes that the person wears, the kind of activity the person do. Begin to copy the things that person do, losing sight of their own identity. They create a version of themselves, another version to suit the life that they do not have, living the identity of somebody else. Loss of identity. Yes, fake life that is not your own. There are some people, they've lived someone else's life to the point where if you ask them, what do you want for yourself, they don't even know, because everything they've ever wanted for themselves are things that other people have done for themselves. Yes, loss of identity. Lastly, we have jealousy. Jealousy is a very dangerous thing, because jealousy will birth envy, and envy will birth hatred. When you jealous someone to a point, and you begin to compare yourself with them to an extent, you don't have what they have. You are not going to hate yourself that you don't have what they have. You begin to hate them because you don't have what they have. You are not where they are. You begin to hate them. Is it only them? Is it only them that be doing this? They feel every time they be posting this, every time they be posting that. It's jealousy, because they don't have. If you give that person the opportunity, or if you give that person that thing that they are hating on, they will grab it. They are only hating on it because they don't have it. You begin to jealous those things because you don't have the things that those other people have. After comparing yourself with them so much.
Jealousy begins envy begins ego.
Yes. I remember when I was in school, I was in 300 level. I had, I don't think they are going to see this anyway. My roommates then, I noticed that they started giving me attitude. They won't see it. They won't see this. They started giving me attitude, and I was wondering what is wrong. Although I'm always the quiet type, I don't really like associating with people that much. But then it's not as well as greeting, exchanging greetings and stuff like that. So there was a guy that used to come to our compound. This guy did not know me. He knew my roommate. So he went to them and said, this is your roommate. I want to collect her number. And instead of them to maybe give the boy my number or tell him to go and meet me himself, they told him that no, that is not the kind of girl you're supposed to go out with. Why? She if you know how many boyfriends that she have, she moved with numerous boys. She do this, she do that. And the boy was surprised, because anytime he comes to our compound, I'm always inside the house. Always inside the house. So which one is she's always going out with boys? So the boy came to meet me and be like, I wanted to collect your number from your roommate, but this was what they said. And me, I was not even surprised. I was not even surprised that they were saying those things. And eventually I was able to put the piece together. The whole beefing came from envy. The whole beefing came from envy. Now when I nearly got to the place, I was on low cut, but I dyed my hair gold. So it gave me this kind of baby face look. So anytime people come to our, and I was not in the compound, so anytime anybody comes to the compound, they see me, they will just, is this your roommate? Your roommate is fine. They got tired of the compliments that they were not the one receiving it, but they got tired of hearing it to the point that they started eating on me. After eating on me, they started to create things like, that girl, she's this, she's that, she did that. And I did not even feel bad, because honestly, people have said so many things to me in my life, and those words doesn't even move me anymore. I never confronted them though. I just said, oh, that is life. The people always say something about you. So jealousy from envying people because you don't have something that they have. So how do you want to break free from this comparison, this constant comparison? One, we have awareness. You cannot be looking for solution to a problem you don't have. So instead of being awareness is being able to tell that you have that problem. You get. So when you realize that you have started comparing yourself to people, you have started looking people certain ways because they have a kind of shoe that you don't have, or they are more beautiful than you are, you call yourself to order, stop it, go wrong. You get. When you become self-aware of what is going on, of that bad habits that you are trying to develop, it will be easy for you to curb it. It doesn't even matter why the comparison is coming on. The point is you shouldn't even be comparing yourself with anybody. You shouldn't even be comparing yourself to anybody. So when you realize that you started comparing yourself to people, you should be able to call yourself to order and say this is wrong. I should stop doing this. By so the comparison will stop or will not even come up at all. Secondly, we have gratitude. Some people, no matter what they achieve, it will never be enough. They are never grateful for what they have. Anything they achieve, they see it as something small, something petty. Because they're always looking ahead to people that are doing better than them. That is the one that they have. Now, when they get to that stage, that particular, let's say the particular situation that they want to be in, when they get to that situation, they'll start looking for another one to look up to again. They will never be satisfied. And so whatever it is they have will never be enough. So you need to be grateful. When you are grateful for what you have, you will not be angry that somebody has something that you don't have. So you need to be grateful for the things that you have. You need to commend yourself, no matter how little the achievement may be. You need to commend yourself. No win is little. At least you put effort into it before you got that particular. So you need to be grateful. Number 3, we have limit social media. Limit social media. Instagram, TikTok. People post a lot of fake things on social media. Fake life is just so much out there. So it's either you are limiting social media or you find a way to control your FYP. It is what you search for on social media that will come to your feed. So when you are searching about somebody that bought a new car, you are searching about one TikToker that just bought one new air, they will keep bringing things like that to your FYP because that is what you are searching about. That is it. When somebody posts a video about something immoral, when you watch that video to the end, the algorithm you assume you are interested in that thing, I will continue bringing it. So when they bring it to your FYP, just swipe. The moment you see that person's face, that person that has been making you look down on yourself, just swipe. You don't want to know what that person is talking about, just swipe it. So you get. But when you do things like this, you won't see the fake life of people. When I remember one time people were talking about, then I was in school, they were talking about this boy. I think it was Ola of Lagos. And I was like, who is Ola of Lagos? They were showing me the guy's picture. I've never seen this person before. You don't know what is trending. I don't see these things.
You will love it.
I don't see these things. I don't. They're talking about this person relationship. This TikToker, they just broke. I don't see those things. They never bring it to my FYP. I know they see them. Because of the things that I search for. I don't search unnecessary things that will make me pressure myself. I don't search for it. So you can look for a way to control your own FYP or limit the way you use social media. So you will not be intimidated by all these fake things that people post online. And also to focus on your journey. Even twins that they gave birth to on the same day, we have different destiny. Your destiny is different from that of your friend. The end goal is to become successful. It does not matter who becomes successful first, as long as everybody becomes successful. So you need to understand that your own timeline is different from someone else's timeline. the both of you are not working with the same time. If you are graduating at the age of 26, there's somebody that got mastered at that age, and there's somebody that is still trying to write jam. So it is different timeline for different people. You know that you work your own life is different. God created you different. God did not create you to compete with anybody. So you understand? So you need to focus on your journey and ignore what other people. When you see people achieving great things and they have become successful, you commend them, you clap for them. You clap for somebody today, somebody will clap for you tomorrow. That is how it is. That thing that person is that best. That particular car that you envy so much, you will buy it one day. Just because that person bought it before you doesn't mean that you are a failure or that you can never get it. So focus on your own journey. People's timeline, they are different. And also, you define success for yourself. What is your definition of success? Do you see success as, oh, when I have house in Ikoyi, then I'm a successful person? Or do you think when you buy the latest Benz, that is when you become a successful person? What is your definition of success? When you define success for yourself, you will prioritize your own. When you define success for yourself and you create your goals and a way to achieve those goals, you won't even have time to look at other people, because you know that your own journey is different from their own. And also to rebuild your self-worth, you need to be confident. It doesn't matter if somebody is more beautiful. It doesn't even they used to say that beauty is in the eyes of the builder. But I heard from one lecturer one time, he said beauty is not in the eyes of the builder. He said beauty is in the eyes of the beheld. When you stand and look into the mirror and you see that you are beautiful, then you are beautiful. You don't need somebody to tell you that you are ugly. So you understand? You build your own self-worth. Look into the mirror and tell yourself that I am doing good. You don't need somebody to come and be telling you that, well, what do you even have? Their opinion doesn't matter. As long as you are confident in yourself, you have your own self-worth. You need to know that you are more than just. You are more than a conqueror. Now, I would like to add a few words before I hand over to the next speaker. Sorry. So I would like to say this. You were not created to compete with anybody. Comparison is a thief. But it is not a thief that breaks into your house. It is a thief that breaks into your mind. It steals your happiness away. It will steal your self-esteem. It will steal your confidence. It will steal your peace and your identity. When you are focusing on what other people are doing, you are losing sight of yourself without even realizing it. So comparison will make you lose so much before you even realize what is going on. It is too late. And so you need to know that everybody is different. Everybody are unique in their own way. Everybody are unique in their own way. Somebody that is a doctor and somebody that is a lawyer, their journey in life is different. Their journey in life is different. Somebody that is educated and somebody that is not educated will probably have their own business that they are doing. Their journey are not the same. Their priorities will be different. So when you focus on yourself and stop thinking about what other people are doing, it's good to see what other people are doing. Even when you want to compare yourself to people, you should be positive about it. Compare yourself to people by motivating yourself to say, I'm also going to be great like this person. I'm like focusing on yourself, working hard to be a better person, not by looking down on yourself or by thinking that your life is a failure.
God forbid.
God forbid it. So with this, I hope I am able to motivate you guys to never lose sight of yourself. You are unique in your own way. Yes. And with this, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I trust we are doing well today. Okay. Alright, so thank you very much for your. Let's start for the last speaker. I mean, she has, yes, you. She has literally overcome the fear of speaking over and over and over, and that's a huge one. Alright, so I will just be going ahead to what I have today. Somewhat in my head, I feel like I've said some of the things before, but I'm just going to reiterate on most of the things that I have to do today, simply because I'm speaking to a larger audience, not just everyone here, but I want this to be what's the time? I want this to be the best 30 minutes that somebody will have, somebody who wants to begin their journey into tech would have. I'm just going to do about 30 minutes. Let's hope we're going to do just 30 minutes. And then the 30 minutes is so that somebody in Ghana, somebody in Kenya, someone in starting her tech journey in Cotonou, someone in Abuja can just find an easy path or a 1 step, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 step that they can walk through their tech journey, instead of probably using 5 years and realizing that this tech thing is harder than I thought, right? Because for a lot of people that I work with, or a lot of people I've worked with in the past years, I hear people say, I started learning graphic design, but I stopped because there was nothing to. I was just learning, but I kept learning and learning, but there was no way I could find a job, I could find something that was paying me out of what I've learned. Yeah, so, and then increasingly the tech ecosystem is becoming very, very tight. There are a lot of people studying different things, learning different things endlessly, but are not being able to optimize the results from endlessly learning from one course to another. So tonight I'm just going to be speaking to every one of us seated here physically, and then for the online audience, on getting started and ahead in your tech career. Getting started and ahead in your tech career. I will just start with an introduction for those who are just joining for the first time and who will be seeing this for the first time. I'll start an introduction of myself, and I'll give a little bit of background stories, but not to bore you, so that we can hit the mark on the time frame. My name is Faith Sampson, and I am a tech ecosystem builder. I've worked across board national and international organizations to help train young people, youth, children, and women on getting ahead and getting started in tech. I've worked across board with the group with Google Project and Google Developers Circle in Benin City, and also the Google Women Tech Maker as well in Benin City. And I've gone ahead to start initiative to help women get started in tech, which is DigTech Her, and we just pivoted this year to She Built Africa. She Built Africa is literally looking at the next 5 years to raise $5 million evaluation for products built from Africa to exported to the world by 2030. And essentially, I also train kids from the UK, US, Canada, Nigeria, and other African nations virtually on getting started in coding and design, graphic design. And that's pretty much about what I've done. I've worked across both different hubs. I volunteered at the Innovation Hub, Ruth Hub, so many hubs around Nigeria, essentially, and I've done partnerships in international and local organizations to help people get started in their tech journey. So essentially, I have my hands dirty in the activities for a while. And so from all I've learned, I'm just going to do this streamlined conversation to say, whosoever will be watching this, because of course you might get this on my YouTube channel, you might get this just anywhere. I want you to just pay attention roughly to it, because definitely this would be something that would mark your journey. For some of you, you'll be watching this when you're maybe in your 3rd year of getting started in your tech career and all of that. But for some of you, you'll be watching this before you get started and all of that. But essentially, whatsoever journey that you find yourself in, you can be sure to derive value from some of the things I'll be talking about, right? And so let me get started. I need someone's attention behind. I think she needs it the most, but she's not paying attention. Hello. Hello. Please let me call her. Let me call her. The lady behind. Alright, so the speaker. Alright, so I asked them to call you for a reason, because I mean we were working on something behind the scene. She's learning product management. And yeah. I'm sorry that I'm saying this without you knowing, but I'm just going to say that you forgive me, right? She has forgiven me. Alright, so literally, there are some things that I wish she knew before she registered for the course she registered for. But it is great that she has registered for it and she's already doing the course. But some of the things I will mention is some things that you probably would have gotten started with before you even get to pay for courses, right? Giving yourself 6 months max. 6 months of intense work, by the way, not 6 months of out and in and out. You can actually achieve getting into a role in the next 6 months from knowing nothing about anything. Let's say, for example, you want to start your journey in graphic design in January, and you want to get ahead you want to become an expert by June, or you want to get into a role, not expert, you cannot do expert from in 6 months, right? It might take you 3 years to even be an expert and all of that. So essentially you can do 6 months, and in 6 months you can get ahead. So I'll just mention 10 things that you can do to get ahead in the next 6 months. I don't know if I have had this conversation before. My mind is playing a trick on me that I have said something like that sort on this platform. I'm not so sure, but I'm going to do it again. I said it, but I'm just going to do it all over again. Essentially, I thought I had not. So just in case I have done that, I'm just going to reiterate again. I will maybe come from somewhere else. I did not remember sincerely that I have taken this topic, because I had a list of topics that I had to teach. But essentially, when you start your tech career, before you start your tech career, there's always this thing with people saying that I'm learning so. That's maybe I'm learning graphic design, and maybe you're asked, what do you do? And people say, I am learning graphic design. Nobody really wants to know if you are learning or you are not learning. In the real context of things, in the workspace or in the industry particularly, if you are learning it, learn for yourself. Know that you are learning it for yourself. You can explain that much later. But when they are asked, try to say, I'm a graphic designer. It does something to your mind. It makes you already see that you have the capacity to produce the results. already, even though you don't know so much about it, but it positions you way ahead of every other person. So I have seen many people say, okay, I'm learning this, I'm learning graphic design, I'm learning web development and all of that. But I've seen people who get ahead very quickly. They start to have the conversation, I am a graphic designer, without knowing so much. And what I have seen in the couple of years down the line is that people who from the beginning of their career begins to identify themselves as that thing get ahead in the next 6 months faster than those who said, I am learning. I am learning gives you a sense of, I've not gotten there, I don't know it. And I will know it maybe much later and all of that. But I am gives you a clear sense of identity, because I've also noticed over time that the biggest thing that can happen to you is to be so grounded in the identity of what you are, so that when you get into rooms, that would change how you are perceived in interviews, how you are perceived by even stakeholders or people who will eventually bring you up on projects and all of that. So deciding on a clear sense of identity is one of the things that you will need to do. Now that I think I have said my topic before, I'm always losing my flow, but then, so one of the things you can do is that earlier on in your career, just decide what exactly you want to do, right? What track you want to follow through, and stick at it rather long enough. Give yourself a couple of months and years to sink into it before you jump into another thing. Again, I remember I said I started with digital marketing, right? So I created social media posts, strategies. My strongest point is on strategy, creating social media strategy. Not so much of a posting person, because but then I started on that note to create social media strategies and work with social media managers to make sure that they impute it. And also I did a lot of trainings in my first few years of training people on digital skills. So you can do that as long as you want. And so in the couple of years down the line after doing digital marketing, I wanted to pivot because I thought digital marketing would not give me the opportunity to do a lot of things I love marketing, by the way. And so I thought of a medium to express further. And so I started to ask people what they thought my strengths were at. People I've worked with over time, ask them of my strengths, what I can actually do. And most of them began to tell me, okay, I always have a strong opinion because I've done strategy and all of that. I always have a strong opinion for products, services, and all of that. And then because I worked with community management, I did digital marketing and community management, I understood people. And maybe because I also did customer relations for tech products, I also understood how customers are to be perceived and all of that, how customers want their products to come up. And I speak a lot with customers back end. And so the trajectory of all of my experiences brought me towards one thing, which is product management. And product management is literally helping the customers, or helping the customers get having the customers, the stakeholders, all the stakeholders of a product, right, to get optimized results for what they want. from the CEO to the product manager to the customers to the business and everybody to optimize results. Literally, that's what the product manager does. Make sure that both the customer is happy and then the customer is happy and then results are optimized, literally. So I decided to pivot into product management, and when I was pivoting into product management, the first thing I did was to download and watch a lot of YouTube videos, which I think people don't see as very important, or people underestimate it. Maybe not overlook, they know it, but they underestimate how far they can go by watching a lot of YouTube videos. So I checked online, checked for the best product schools in Nigeria, checked for the best product schools internationally, checked for the best product courses. I did heavy research. So when you want to get into any field, the best thing you can do for yourself is to make heavy research, not just locally or what you want to do, but also internationally as well. KSO and friend. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. So, as I said, look for both international, do heavy research. So look for free courses on YouTube, look for free courses on Google and all of that. Even check LinkedIn. How many of us know LinkedIn has courses, free courses? How many of us know that LinkedIn has free courses? Yes. So aside from the shenanigan that happens in LinkedIn, some of us don't like LinkedIn. KSO does not like LinkedIn. Yeah. So yeah. So it's fine if you don't like a platform, but literally you can optimize LinkedIn for not just posting. You can take courses on LinkedIn and get certified for So you have courses on Coursera, LinkedIn, YouTube, Udemy, and all the other, Allison and the others. Yeah. So even in the Nigerian ecosystem, there are courses where you can take platforms that you can actually take free courses as well. But then, after you decide on what track to actually go through, please decide to stay on it long enough to be able to produce a project or finish a project on that before going to another thing. And so the next thing to do is to find free courses and paid courses. Free courses first before paid courses. Because if you take paid courses first, what happens is that sometimes they imagine that you would have learned, you would have done your small research back end. There are free courses actually. I'm currently doing another free course on video editing and production, just because I want to start a YouTube channel. So I had to take with CC Hub, and it is free. I'm currently doing the course. In fact, I just started few days back with CC Hub. By the way, you can register for the CC Hub course. It's actually free. You just need your NIN to register for it on any course from video editing to graphic design. I've forgotten the other two courses, but it's free for people in Lagos, Ibadan. Sorry, excuse me, please. So we have in states like Lagos, we have in Edo State, we have in Abuja, and one other state. So we have about 4 states where these things are actually being said. Yes, CC Hub. So you can check cchub.com www.cchub.gatewayprogram.com. www.cchub/gatewayprogram.com. I think one of the two. You can just get started. Take any of those courses for free. And the good thing about the Gateway program is that you can actually get a gadget at the end of, they can help you finance to get a gadget that would help your work at the end of the program if you finish well. You can get health insurance because you finished the program, right, to work. Then, yes, and then you can also get access to work for international companies with the skill set that you have learned. They match you to international companies that you can learn from. So you see, a lot of things are happening in that you can actually leverage if you put your mind to it in the tech ecosystem here and research. So again, if you even need place, you don't have laptops, you don't have power and all of that, they can plug you into one of their hubs around where you stay or where your location is. If you're in Lagos, either mainland or in the island, they have hubs where you can actually walk into and actually use their space for free, and their systems and all of that for free to learn. So that's that about optimizing free courses before you even take paid courses, because sometimes I've seen a lot of people even take paid courses and they don't finish the course. They don't finish the course, yeah. So you would have, and that's something I would share. If you are trying to learn any tech skills, you would have to. We don't all have luxury of time, but you can do what is called block timing. Yeah, you will block a time for you to learn. And CCO does that very well for its learners. They tell you at least, if you're not committed to learn at least 7 to 10 hours weekly, don't register for it. So 7 to 10 hours means that at least 1 hour every day, or 2 hours 3 times a day, on 3 days in a week. You can commit to doing that, and every one of us can factually do that, no matter how busy we are. So blocked time is one thing that will help you to learn very well. So you can block out time to learn or to make sure that you get ahead in your learning journey. Then when you begin to learn, you should look out for something very critical from day one of your learning. From day one of your learning, you can start to talk about and look for projects that you want to do with what you learn. Because applied knowledge is better than residual knowledge. Residual knowledge is, I know it, but I don't have any proof for what I know. Applied knowledge, sorry, someone help me with that alarm. I think it's 10 o'clock or 11. Please help me, sorry. Thank you. So, applied knowledge is better than residual knowledge. I'm a big fan of applying knowledge. Don't know too much and then thinking with knowing too much. So applied knowledge. So if you start learning a skill, look for an organization, look for a project to volunteer for on what you are learning. Let's say, for example, you are learning graphic design. On the first day of your learning, look for a way, tell your tutor to give you a project to work on. Prototype it and give your tutor back a result that, okay, this is what I've been able to do and all of that. Then that's for volunteering a project, which is the next. The first is to decide on the tech track you want to get into. The second is to volunteer for projects. The second is to optimize free courses before you pay for courses and then work on them. Then the third is to volunteer for projects. The fourth is to get an internship. It's really hard to get internship these days, but but then you can. And so I think the last time I did not mention a lot of communities, so today I'll talk about some of the communities that you can actually join in that would help your learning journey, and how you should look out for communities. How you should look out for communities. So, community is a very, very focal point in getting ahead in any space that you find yourself. Community is very, very, very essential. So in the tech ecosystem, for most brands, most organizations, most startups, you will find out that they have a community of that startup. Let's say, for example, Google. Google has a Google Developers Group, a community to help developers. InterSwitch has an InterSwitch Developers Group to help developers or people who are learning the tech skills get into those space. You have communities like in the Web3 space, that is in blockchain and all of that. You have Web3 Nigeria. You have women in DeFi. You have women in DeFi. You have blockchain Lagos, or different blockchain. Even in universities around Nigeria, you hear blockchain Nsukka, blockchain University of Benin, blockchain this, blockchain that. So each of these communities, they even have university communities where you can actually plug into to get the knowledge or get the understanding on how to go about this. So essentially, when you join this community, this position is always find a way to add to the communities. Always find a way to add to the community. Yeah. So adding to the community means that you either help in the administrative or in any way that you deem possible or you think you can be of support to these communities. There are a lot of this community. If you check online, just do a Google search of communities in your field. Let's say communities in design, graphic design, or communities in products. For products managers, you have the product school. Product school is one of the biggest schools that emanated from the Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is like the center of the world's tech ecosystem, where all the money in project management, in the tech ecosystem comes out from. Silicon Valley is like the tech headquarters of the world. And so product school is the first product management school that came out from Silicon Valley. And so product school has like the best all the knowledge base that you have, even much more than the private product management, paid product management courses. If you're able to finish product school free courses, download them. I download up to more than 60 videos of product school. When I started my product management course, I didn't pay for any course particularly. I first downloaded and read a lot, did research and all of that, wrote notes. I have a notebook for product management from product school. I learned a lot, and then I was able to know even better than people who paid for courses. People who later on told me, oh, I did this, I did that, because I actually did the heavy work of learning all that I need from the best of the best. So there are other schools that you can actually learn all of these skills, but product school is one. For product management communities, you have product school, you have product dive. Product dive is owned by a Nigerian, and Toby or Tokiti, I guess. So there's product dives course are relatively not so cheap, but then they would help you to get internship. Some of these communities can help you to get internship. Some will tell you that you will find an internship for yourself. They will just help you to build portfolio and all of those things. So joining committees is very, very focal to getting ahead of your career or in your career. And then the next is to blow your trumpet. Blow your trumpet. Blow your trumpet. Blow your trumpet means you have to literally speak about what you do or have everyone see what you have done step by step. Tell them this is what you have been able to do, this is what you have been able to do, and this is what you have been able to do. And to continue in that light. People will not know if you know or you don't know if you don't tell them that you know what you know. So it is expedient that you let them know what you know and what you are able to deliver or bring as a result. Yeah, so blow your trumpet means that you are talking to the people who need to hear about what you are doing the most, from stakeholders to recruiters to community leads to even some of the professionals that you can reach out to on all of these professional platforms, LinkedIn and all of the likes. Not just LinkedIn now, even on other social media, you can actually link up to people. So, blow your own trumpet if you want to get ahead. And then you can build your portfolio and your CV to share the works that you do, even step by step, month 1, month 2, month 3, any little thing that you actually do, to put it up for other people to also learn from what you have gotten. Okay. So you can support to work on a product. You can actually work on project. You can work on projects that you have. You can work on projects that you have learned, or projects that you deem very important to you. You can work on them. So for example, you are trying to learn digital marketing. The first thing to do is, there are many people who are trying to put what they do online, right? You can just walk up to them and tell them that, oh, you're able to do this. Can you learn with their brand? And the good thing is, people will be more willing to give you their brands to work on, because obviously maybe they don't have time to put all of those posts online. So you can start by helping them to make that post, schedule the posts, and do all of the likes. And when you work on all these projects, you realize that in 6 months, if you are consistent with trying to work on little bit of projects here and there, you'll be able to have a worthy portfolio that you can share with other people to say, okay, I've done this, I've done that, and this is what I'm able to, this is the result I'm able to churn out from what I have done. And if you follow this process, or if you follow these procedures on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things that I've mentioned, you should be able to get started at least before you now think of getting ahead or walking into not just a beginner, but also an intermediate person, someone who have worked in the space in the intermediate. Intermediate means you're not in the beginning phase and you're not an expert yet, but let's say after 2 years. And usually in the intermediate face, there's a lot of course, every stage has its different challenges or different things that come up. So in the intermediate phase, sometimes you can get bored with all you have learned or all you are doing and you want to pivot. That's another time to take in. Again, I started with digital marketing and I didn't go to the intermediate. I had to go again to product management to start afresh. So you can decide that you want to go to the intermediate. Particularly if I was looking to go to the intermediate part of maybe digital marketing. There are many more challenges that I will face that I did not face in the very onset of things. One of the many things that I may have had to focus on was the things that I might have to focus on would have been to niche down to to become a subject expert in a particular field or in a particular niche, as it's called in marketing. Niche is a part. So we have for a digital marketing is quite broad. You have the SEO. SEO is called the search engine optimization. We have the social media managers. We have the ads manager. Advertising is another game entirely. We have the social media strategy person. And then we even have the content people, content marketers, or content curators as they are being called. And all these 5 people, and even much more, are different niches that people can put up to. So in the intermediate part of the journey, one of the things to look up to, or to look into rather, is to niche down. To say, oh, this is a broad field. I cannot do everything. I cannot be everything. This is what I want to work on. Let's say, for example, if you're a product manager and you want to get into intermediate level, one of the things you should look out for is what kind of products do I want to work in for? Like, I want to be known for. Some people are known for payment APIs, that they only work on fintechs or financial related products. Some work with security related products, let's say for cybersecurity organizations. They build solutions, cloud solutions, security solutions, ethical hacking platforms, and all of that. So you have to decide in the intermediate level. Remember, when you are just getting started, you can decide to do everything. You can decide to have a broader knowledge base on all. But in the intermediate level, what you actually start to look out for is how to become a subject expert. You're not yet an expert in it. That's like you're not yet in your maybe 4 years or a senior level role or a senior designer, senior product management person, and all of that. So at this stage, what you should be looking out to do in the intermediate level is to get into at this stage, what you should be looking out to is to get into understanding what field you want to focus in a long term. Because an expert is not known for many things, right? An expert is just known for a couple of few things that he is actually very good at. So in your intermediate level, what you should be looking out for is what has been my strongest points for the past 1-2 years that I've been working in this field. Ask people to give you ask the managers you've worked with before, ask the teams you have worked in before, to tell you what they think about you or what they think your strength is in. And when you work on that, you see that they'll be able to tell you much more than you can even do a review for yourself. They'll be able to pick points where your strongest points are and then redirect you in that light as well. So essentially, that's how to pivot, to get started and to get ahead in the space. So I hope with all of this would help us. This will help us to get started and ahead in the tech ecosystem. And if you need more clarity, or you need to maybe you need more clarity generally, you can reach out and I will put you through free courses, paid courses that you can actually take, and then even internships, that how you can generate internship for yourselves even without getting internship from other spaces, because I think that's one of the very issues that people face in the space today. So thank you very much everyone for your time. I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker to speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Martin, and before I speak, I want to bring you all to a creative mindset. Most times when I come up to speak, I love giving illustrations because illustration gives you a pictorial idea on what I'm speaking on. Now, what will bring about this topic first of all? Have you asked yourself that after your 4 to 5 years education or 6 years and an incident occur, maybe a fire outbreak in your place, your resume is not found, what can you call as your value in an organization to present yourself? This is a rhetorical question, so you don't need to respond. Have you found yourself in a situation where, or you've heard, we need people that are versatile in this knowledge? Beyond presenting your certificates, what other values do you think you can bring up that can last longer and can present it before people and they tell you that this is the kind of person we want in this organization? It's a rhetorical question. I'm here not putting on any ceremonial gown as a professor, or I'm here not presenting a decorated certificate made with many accolades. So as many of us that are here, we've all gone through the 4 walls of classroom. We've all gone through the ivy of building, a constructed building, and receiving lectures. But in the experiences of life, I want to ask you, is it these things you present and you call yourself a graduate before you get a job? Or you are called into an interview and they ask you questions, they check in your morals? Are these the stuffs that present you? This makes me introduce the topic, exposures and experiences, the school that never gets a certificate degree. Exposures and experiences, the school that never gets a certificate degree. I want to give you an illustration of someone that graduated with first class honor and had no skill based on business in life. Maybe you graduated as someone that studied biology or someone that studied business administration, and you are called into a firm who is into, take a typical example of UPS, who is into logistics, marketing, transporting of goods and of goods. And we have an illustration of another person B, who graduated with 2-2. I've had 3 years experiences in work at any organization, and after the 3 years experience in the organization, the person had a business mistake before and stopped trying to dive into another place. Then we have Mr. Umaru. let me tag Mr. Omaru as someone that's from the name, let me say from the northern side, who has no education but have been through business for years. And this business this person have been through for years, the person have experienced failure, transporting your goods, had bad business through goods, and learn from that mistakes. The person also experienced bandits on the way, use the negotiative tactics and solving such situation. If opportunity is called and maybe a particular bridge in the northern area and we want someone to mediate to settle such matter, who will you call to settle such matter? Is it the person that graduated with first class and had no experience in practical business, or the person that graduated with 2 and had 3 times failed and never could come back to the business line, or someone that have gained 8 years experience in tackling bandits issue when faced during the business term, or and also face business crisis? Who will you call? I will tell it to you. I said it's a rhetorical question. I would rather call the person with 8 years experience, because he had just brought his CV. The CV is called experience. The CV is called exposure. This cannot be fought with the 4 walls of classrooms education you might have received. Now, let me give you a nice symbolic description in your mind to paint what life experiences and exposure is. Listen to this. Listen to this, I'm explaining. In life, in school rather, you take lessons in classes, am I right? Then you face a test, right? They award you for that test. They score you. But in life, listen to the irony. You face tests. You face tests. And you are what? You are learning a lesson. Should I recall? Pay attention. In school, when I mean the ivy of the structure of the building in a school, or the 4 walls of school, you learn lessons and you take exams. This presents you to be qualified by people. They give you a score and they tell you you now have a body of knowledge that defines you, that you are knowledgeable on this course of study. But in life, you face tests, you learn lessons. Is it not more practical for you to rather face these tests, and you know it is crystal clear? Each and every one of us, we face tests of life beyond what we are taught with scripts, with chalks, but you are facing the real thing you are learning in life. What are you now exposed to? What do you choose? Or rather, I explain to you that the experiences and exposure of life is what presents you to the real world, and they guarantee you that you've accumulated a level of knowledge in a field of study. There is no school that is awarding you in life. You are facing it practically. Like, I made a correction to someone. I told someone that what would rather be the best means for me to award you that you've studied. I told someone that, do you observe that in every courses taken on earth, or whatever you are doing on earth, when you are done receiving the body of knowledge, or when you are done with that stage, you are presented a certificate, right, after you finish the thing. But only in marriage that you get your certificate, then you go and make yourself, you score yourself for it. This also makes me draw you back to the illustration I made, that in life you learn, you face your test, then you score yourself for the lessons. I will give you an illustration of the field which I am as well. When I pay a caterer, or I pay someone to deliver a cake for me for an event, and the person to delivering the cake observed that there was a power failure and was unable to deliver, it was a bad result. The person have a bad result for that. And what would I advise the person to do? I don't even need to advise the person. In the person's consciousness, exposure from what had happened and experience, the person would know next time I need to meet up to my targets. If my target is when those that bakes that paints, or I don't know, there's where they paints the cake, the ice it, you know that with this period of time, this particular cake I'm doing lasts in this period of time. You know how to find a means to getting a refrigerator, right? Getting a generator to make sure you are preserving it before the day of the event. That person has scored and learned from the failure that he had made. There is an F factor, factor F, which describe the cause F for you, which it is not failure. Rather, it is for you to experience, to observe what you've done and to put it into. I gave an illustration the last time I delivered a speech here. I said, if a pit is dug somewhere and people are passing through that route, then someone fell into that pit or a ditch, let me call it a ditch, someone fell into that ditch. Their witnesses, people that observe what happened. If you are going through that route again, I'm asking you a question. Will you fall into that ditch before you know you've learned a lesson? No, right? Now, from the moment you've observed someone fell into that pit, into that ditch, nothing will make you go into that place again. You are now exposed to what happened in that moment. Now you are also indirectly having an experience in that knowledge. It says that every man have a time in his or her life when they know that they've gotten to a destination where they learn. Like a previous speaker said here, there's a time when a man faces death, he knows that you are defined by the picture and how you created your own destiny. This is not what you've learned from the four bodies of school again. The real university in life, of which no alumni association, no matriculation is done for it, or no coronation for that, is the experiences you gain in life. Whatever you've garnered in life, these experiences, I will give you another citation. We have in the movie industry, Nollywood, we have people that are acting. Many of these people did not read scripts and books before they didn't read scripts and books in the olden days before they started acting. Where did they learn from? Their traditional mix, the folklores and stories that was shared to them by the aged people, the stories that was told by their forefathers or their parents as well, with burning woods, burning sticks. This exposed them for them to learning, not in the four walls of the classroom, but they are being exposed to acting very well. It shows that not only in class will you gain or garner knowledge, it's also by the experiences, by the stories that is being told to you. The university of life can also be defined by the experience someone shared in a Lagos bus driving you to your destination. You've garnered knowledge. The experience someone shared, a typical example of a copper. Let me make an illustration of a copper, a corps member who came to serve in Lagos State and knows nothing, doesn't know that BRT bus stops are to stop in a particular destination to get there before time. And after that, corps member has trekked distances or milestones. Next time, he will know every route that leads to that different bus stops, and he will never make such mistakes again. Am I right? He will never make such mistakes again because he have garnered a level of knowledge that this is the next shortcut for me to get to the next bus stop in life, they will tell you that welcome to Lagos. Or the person who is pressing the phone carelessly in the night, not observing who is looking at them, he doesn't know that people were observing and they snatch the phone. They will tell the person welcome to Lagos. The 4 walls of class will not teach you that protection. Am I right? It is the exposure and the experience you had. No one will ever break your heart again. The only source of knowledge is experience. Einstein said, the only source is a lecture hall. He, the man whose theories reshaped physics, understood that. There is a typical example that is of a great illustration. He said, let us break it down. What are exposures? They are deliberate acts of stepping out of your comfort zone. Exposure are deliberate acts of you stepping out of your comfort zone. Traveling to a new city, volunteering yourself in new rural area. Those that studied medical courses, going into the rural areas, gathering knowledge about their traditions and gaining more about themselves. Sitting with elders under a mango tree, their knowledge that will be passed to you, which is of the experience they've had. If you read it in books, you may not garner that knowledge for yourself. Exposure stretches your mind like a rubber band. They snap the narrow lens through which you see the world. Now, there is a young man who I heard about his story in Abuja. For 6 good months, this man ventured into a business, and when he dived into that business, he was experiencing setbacks and failures in that business. And after many setbacks and failures in that business, and someone questioned him that, I thought you are a graduate, I thought you should understand about all these things about life, but an old man that is doing that same business, who never studied that thing, came, and the old man said to him that this is not how to do business. You learn how to draw your customers, and there is a language you speak to them before they will understand. He said he thought you need to just write invoices. He said this is a local market. You don't need all those ones. It's not a civilized state that you needed to be doing all those ones in a local market. This is a knowledge that he thought he would gain in school, but school did not give him that knowledge. He needs to learn it from another person's mouth. That is a business idea. Mark Twain said, travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow mindsets. He said, when you leave your village, your state, your country, you do not just change location. You change your custom, your tradition, your ways of responding to things differs, and your ways of treating people also differs. If you are the type that in the north you feel is until you talk before you be able to gain audience, then you will learn that you need to be silent before you need to be silent before you will earn your respect. But you know you are coming to the western world, the Yoruba tribe. You know that respect is of great dignity. They really measure respect before they will respond to you. This is another exposure for you to know. Take for example a lout. I'm using the word lout instead of tout. A lout who is in Oshodi, who had learned how to bribing police, who had learned how to negotiate when things is cut from him. Those things cannot be taught in the 4 walls of class. They will call it street OT. You might have heard it before. It's also another kind of knowledge that many are not exposed to. Exposure kills ignorance the way sunlight kills darkness. The second pillar of this of this university is called experience. It says, they are the aspect that teaches you about love, the business failure that teaches you about cash flow, the betrayal that teaches you about trust, experiences. At the top, professors who do not give you second chances, they simply hand you the lesson and say, next time, come prepared. You know, when you face experience in life, it will not tell you this is your certificate. You rather know you feel, and it will tell you next time, come prepared. That's the certificate you are receiving. Now it's now how you shape yourself after receiving such. What am I bringing to your light? If you do not remember the topic words to words, verbatim, what you should know is the illustration I give to you. That in school, you learn lessons and you face tests. But in life, you face tests to learn your lessons. Am I right? It is these lessons you've learned that will shape your mindset. And when people are making some mistakes, you will know your own brain should be more correct. Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, he failed, is it 10,000 times? 1,000 times. Thank you. And what was his own conclusion after the failure? He said, I did not learn that I failed 1,000 times. I only find out 1,000 ways which will not walk through that side again. Definitely, anyone who wants to go through that body of knowledge again will come through that physics textbook and read through those lights and all those descriptions so that will not make that mistakes again. Listen, someone corrected me that the reason you read books is because people have put their exposures in life and experiences as a window for you to get through anywhere you are going to in life. He said, I have not failed. I've only found out 10,000 ways that won't work. These are not setbacks, but these are the certificates you receive that you've learned that this is not the way you should follow again. You want to go into a commodity or goods. Going through this commodity or goods, and let me give you, maybe in your neighborhood you might have seen this experience. One day I told myself that, is it just the education I'm receiving that I want to use in life? I'm not saying it's in vain, because without this knowledge of education we received in class, we won't be able to speak here correctly and stand boldly to speak. We won't be able to read through books. Am I correct? But what is this body it exposes us to? I said, if my friends, after I'm done with school, and they're telling me that they can provide for this, they can buy this, and I'm telling myself that I cannot even afford it, it's a shame. So I said, let me go into this line of business. So then I realized that those that even go through those 4 years of schools, the exposures they have in business, I can't try it. Well, as I'm explaining to you, picture an Igbo man in your mind. There's a movie that they acted maybe 3 years ago. It's called Mua Boys, if you can remember. Yeah, it explains the structure of the Igbos, how they do business. They bring a young boy from the village. When the young boy arrives into the city, the young boy is to be made an apprentice. Do you know what they will tell the boy? They won't tell the boy that open your book and start learning. Number 1, integrity. Number 2, tell customers that you're involved. No. Rather, they will tell him that observe what your seniors are doing, your senior colleagues, your senior apprentices are doing. And what did I learn from this movie? It's of a great virtue, and you learn how to control it. Now, see what the Igbo boy did. Then he was learning how to. They are selling tiles in that organization, in the firm rather. There's a small place. They are selling tiles, building materials, and when he was learning how to selling those prices. So another of his senior colleague, what he did was that he was adding prices, what we call extortion. He was adding prices to the business, and when he observed he was adding prices often, he reported him to the eldest boss. So what the eldest boss did was that he punished the one who was exposed, that was increasing, extorting others, selling at an higher prices. And when he punished the person, then he made sure that one was seen it in spreading. Then he called the boy in another way that in business, this is what we do. As long as you are being honest, you are delivering. If I'm selling the tiles for 7,000 naira and you sold it for 8,500, as long as you are reporting the 7,000 naira, you are giving accounts of it, you are doing your business. Take it into the business world you are doing now. Consciously or unconsciously, you are doing it. Am I right? Those of you that you see a product that they are selling online, you take every of those products, to snap the pictures. All your friends are posting shoes and bags that are selling. You repost it that you are selling that way. Maybe your friends wrote 7,500 for it. You wrote what 9,500 for it. Now, I talked to myself one time. I was making that business. I was saying I'm passionate about my business. So, anytime the people bring business to me to raise prices to them, these are practical examples you need to learn from. That's why I said exposure and experiences is not what is found in books. It's what people have practicalized. And the certificate we received is don't do it this way again, do it this way. And what I observed was that I was making losses. If I were taking a normal introduction, okay, this would be a perfect illustration. I was to receive a job last week. So the person contacted me. So what I did was that I forwarded all what I will be delivering to the person. So the person answered, so what is the process? I told the person, you need to pay for commitment fee. I was like, why am I paying commitment fee? I said, your commitment fee, that's where your education comes. Your commitment fee is that you are booking for that date. That means when other job goes, I have no excuse receiving other jobs, but making sure I fulfill to your dates. Do you grasp? And you are making sure that date doesn't shift. That's to your own favor. And I received the money. The person paid a particular figure of money. Let me make the illustration clear. So the conclusion was to 700,000, and I said you need to make a commitment fee of 200,000, and the person made the commitment fee of 200,000. On before then, someone will come to my DM for business. I will be hasty that I'm firing. Let me make up the business. I will start sending pictures, That means all my experience and experience, I'm pointing it to the person. Then they will carry it after they price me, go and give it to another person. Me, I will be the one fighting with my own emotion, killing and crying myself, tearing myself apart, feeling bad and raging within. But thank God for people that are exposed. What was the first thing someone taught me? The person told me that next time, tell them to pay for commitment fee. When they pay for commitment fee, they won't take your work on that, but they know that something is seized. And the first time I tried it, I said, pay for commitment fee. The person said, how much is your commitment fee? I said, I was scared. What will I call? Should I call 5,000? It's to cover up for myself. I said, no. I called 40,000 naira. The person sent it immediately. That was a job for Sterling Cafe One, Sterling Bank. That's in Marina. The headquarters is in Marina. Most banks' headquarters are in Marina. And that's how I got that job secured. And it's connected me to that job then. Now imagine I continue repeating that mistake and I didn't get someone that explained to me. That person is a window to my own life then. With the exposure and experience the person have garnered, and I inculcated it into my business, and I never made mistake. A second practical example comes in the line of percentage. I was to deliver a job for Polaris Bank. Polaris Bank's headquarters is in Akiadeshola in VI. So they had body of extensions buildings upon buildings, extensions. So when I received the job, the mistake I made was that I didn't collect full payments. I collected 70% payments. When I'm to collect my balance, the client started looking for excuses. This is not done. This still happened today. It's not yet 12. This thing still happened today. In my presence, somebody was receiving call because he did not collect complete balance. And I was receiving calls, and I'm like, send me my money. The person stopped picking calls, and someone told me that, listen to me. Next time when you are doing a business, someone very exposed in Shabbat with NNPC and other, he said, next time when you are doing any business, make sure you collect 70%. Or for me, I do full payments. So I thought of it. I sat down to myself that should I be doing full payments, but I've not garnered the kind of courage. What do I have to tell all these people? My business is based on, when you want to come and patronize me, you want to come and check my profile on IG, you want to come and structure that I am, you just bust into my IG, you begin to check something. Can you deliver this for me? Okay, I think you can deliver this for me. But so far, since I've been working till now, I think it will be 9 years of me working in my business, I have never received one job from IG. Most of my jobs are referrals. And so I was jealous of some of my friends. I meant to meet, how do you people do it that you get a job from this? They said, have I not collected a job from this thing before? I said no. They said I should be thanking God. For someone to give you job from someone told me about it, that's the best means for you to receiving job. That I recommend this person. They are holding the person responsible. That I trust this person. It will be series of talks and attacks before they will now still not even trusting the person. That's how I got the job. So the person I said, just be thanking God, that's very good. So I said, I think I will strengthen my means in this business. So when I sat down, I thought of it and I said, I think the mistake I won't make is completely listening to that part. So I followed the 70% aspect, but I now told myself I'll rather increase to 80%. My clients will not yet give me full payment. But the moment I tried full payment, someone paid through. People are ready to pay through. Because for you to tell them I need full payment, they will know that this person is an exposed person. He knows the gains in this business and he knows the losses in this business. Is exposed. They will respond. People tend to see that when you cannot speak up, when you cannot explain yourself, they will feel that this is a failure. I'm ready to cheat this kind of person. That's the word we find ourselves. When you cannot speak up for yourself, they say that this is the kind of friend this is the kind of person that I can cheat on. Like I said, his lectures are strangers you meet on a bus in Lagos traffic. His laboratories are the dusty roads of life. His textbooks are the scars on your heart and the stories whispered by the wind. This is experience. This is the school of knowledge without degree. And his graduates are the ones who change the world. I mentioned Thomas Edison. Albert Einstein said, the only source of knowledge is experience. He did not say the only source is the lecture hall. He said it's experience. Because this gives you a stronger and reshapes your mind. Your understanding is broadened. Your horizon in that field of study is broadened. He, the man whose theories reshape physics, understood that true insight is forged in the fire of doing. You are acting. You are acting based on your experience. You are acting based on your exposure. Failing and rising to it. Not just failing and being falter, like you failed and you just stay there, but you rise towards it. You make sure you took cognizance of the footprints that is laid before thee, and cognizance of your mistakes you've made, and you are taking steps to it for you to changing from those mistakes. This is not taught in the four walls of classroom. It is taught by the tinkering process, the exposed parts of others. They are the deliberate acts of stepping out of your comfort zone. It is all what makes up a man. Today, that same man who went to Abuja and did a business for 6 years and failed, but not until someone that have done that business, not educated to that extent, explain that these are the theories that goes with this business. This is the way to negotiating with business. It is not scripted. It is with serious experiences. You want to sell pepper in a local environment, then you are making your own pepper. When I mean in a rural environment, local environment, not in an exposed place like here, and you are making your pepper, stealing it, counting it. You know, people coming to patronize you there, they are the local persons as well. That is no way to apply that kind of knowledge. You need to ask people, how do they do it in this place? That's the reason an Igbo man doing business will always try, because they've learned from their previous persons that are doing it. Unlike you want to start a boutique business, you just went to the market and buy different clothes. Funny how these people have the major markets they go to. You that want to do a boutique business in Lagos, you know that you are going to Mandela's. How many of you know Mandela's in the island? You are going to Mandela's. You want to go into shoe business and others, you are going to Arena. Correct? Not every of them even make full and complete payment. They've had structure on how they are making returns of this business. You learn from people that are exposed in it. Now, it may work in a particular state and it does not work in a particular state. I asked my friend, you are the first person to learn work in my boss place. How are you thriving where in Benin? You left Lagos. Lagos, the home of events, Lagos and Abuja, where people are thriving where in Benin. He said, he tried it though. When he got to Benin, he said he's known a lot about event. Let him get there. You will be able to thrive where in it. But when he got there, what he observed was that someone had to call him that you will continue entering debt you don't know. It's a majority of these people doing it. They go to banks and collect loans to making sure that they pull up one huge event, and you are just there thinking I will just come up and starting my own business. You don't know the shortcomings of those business. You don't know the goods of those business as well. You don't know the seasons of those business. You want to come into the events world. You know there's a particular period when it comes to the festive period. Take for example during the Lent time and the Muslim fasting, you observe that no parties or activities that is going on. That moment, what did I do? I've learned from my previous mistake. They observe that within a full year I'm not thriving at all. So I said I'd rather go into rent house. So that period I only rent out, because even in that period they did Valentine. Am I right? So I just make sure that this January I built props. Will you marry me signage, neon lights, about to wed, those things that people will always ask for. Love arc, getting rose flowers that are red, or you are selling out flowers. I know my target audience, and it was because of I observed a friend of mine also did the same thing. He didn't even tell me. I just observed his status that he often posts flowers during Valentine. This guy is, why is he not a balloon artist? He's supposed to be posting balloon. I observed that he had understood the seasons. There are times and seasons that happens to every businesses. So this is another body for you to understand that you understand seasons to every businesses. It says, you see that the man who prays differently from you still has the same time when his child succeeds. He learned that the woman selling roasted plantain on the roadside possesses more business experiences than someone that did MBA. Because the business experiences the woman gather is with practicals, losses in business. This will make you structure yourself back. Like I said, you look at footprint of people that have made those mistakes, use it to help out yourself again. You turn our attention to experiences. And like I said, experiences makes you come prepared. For you to know the means which you are gaining this experience, the most precious gift of learning from your mistakes. We know Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple. He had gone to other countries to doing businesses till even the time that he was sacked. Then he sat down and made his decisions towards Apple. If he had sat down to that place where he was made tons of and he had received the rejection and never made an attempt towards it, you see that in 3 or more people where you go to any places, one person uses an iPhone. If not of his knowledge for him to go in towards founding Apple, it won't come in place. Am I right? So it was the experience he gathered, not the education he received in the 4 walls that made him doing that. But he could now call the experienced people in tech before he could find out that. It will not reward you with grace, it will reward you with wisdom, confidence, networkings. It will reward you with networkings. It will reward you with opportunities. An employer can ignore the signs that are not helping. There are 5 practical steps, which is seek discomfort deliberately. Book that ticket that will expose you. Go to places where you know you will garner those body of knowledge that will make you learn more in it. You are having webinars, you are having conferences, you are having places where you are called that come for learning things that will help in your knowledge, that will broaden your studies as well. You will broaden your knowledge in the business. When you go to all these conferences, this will help you as well. In any business you are trying to talk to people outside your circle. We have people these days that it's only the people you graduated with. How many of you observe that sometimes when people come here to speak, you'll be admiring their gesture in speaking, their confidence. You feel like, I wish the body of knowledge this person is explaining, I wish I studied that course as well. Do you grasp? You've observed, seeing yourself that, I wish I did this. Because when life comes in place, you observe that it's not only what you studied in school that you are using to thrive in this world. Sometimes it's your friends beyond your circle. When you stretch your hands, you go to places, you stretch your hands to knowing other friends, you observe that they are the ones that refer you. They are the ones that make you get connected to other people that help you in life as well. There are some of your friends that they also studied law. They will tell you about legal implications in businesses. Am I right? They will tell you about in contracts. It was my friend that made me know about those contract laws in business. And I used it when a client was holding my balance and I was unable to get it. I wrote the letters myself and I gave him for him to proofread it. He corrected me on every part. If I had not broadened myself in those people that are good in those, or they are vast in those body of knowledge, I won't be able to get myself out of those shackles or out of that financial shackle that moment. That's why I said you broaden your circle. Also, document the lessons you've learned. Like I said, the footprints of people ahead of you. You document what they've explained to you as their own exposure. That is an exposure. Then another thing you are documenting is your own experiences. Your own experiences. What have I learned from? I'll give you a practical example. On Sunday, I have a client that she's to get married soon, and I'm helping her in the planning, but mostly the take-up part. That's the design part. And what happened was that she's also doing some courses. Our husband is in Netherlands, and I was coming up to her that when I'll be starting an event, there must be a pre-decor part. We need to go do recce, going to the venue, checking if it is okay for the job. Recce is evaluating the venue, going to places that, is this place suitable for me to work in? Is it conducive for the environment? Checking weather forecasts. That's why I said you must not put yourself in one body of knowledge. So I will check the weather on that day. If it will be rainy, will this place be okay? Will it be conducive? How is their toilets like before you book an hall? So we are using, she said, I want a garden setting. I want people to feel the vibe of having a garden setting in a decor. Then I want a place where my background will be showing water area and an overhead bridge. I took her to National Theatre. So there's somewhere in National Theatre that is showing the water side. So it's also showing a building part. I gave her that venue. She's okay with that. So I constantly was telling her that you are not making any preparation towards it. She's actually the bride. She chose not to get a planner. So choosing not to get a planner, that's she's not seeking advice. Definitely, there's tendency for it not to go as it ought to. Don't let me say the negative, as it ought to. So reaching out to her pastry, I'm like, you need to get this done. She said, let me just send that. I said, don't pay me yet, so that you will not strangle me later that you didn't do it accordingly. Let's just do it how it ought to be done. At the end of it, why pestering her, telling her that this is what you ought to do, could you believe she just got angry that you are not working with me again, let it end here, and she just stopped that moment. So myself, from my own self, as I'm actually the one delivering the service, just go your way. Means if I'm not doing the business again. So someone called me, someone now told me that in businesses, emotion settings as well, that you need to know the psychology of human being. It works in businesses. What works for A might not work for B. So the person has to tell me that I have to find a means to talking to the client and apologizing to the client. It took me more than 3 days. So I called the client. Okay, 3 days precisely. That was on Wednesday. So I have to call the client. I first sent her a message and I explained, this is my point of view, this is the reason I'm doing it, I'm apologizing for that. So immediately I did that, she have to now call. Do you understand? I have to understand the human factor as well. She have to now call and explain herself that I'm also sorry for explaining myself. Immediately she wants to go into the business immediately. So you need to learn how to mediating conflicts as well. Understanding human psychology in business. I will tell you, you fail fast and fail forward. Fail fast and fail forward. That means you are not failing slowly. That means you are not sinking into your failure. Rather, you are failing forward. You are learning your experiences, gaining your experiences, and going forth again. True education is not measured by the letters after your name, but by the light in your eyes and when you see challenges. Those challenges are what embodies you and make you stronger in any field you are gathering knowledge on or you garnered knowledge on. Whatever stage of life you are, do not wait for permission to learn. Dive into them. Look at people's footprints as well. Take them as your own lessons and go down into those means as well. Maybe you see a skill in yourself as well, that you are an oratory speaker, or you have a body of knowledge on a particular study, maybe based on biology or on medical field. Take for example the likes of aproko doctor. Is a light as well for you to go into it. There are people now that are coming on to medical stuff. Some are only talking on the kidney, explain the Bowman capsule, explain about the bladder and everything that involves that, the urinary tract, explain everything about that. It's also another body of knowledge, but also taking through other people's histories and past to getting there. Get out and get exposed, collect experience, graduate with honor from the only school that truly matters, the school of knowledge without degree. Walk into any company today and ask the CEO, how did you solve the PR crisis that happened in your organization? You had a PR crisis that happened. When I mean PR, that's public relations, and you get to meet the CEO of a company that there's a crisis that happened and they called you on Sunday by 11 a.m. How did you solve it? which body of book did you learn how to solve it? The CEO will laugh at you that I never learned this from any knowledge of book or a voluminous chapter that I've read through. Rather, the person faced it that moment and find the means to tackling such tactics. A typical example was, there was a time Indomie was trending for, there was a crisis based on Indomie, and it was brought to the public and it was to be reduced that moment. And they ask you, as the CEO of a company, how do you tackle it? The person now picked through when that crisis had happened before and said, you used through a typical crisis was using through a religious body or using someone that is influential. Take for example the general overseer of Redeemed Christian Church of God. Now that moment the person now observe that camp is to happen in August, and immediately he just use that as a tactic as well, saying that there will also be free noodles to be shared. Do you know that will reduce the mind that for a particular person that is exposed, that is educated as well and is intelligent, for him to be able to explain that we also be served noodles in that place. Definitely research had been made very well and the person just stuck on that experience. That has reduced the crisis that is going on. So someone that is found in an organization who is having crisis, it is not a voluminous book that will explain how to solving such crisis. Rather, it will smile because the most critical things we know will never be graded, neither will it be stamped. The most critical things, or will it be laminated? They don't laminate those experiences that are made. You will not table them. Rather, those experiences is being exposed to us and we are picking from those points. Exposures and experience are the school of knowledge without degree. Now, it's been thrown into rooms where you are the least experienced, cities where you can't read the signs, or conversations where your accent betrays you. Even your body of knowledge in a particular field could not help that moment, but it was the level of your experience that widens your eyes. Experience is what remains after your exposure passes through reflection. It is a scar that became a skill. Experience is that scar, and whenever you remember that scar, you will remember never to go through that mistake again. It has become a skill. Exposure is the rainfall, experience is the crop. You needed those crops to germinate, and how do you need those crops to germinate? You go to garner knowledge from people that are exposed. That's why I said exposure is the rainfall, while experience is the crop. For you to have a fertile ground. I hear and I forget, I see and I remember. That is a quote by Confucius. He said, the degree lets you hear, experience makes you do. The illustration that I gave then about someone that is a first class degree, someone that graduated 2-1, and someone that had no educational background, no educational certificates, but had gained going through perishable goods. You are selling perishable goods. Selling perishable goods, you are selling it from the northern side to the eastern and southern part of Nigeria. You selling through that means you face insecurity problem, banditry on the road. You face goods almost perishing. Next time you know the time limit you are supposed to send that goods to that particular state. That person had been the best person in that field, and nobody will go back to that area of study again. The curriculum nobody prints. The school have 4 courses, which is the curriculum. Nobody prints this curriculum. You know, even in your field of study, whether you are studying journalism, you are studying law, there is always a curriculum to every study. This curriculum as well is what gives you an heads up, right, of the next topic you'll be treating, the next subjects in line that will be taken in every courses. There's a curriculum which is the course 101. It's called people literacy. Like I've explained, who are the people you've garnered body of knowledge from? Is a curriculum of study. Is your course 101. Making sure you are having your own literacy. Literacy is what you are learning from people. You learn when silence means respect in Sokoto. When you are in Sokoto, you know you are making silence because those people want your silence when they are speaking. This one is gathered from a particular person who had gained experience going to Sokoto before, and someone corrected that when people are speaking, you don't talk. Silence is a virtue in that moment. And somebody in Port Harcourt, when you are speaking, they feel is a threat as well. Then they want to question you. Who goes you? So it's also another body that when you are going to a particular place, you learn their culture and their tradition to their life as well. Those who feel threatened that there must be a ghost before you will speak like that. There is a quote by Anais. It says, "We don't see things as they are, we see them as we are. Exposure changes what we are, so we start seeing things better." There's another course called the course 102. It's called the failure lab. The failure lab, the F word is not standing for failing. The F word is standing for feedback. After, when you are in the lab, you are giving bullets. The bullets, you are giving an egg to take the albumin and put it into the bullets, testing for protein. You are giving illustration for you to explain. You still need to go again and report to your supervisor. That is the feedback you must give. Your feedback then becomes a blueprint which others then learns from. These blueprints, they are cogent points people will pick in your own field of study. I said again, this field of study are not giving you certificates to them. Just certificates is how you now apply them to your life. I gave an illustration of a baker who learns next time I need to have a refrigerator so that I will not deliver cake that is spoiled. And that person now presents a cake. Next time is faster than the colleagues who will make any mistakes because he has calculated the time and the duration. This applies to the course 102, the failure lab. There is another illustration about the speed and uncertainty. This speed and uncertainty explained in the period of the fuel prices. You know that before fuel was to come in place to increase, you've already received it in the news, and you have to go and deliver a product somewhere, or you have to go into deliver something somewhere. The first thing you do is that you've known how to making your budget. While making your budget as well, you've calculated how much you will spend on your logistics. That moment you have prepared. There's a course 401 which is empathy economics. Empathy economics explains that you discover that the Okada man refusing a tip isn't lazy. The Okada man is just keeping to his or own integrity, his own integrity rather. He's always a male doing it, so that's why I use the word is. There is a quote which says by Porter Gill, your network is your net worth. I'm sure someone have heard this before. That your network is your net worth. That's Porter Gill. This explains that they are built in discomfort. The danger that is also exposed with a compass. The compass is what directs you. The compass is also your experiences. The compass also explains that not every exposure educates. Some exposures entail fraud, cynicism, and compromises. The illustration I will give to you are the two street boys explains in Oshodi. Both grew up in Oshodi. One learned negotiation tactics He also learned logistics tactics, and he also learned courage. He now runs deliveries with fleets. The other learn which police teams to bribe, and how to spot a tourist. Same street, different syllabus. Now, how to matriculate intentionally. How do you matriculate intentionally from this school? Seek cheap pain. How do you make towards seeking cheap pain? Instead of you want to go into a particular field of business. Maybe the field of business is agriculture. You don't know anything about the latest technological mechanism that they are doing now in agriculture. You just dive into it. Instead of you to learn from the local farmer around you, or you are exposed by people that have gone into farming before, you just dive into it. Now, the moment which you've learned from people, it has become a pain, but in a cheaper way. Instead of it to cost you hard pain, it has relieved you from the pain. It says that teach to lock it in. If you can't explain what you learn to a 15-year-old child, that means you've not learned well. Whatever your experiences you've garnered in life, and a 15-year-old child, you cannot break it down to inculcate knowledge into them. You've not learned well in any field of your study. You've not learned well in any field of your business. You've not learned well as an entrepreneur. Experience is a teacher of all things, says by Julius Caesar. Your degree is a key. Respect it, but don't confuse the key with the house. The house is built with bricks of exposures that have gone through action for the bricks to be stronger. The house is built mortar of reflection and the roof experience, and in this economy, landlords care more about the house than the key. You can move out of a house, you just break in the door, or you just spoil the key, leaving. But the landlord will not be concerned. But the one is concerned about is the house. Don't just spoil those blocks, because they went through fire and sun for it to be stronger. And the roofing as well, as the roofing as an experience as well, to covering and to shielding you. Experiences is what shielding you. Exposure is what makes you stronger and to stand firm in anything you may be doing. So step outside the syllabus, take the trip, accept the hard posting, ask the dumb questions. Some people cannot ask questions at all. I thought I was writing heavy quotations, and someone told me that write the quotations to me, come and me deliver a job. A fellow business person, we are in the same field, and when they saw my quotation, the person laughed at me that, why are you writing quotation? I said, what have I done wrong? The person now explained to me, if you are giving this breakdown, you want to do this place, you just wrote, I started writing flower, banner, lights, everything. They will be pricing you from every part there. But say, when I box it takes them long time before they want to be questioning me on every part. I want to set up this place for a civil wedding. 15 seaters here, 15 seaters here. Then I'm now counting, writing 100 naira on each check over. It bores them. Like it bores a client and doesn't want to help out in that situation. Rather, you learn from those persons. Because the world is not run by the most certified, it is run by the most exposed, the most experienced, and the most self-aware. Class is dismissed and life continues. Now, education is what remains after one has forgotten. What one has learned in school is what now retains in you. But when you now get into your field, Abatensi now said it is the experience you've had in that. Now, I begin with this question. If your degree was wiped from you, what will you use to present yourself? what value will you give? That's what I used to start. Now, what value will you give apart from your degree when it is removed from your resume? What do you take in as your own portfolio? When they call you into places in life and they tell you, how can you help us in this situation? Will you just say that I've not read that course? Rather, if you had exposed yourself to the field of study, like I said one time, whatever you are doing in life, as long as you're on planet Earth, know little of everything. Knowing little of everything, it makes you well exposed and grounded in field, so that when people are even communicating with you, you are not just humming. You know, people that when they are talking, they will just be doing they'll just be nodding their head, but they cannot even add to anything. It's a bad thing. Even if it's a little, they are talking based on the medical field. You understand that you are explaining to it happened practically that my mother was to be treated, was having bone issue. So, and the doctor was saying that where is paining her, but she could not touch that place. But because of I've been with her in the hospital, I have to tell her that it's the tibia bone. If I was not being exposed in those fields or move with people in the science field, I won't be able to mention those parts as well. I have to explain that it's the tibia bone and this is the way it's paining her. I have to explain the muscles as well to her before she could relate to her. Did you study this? I know. I said no. I just have friends that did it as well. Sometimes I just touch their textbooks when we are in the same room. So it is these experiences that expose. I said the window that becomes a mirror is the exposure. The village boy I explained that is found in a Lagos serious traffic, who had known that when it is become a particular time on Friday, the island road will be very busy. He knows that that is his selling point. That is the time for him to making his own sales. Like I said, experience is what leaves you a scar, and it's that scar that we use to define your own self. That I don't want this scar to just mar me, to dent my imagery. Rather, I want this scar to make me. Whatever scar you have in the exposures in life, whatever scars you have in the experiences in life, make sure it doesn't mar you. Make sure it is making good of you. Two interns in a room protesting for subsidy. One stays by the camera. The illustration will be given by a journalist. There's what they call on-air personnel that is delivering a news, and you are told to go and make a crime scene of what is going on, to go and make a report. Now, someone goes to make the scene, captures everything, then make a report. Then the person in the office, that means someone went to the beat, they call it beat in journalism, and someone is seated in the office narrating the story, and someone else was the reporter. If you are to ask that in the court of law, someone should come and an experienced person should come and talk on that area, who will explain more about that? That's the person in the beat, the person that went for the beat, because the person is exposed, he knows how it started, why the person is reporting, he gets the first hand information, the first hand facts and data from people that are around that vicinity. Experience is not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you. Said by Huxley Aldous. Why this school beats the degree sometimes? It updates in real time. By the time a textbook is printed, TikTok has a new algorithm and the Naira has a new rate. The School of Experiences issues updates hourly. It promotes, it rewards problem, it tests before it teaches. In school, you learn, like I said, you learn lessons and you face tests. But in life, you face tests to learn lessons. That's why I said it tests before it teaches. It rewards problems. It rewards problem solvers, not syllabus coverers. I don't need somebody that have written a full note in that place. I want people that have solved the problems in that field of study. This shows that they are best to defining any situation. They are best to, when the problem arises again, they are best to solving such situations. Formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune, says by Jim Rohn. Formal education will make you a living, but self-education, the experience and exposure you have, experience rather, will make you a fortune. A fortune that will last you for long. The curriculum, how to enroll in it daily. The bridge between them is exposure turned into experience. Say yes to discomfort. Don't run away from them. Make sure you volunteer for the project nobody wants. There is a great task before thee, and you want to know how to arranging those rows and columns next time. When you run away from those problems, when there is opportunity for a larger audience for you to arranging rows and columns, it's only the person who had solved such situation before that will be able to doing it again. But who stays back will have lesser knowledge in anything in that field. Debrief everything. After every event, good or bad, ask what worked. If you ask yourself what worked, by that means you are being accountable for all you are doing. Accountability gives you self-confidence. What works for you gives you self-confidence. You ask yourself what failed. You ask yourself what worked. You ask yourself what failed. Then you ask yourself what was the outcome. What was the outcome? Will help you retract yourself. Then you'll be able to arrange in chronological order. This is the next step for me to take as an experience in life and an exposure. Collect people, not just places. You can tour 10 countries and learn nothing if you only talk to your tour guide. One deep conversation with a fisherman in Makuku can outteach a semester. Am I right? Did you take that as a practical example? An exposed fisherman, an experienced fisherman in Makuku is better than a full semester course that you will go through in fishery. Yes, because there the fisherman teaches you when to dive into that river or wherever the fish where the fish are meant, the time when the fishes are gathering themselves, the means you use for your baits or the means you use for your nets to get those fishes, then because that moment you save yourself a lot of time instead of it to be consumed by bore lectures and repeated questions that may not even apply than the practical aspect. Because what matters most, like I said, is the exposure you receive from it. So when you follow that footprints of the fisherman that leads you, you gain enough knowledge. Document the scars. Keep a lesson log. CEOs call it a journal. CEOs, they call it a journal. Soldiers call it an after action review. Same principle. The tailor who became a supply chain expert, Amina, never went to a business school. But years of buying lace in Dubai, claiming goods at Apapa, and negotiating with angry customers taught the tailor a currency adding Then she knows when her currency depreciates and when it appreciates. The Dubai means of going will not be taught in class for you. How to go in to buy camera in arena. They won't teach you that one in 4 hours of class. But it's an exposed person that will explain that to you. Let there be a warning label to you. The school has no safeguard. Exposures can corrupt as easily as they can build. You can be exposed, but make sure you are gaining more experiences in life. Your degree is a key, but experiences builds the house. Like I said, don't just collect certificates, collect stories. Pass through fire, because 10 years from now nobody will remember your matric number. They will remember what you did when the brief changed, the client shouted and the plan failed. They will remember the tactics you put in place. When the rain fell, someone quickly came in and the person found a solution for us, brought in a cabana, and everything was settled. Now, what should I explain to you in this? In every experiences you are having in life, make sure that you find out that in a body of knowledge, exposures and experiences is the school that no knowledge that you will gain in uni. Exposures and experiences are more than that. It is the degree that you won't get a certification for that, but your scars are what makes you. It will mar you in that. At the round off, I will make sure I reiterate the lessons you should learn from it. Make sure that you are facing the life challenges, which are the exposures and experience in life. Make sure that the experiences and exposures you are gaining is what make you, not what mars you. And make sure that in life, like I said, I'm reiterating it again, that in school of studies you will write and learn lessons, so you'll be able to get tests. They will not award you a degree. But in real life senses, you would gain lessons, life tough lessons. An Igbo person doing a business, the connection you get from BC that is in Abuja higher than the person you want to call in your 4 walls of classroom. You've learned lessons which will help you rather than having downtime. I will say, like Chief Job said, learning from your mistakes. No syllabus you must leave at hand. Make sure the curriculum you are gaining is what will help you. Like I said, the field curriculum. So, I reiterate, lessons you receive in life are the best certification to making your destiny and shaping your destiny. I leave you with that. Make sure the lessons you receive in life are what makes your experiences and exposure, and make sure you are getting dogged in any exposure in life. I pass on the microphone to the next speaker. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning.
So I want us to pause a bit, honestly, and reflect on this, because it's actually a very serious it's a very serious issue. It's a very serious thing that we need to hear these days, or we see these days how people are, badly behaved and all of that. But then we forget the fact that they learned things or they saw these things, being done by, the older ones. Okay. So what are we really teaching the young people? Because the truth is, intentionally or unintentionally, whether consciously or unconsciously, we are all teachers, and that is the fact. So parents teach, leaders teach, artists teach, teachers teach, churches teach, institutions teach, social media teach, and society teaches. So the greatest one that we're not even paying attention to is that silence teaches. Now the question is whether young people are learning. Yes, they are learning. Now the issue exactly is what exactly are we teaching them? What exactly are they learning? And that is very, very important for us to look into. Is it that what they are learning, is it preparing them for the future? Is it a meaningful thing in shaping their future? Or is it something that is confusing them or taking them off the track, taking them off the direction which they should go? Because, take it or not, children, when they come into the world, they come in blank. They know nothing, absolutely nothing. Like they come in plain slate. It is what you program in them at their formative age, that is what they play out when they grow up. So studies have shown us that from age 0 to 7 is the time you have to instill all the morals, to instill all the discipline, to instill all the knowledge they need to thrive in life. So now the question is, what exactly are we teaching these younger ones? And it will shock you that the children we are talking about, they don't listen. They literally don't listen to what you are saying. They don't learn by, oh, mommy said. No. I can tell you that for sure because I have to. I have seen their modus operandi. How do they learn? They learn by watching you. What are you doing? They learn by what you model. What are you doing? What are you saying? How are you living? That is the only way they learn. You cannot tell them, do what I say and not what I do. I'm sorry, it does not work like that in their own world. Because they are kids. They really do not understand how things are done in this world. So it is how we model, it is how we shape them, and that is by what we do, what they see us do, not what we say. And that is the truth. So the question is, what are we teaching them? What are we really teaching the younger ones? Alright? So young people can learn more from what we model than what we instruct. They are watching. Yes, you will be shocked. They are really, really watching. You think they are not seeing. You think they don't know. You think they don't. They are. Yeah, they are watching. They are seeing you. So they are watching how we speak. They are watching how we handle pressure, even as adults. They are watching how we treat people. How do you talk to people? If you have a nanny or you have a staff in the house, how do you treat these ones? Do you talk to them in a condescending way? Do you shout at them? Do you insult them? Do you abuse them? They are watching. And then you think that these kids will go out there and behave properly. No. It's as simple as ABC. It is what they see you do, they do. And that is the truth. How do we respond to failure? How do we respond to failure? You can't just teach them to say, oh, you always have to win. No, it doesn't work like that. They have to understand that failure is inevitable. They have to understand that failure is one of the things that shapes you in life. They have to understand that failure does not mean the end of the world. Everyone ought to fail at any given time. So it's not like, oh, they fail and then that's it. Everything collapses. They feel less of themselves just because they feel. No. That we have so many light bulbs today. Do you know what it took that man? How many times? Thank you. Until he finally got it. And then he did what? Replicated over and over and over and over. It did not take him once. He did not give up once attempt. He did it over and over and over and over until he got it. And the moment he got it, that's it. So how do we respond to failure? Do we just, picture ourselves, or we just, what's the word now? Do we just appear before these children to make them feel like, oh, it's all rosy, or oh, it's all perfect? No, if we do that, we are automatically shortchanging the children, because they will not understand what it takes to be a success. They think it will just drop or fall automatically on their laps. No. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. So we have to be able to teach them, to let them know that, oh, that you did not get it the first time does not mean you cannot get it again. You have to try. You have to encourage them. They have to see these things. You have to be vulnerable before these younger ones, because in the real sense, they are learning actually. They are learning. So what exactly are we teaching the younger ones? How do we define success? That's one thing that I would say that a lot of our parents in the past did not really do so much well to teach. And then they have produced children who just feel like, you know what, success has to be speed. No, it takes process. You have to trust the process. You have to trust the results. If you don't go through the process, there can't be a result. And even if there is a result, how do you defend that result? So how do we define success? Will you say because you love your child so much, or because you are trying to protect your name, so much so that you know that this child ought to sit for an examination, and you are going as far as enrolling the child for a special center? Please, exactly what are you teaching this child? You're telling the child that it is okay to cheat to be successful. What happens to you reading? Those days, I'm sure we still have, we have a lot of Gen Zs here, but I'm not of the Gen Z. I'm a millennial, even though I look Gen Z. Those days, we will burn candles. Oh my goodness, I promise you. You will burn candle. Or you will lit up lantern. So help you God that your bulb breaks. You will stay like that. Oh. You will stay like that. But guess what? You will read. You will soak your feet in water. And if you're in, such a family that has, good amount of money to afford coffee, you would sip coffee just because you want to what? You want to stay awake to read. You will read. Your ears like this will bring out smoke. Why? Why? Because you need to do what? You need to pass the exams. You need to pass the exams. My kids will always tell me, Mommy, don't worry, we'll bag the A's and the B's, we'll bag them back home for you. And they have made it an habit to bag the A's and B's back home. It is not a question of, will you or will you not? It is not a question. They know that it is a standard in the house. You read your books, and thankfully the kind of school they are in, nobody pads, what's the word now? The teacher will not pad the result for them. It is as you have done it. Simple. As you have written it. It is crystal clear. Plain. Transparent. If you did well, it is there. If you did not do well, it is there. So they know that Mommy will sit on their neck to read. When it is time for revision, I sit with them, regardless of whatever. I shun those things down. I sit with them and make sure that, you know what, I start asking questions. And when they come back with the A's and the B's that they like to brag about, I don't stop there. After like a week or two, during our playtime, I'll bring out their question books. I will sit with them. Randomly, I will ask questions. You know what I'm doing? I want to be sure that this thing they brought, all this A, B they brought, they have to defend it. I need to be sure. I have done it not once, not twice, over and over. So it is, what am I doing? I'm trying to let them know that, see, you have to work it out. The other day when I was speaking, we have a lot of things going on now, with, human body. They work things out, go to the hospital, they do surgery and all of that. Excuse me, when you want to work out your six-pack, will the doctors do that for you? No doctor will work your six-packs for you. You will have to work it out yourself, please. Sir, ma, you will hit the gym. Oh, I bet you. You will do sit-up, you will do plank, you will do as many as, just so that, you build that muscles. Muscles you will build. Nobody will do it for you. So how do we define success? Do we go shortcuts? Or the children are watching. They are watching. How do we use influence? This is another topic. How do we use influence and power? Because the children are seeing you. How you treat the people around you. How you talk to them. Do you oppress people? Do you suppress them because you're the high and mighty? And it's easy for children to just quickly imitate you. As a matter of fact, they amplify whatever they learn from you. Yeah. You see them just talk to them and you're like, wow, where did that come from? No, it didn't come from anywhere. An apple does not fall far from its tree. They see you do these things and they just copy. Children are very, very expert in copying. We have to learn how to. We just have to learn how to teach these children right. It's not all about perfection. Oh no, that is not what I am saying. It's not about perfection. It's not. It's about what? It's what we call morals and standards. In the house, the girls knows that this thing is not acceptable. They know without being told. They know. They know. They know that there are some things in the house that, no, it's not non-negotiable, not acceptable. I don't need to say anything. I'm a typical African mother. I will look at you in the eye. You will just automatically what? Align. Simple, standard. I don't talk much. I don't talk much. I would look at you in a certain way. They know the different kind of looks. I don't even need to talk. I just look at you. You'll be alright. My second daughter did not get it first. I was like, what happened to your eyes? Is anything? My first daughter said, "Ooh, you are done for. You don't understand. Come, let me tell you." I said, I was just looking at her. She took her younger sister and went into the room. Whatever she told her, I don't know. The girl came out looking all put together. Simple as that. Simple, straight line. Formation, order. I won't beat you, but you will just know that this one, I know. Whew. Why? How am I teaching them? Someone once said to me, "You're very strict." No, I am not very strict. There are just some things that you just need to tell them now when they are young, so that when they grow up, you will have rest of mind. They will not go and disgrace you outside. And disgrace your ancestor and your family lineage. Right? You see children go out and just behave in a certain way. And you know how it is in Africa, they will say, "Oh, the mother." They will never mention the father. Even if the mother trained the child and the child decided to get, what's the word now? Decided to retrain his or herself just because they want to fit into peer pressure and all of that. Any little mistake like this, they will send words back to the mother. But trust me, when you train up a child in the way that the child should go, I bet you, I promise you, that child, wherever that child is, the head will be correct. The head will be what? Very correct. Because the child will know that yes, mom is not here, dad is not here, but I have an identity to protect. I have integrity to protect. So they will behave well. But yes, children will always be children. We still give the exception, such tolerance. But we have to really, really teach them modeling. How are we teaching those children? How do we carry responsibility? The other day I was talking about how younger ones run away from responsibility. How do we carry responsibility? How do we teach them from the young age? My children know too well not to finish eating and leave their plate on the dining. For who? Who is your slave? As little as my 6-year-old was when she was 2, she would not come to me and say, "Mommy, I want to drink water," because I'd already taught her, "Auntie, you want to drink water? What is that? Dispenser. What is this drawer? What is in the drawer? Cup. You want water? You go to the drawer, pick up your cup, go to the dispenser, take water." That is not me being strict. I am only just training her to be responsible. What if mommy is not there at the moment and you need to drink water? Will you wait for mommy? No. And even when I have a nanny come in the house, I tell the nanny, "Please, these are the things you are not allowed to do for them. I ask you to come in and assist me, not to come and walk and kill yourself. Allow them to do these things. Certain things, age appropriate, they should be able to handle. At age 6, at age 9, there are some things that are expected for them to be able to handle themselves. I am not brooding and I'm not training children that will grow up in future and just waiting for someone to come do everything for them. That is not to say they are not princesses. Oh, come on, my girls are so girly. When I mean girly, they are so girly. As a matter of fact, they even teach me how to even be a girl. But guess what? Oh, when it is time for them to roll up their sleeves and get their hands dirty, they need not to be told the truth. How do we claim responsibility? They see you do these things. They see you do these things. So if we teach ambition without integrity, we raise clever manipulators. Simple as that. When we teach ambition without integrity, we are automatically raising clever manipulators. And if we teach them confidence without compassion, that's a problem. If we teach them confidence without compassion, we will end up raising proud but empty achievers. So how are we teaching this young world? What exactly are they learning from us? I go further to say that if we teach them visibility without purpose, we will raise performers instead of humans. So the question I am asking, I'm not asking this question, oh baby, no. Someday, sooner or later, we will all be parents. Someday, sooner or later, we will all be aunties. Someday, sooner or later, we'll all be fathers, mothers, uncles, right? We further say godfather and godmothers. What exactly are we teaching the younger generation? I have a little toddler in the house. My nephew. Simply because he's a bit taller now and his hands can reach the arc where we put keys. The young chap will legit go there, pick up every key that he lays his hand on. And guess what? He's trying to open the door. Whether it's your car key or the house key, whatever key, the young man wants to open the door. And if he's not able to open it, he will just stock the key there and leave it. Sometimes he will go with the key and keep it. But he won't return it back there. So you come and then you're looking for the key. Not once, not twice. And then last night, I had to call him. I said, Uncle, come. He followed me. He's almost 2 years. He'll be 2 years in 24. I said, Uncle, come. He told me, I want to show you something. I took him to that. And I said to him, key, door. And he said, no. I said, correct. Because that is the only way he can relate. That is the only way he can understand. So he knows that this is where the keys are and door. And I did like this. Once he sees your hand like this, it is a no. If you do him like this, it is a yes. So for me to do him like this, he knew that, okay, I don't beat him, I don't threaten, I don't shout, but I just have this, once he sees me and is misbehaving, and maybe he's, trying to be funny or naughty with the mom or the dad, if I just appear, he just has a way of, he will cooperate. Really? He will cooperate. So I took him there so that he will know that, okay, this one is not mommy, oh. This one is not daddy, this one is auntie, telling me that key, door, no. So he knows well not to go back there. How did I pass the information? Did I beat him? Did I shout? Nothing. I just, he followed me very, very, innocently. He just followed me like, oh, a child following. And I said, key, door, key, car key, house key, door. And he said, no. I said, yes, no. He said, no, key, door, no, yes. He understands. So there are different ways we can teach these children. We don't necessarily have to shout. But hey, when it is time that I want to be the typical African mother, I know how to be. When we need to use the rod, I know how to. But guess what? That is even not the way a lot of times. It should be something that, you sprinkle once in a while. When you get to use that over and over, you have lost the purpose, you've lost the essence. Yes, we know that rod, foolishness, and child, there's a bridge. The only thing that foolishness understands is rod, right? And the only thing that children understand to do, they like to be foolish. Why? Because they are children. They really do not know these things. And even though they know, some just want to be mischievous. It's something you cannot take out from kids. But so that you can align them, sometimes it's okay to use it. But most importantly, when you use the rod without modeling them well, that is wickedness. That is wickedness. Let it be that you have modeled, they have seen you, and then they refuse to, and you have corrected, they refuse to steal. Even you yourself, you will know that, yes, I'm justified to use this rod. By the time you're done using the rod, call them, sit them down, and let them know that this is the reason why I had to use the rod. And it is not a bad thing for you to apologize. Because they are also humans, they have feelings, right? They have feelings. So when you do what? Beats with this hand, when you correct with this hand, you draw close with the other hand. There comes the balance. So many young people today are being taught what to achieve, but not what or who to become. That is a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Like I said, we teach. Pass your exams. Make money. Be successful. Be popular. Be influential. Be independent. But very few people are intentionally teaching them how to think. So you tell them, pass the exam, so I don't need to tell them how to pass the exam because they know that it's standard in the house, you have to pass the exam. I don't need to tell you. Because I let them know that auntie, your school fees is not cheap. Yeah. I let them know, auntie, your school fees is not cheap. Your own school fees is not cheap. You have to. Wow. They don't have a choice. When they see that you're always sitting on their neck, you have built a structure. Time to play, they will play. Oh, if it is play, no. They know how to play. As a matter of fact, play is their fuel. Because if they don't play, their head, it doesn't run well. They have to, you see that play, I leave them to play the play very, very well. But when it is time for serious business, we sit there, we dig it together. I'm not the kind of mother that will leave you, go and figure it out yourself. No, I will show you the ropes. When I know that, okay, yes, you've grown to a certain stage where you can
do one or two yourself, I'll leave you to figure it out. And wherever, the whole thing has, intertwined, can now call me. I'll help you. So you teach them, oh, pass your exam, make money, be successful. I don't know, me, I want to start working. I said, oh, auntie, better calm down. Adulthood is not your great grandmother's age. Enjoy your what? Enjoy your adulthood. Your childhood. Because when the time for adulthood comes, bills upon bills, they are not smiling. Responsibility upon responsibility, know your mates. So now, you don't have anything you're worrying about. You're not paying any bills, you're not paying rent, you practically do not have anything you're worrying yourself about. And you know how they say that jobless people do the most? That's them. Their own is to make demands upon demands upon demand upon demand. How you get it doesn't concern them, it doesn't bother them, they don't care. Of course they shouldn't care, it shouldn't be their concern, right? Because they're children, after all. They are children, right? So she was like, oh, I want to start working so that I can start earning money, which actually I like that, that mindset about her, okay? But I needed to also balance it so that she doesn't grow thinking, I have to start taking responsibility at this early age. Oh no. You still have to make money. I will teach you how to make money, don't worry. I will give you some things to do in the house and I will pay you every month. And when I pay you every month, I will provide, we call it polo, piggy vests. I will provide you 3 each. And then I will tag one of it, saving and investments. The other one, spend the money. Money was meant to be spent. Spend your money. After all, you work for it. And then the other one will be for giving. So much so that when they are growing, they will understand. Because this thing I was not taught when I was growing. I have to learn it in a hard way. So me learning, I have to teach. Now be careful. Be careful. Be careful to think that, okay, because I am at this age, I don't need to learn anything. It's a lie. The more you learn, the more you grow. If you stop learning, you start dying. And when you learn, you are not just learning for yourself. You are learning so much so that when the time comes, when they grow to a certain age where you can pass on that knowledge, that is you passing on batons. You are passing to them knowledge that will help them in future. So please tell me, if you do not learn, how will you teach? If you do not learn, how will you transfer that knowledge to them? I have a particular recipe that I love to use. It's not my recipe. As a matter of fact, it is not my mother's recipe. Guess whose recipe it is? It is my great grandmother's recipe. You know how that's, we're doing some conversation the other day, and one said, that she grew up seeing her mother use a small pot to fry fish. I don't know if you've heard of that. A very small pot to fry fish. And then she asked him, why are you always using this small pot to fry fish? He said, because my mother used to, use that. And then she went to her mom, and her grandmother, to ask, Grandma, Mom said you. And she said, oh, my mother. And this is the 4th generation. She went to her great grandma to say, Mom, please, great grandma and mommy said that you used to use small pots to fry. That's what the grandma said. She said, oh, my baby, it was because the pot I had then was small. Simple as ABC. And now her mom has a very big, she can either decide to use a wok or a very wide frying pan, or even hair fryer, or even oven, or deep fryer. But because it is what was passed from one generation to the other generation, to the other generation, and then you know how these Gen Z children can be very, very wonderful. They will question everything. How? I don't understand. And that's how. I don't get it. You know the slangs they use now, you'll be forced to answer. And so help you God that you don't have the right answer to that. You have automatically shot yourself in the leg. Simple. Because they will dig in to be sure that they get to the very, very root of the matter. What are you learning? What are you going to pass on to them? What exactly are we teaching this younger ones? So you're telling them pass your exams, make money, be successful, be popular, be influential, be independent. But very few people actually are intentionally teaching them how to use your number 6. They say number 6, common sense they say is not common. Very people know, very few, like very, very few people know how to think. Few know how to lead. Not all of them know how to serve. How to even endure. They don't. They don't know how to endure. They don't know how to build character. They don't know how to build character. They don't know how to live with purpose. The other day, my girl's teacher called me and said, "Ma, please, I'd like to report a matter to you." This was like after 3 weeks of the matter. She was now calling me to say, "Ma, I want to report this thing." I allowed her finish. And when she was done, I said, "Ma, I am not pleased with you." She said, "Oh, Ma, what happened?" I said, "Why did you have to wait till now to bring this issue to my notice?" I like it. They will say, "As the what?" Instantly, at the moment, like that very, very moment, I want to kneel. You bring the leg, standard. You will not try it again because I will let you know that this you have done is unacceptable. So I told her, "I'm not pleased with the fact that you're just getting to tell me this." And I asked her, "Okay, so when she did that, what did you do?" Because I'm not that kind of a mother that will tell the teacher, "Don't discipline my child." It is not everything I can do. And it is not everything she can do. So parents and teachers have to work hand in hand to help these children. It should be like a double, 2-step verification. As they are receiving in the house, they are receiving in school. And then when she told me what she did, I said, "Thank you very, very much." I said, "Thank you very, very much. What am I going to do about that? I am going to revisit that matter. I will bring it up again with her," meaning the small auntie. "I will bring it up again with her. I will ask her. I need to interrogate why. I need to interrogate that. Because I can't just leave it be. If I leave it be, she will think, oh, mommy doesn't know about it. And then she'll just, might just do it to someone else. And then the person will say, your mother did not train you well. Whoa! So I'm going to bring it up. I will ask her a question. What happened? What made you do this? What I will ask her. I need to understand what was running in her head at that moment, why she did what she did. How are we building character? We don't teach them all of these things. We don't teach them how to live with purpose. I am planning for my 9-year-old girl. The moment she clocks 10, I am going to ask her a particular question that will keep her still. You know how children can be sitting down but all their genes are still jumping up and down. This one, the question I'm going to ask her Even with the fact that she's seated, all her genes too will sit down, will settle and think. I am waiting. Once she clocks 10, I will ask her that question. You know why I'm going to do that? I want to be able to shape her to be focused. I want to be sure that, yes, okay, in the little that I know, or out of the abundance of the knowledge that I know, I want to be sure that, yes, I am passing on something valuable, something that will set her in the right course. I want to be able to chart the course for her. You know, build a foundation for her to work with. I am not just going to let them just grow. After all, they are children. And leave them. Children are, you know, they will learn this thing. Yes, they will learn this thing, but age appropriate. You won't just leave them and they'll grow. No. Be intentional. They have to learn how to start living with purpose. Standard. So how are we teaching these children? So I said achievement without direction creates emptiness. That is the truth. They will be so empty. Empty. You will see the whole packaging like this. It's looking so beautiful and all. But when you check the inside, the content is nothing to write home about. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to write home about. That is not what we want. We want to be able to do what? Make sure that these ones, they know how to not just make money, be successful and all of that. They should know how to think. They should know how to think. They should learn how to lead. In this little, okay, maybe there's a little project. Okay, you handle this one. You be in charge of this. You be in charge of that. Little by little, you're teaching them how to lead. Yeah. We're doing home prefect, house prefect, class prefect, class captain, assistant class captain. All those things are what the little way we teach them how to lead. Her job in her class. Her job in class is that once her fellow student comes to class, she's just at the door like this. As you're entering, her hands are like this, meaning your assignments. She will say your assignment, don't waste my time. Because if she doesn't place the assignment on the table before her teacher arrives, she's to be held responsible. So if you are wasting her time, she'll be like this, please don't waste my time, your assignments. And if you don't, stay here like this. She'll tell you stay. Stay. You will not enter. Because even you yourself, you know that you can't stay enter. Not because she would. Because you know that if you enter and sit, and then your teacher marks, and then she's calling out names. Everybody stand up. And then she's calling out names and giving out the assignment. And you're still standing. You're in soup. So you want to do what you want to respect your father's name and stand. For whatever reason, you are not with your assignment. When the class teacher comes, you will explain yourself. She's not going to be the one to explain to the class teacher on your behalf. She will just say, please stand. The rest, go and sit down. When the teacher comes and sees you standing, automatically, she knows. Right? And so, however they do it, it doesn't concern her. Her own assignment is she has carried out the project. And she does that and she shows me. So we're not just teaching them how to teach them. Yes, let them know all these things. So you won't just tell them will be dependent, make money, and you're not teaching them how to think, you're not teaching them how to lead, you're not teaching them how to serve. They have this thing they do in school, they call it T-Day. So each person will take turns, you know, they will serve, they will bring water, they will offer you, you know, serviettes, they will offer you, you know, just, you sit and then they will serve you. What concerns the children? Are they supposed to be doing that? But they are doing what? They are stealing this knowledge. A lot of times when I want to eat, I will intentionally not bring water on the table. I'll just carry my food. Like, I can be very, very funny. I'll just carry my food from the kitchen and just sit on the dining. Or just sit anywhere in the parlor and eat it. Without being told. It's either the 6 years or the 9 years old will go and bring me a glass of water. I didn't need to ask. I didn't need to ask. Because when they were young, I did it for them. When we have visitors in the house, they see me doing this. Yes, I know I have a nanny. But there are some things I just do not handle myself. You don't come to my house and you are not being fed. As a matter of fact, it is a taboo. Even if it is not food, but so I will entertain you. I will present to you something. That was how my mother taught me. So the children already knows that you come to the house, the first thing they offer you, whether you ask or you don't ask, they go bring a glass of water. Act of service. Did I have to say to them, go and bring water for this store or go and bring water for me? No. They saw me do this thing to them. They see me do these things when people come to the house to visit. As a matter of fact, the day my nanny came, they were at home. I went, I took a glass, I took water, and I gave to the nanny. They see these things. They can't even say, oh, if this one is a nanny or my mommy's sister. They don't know which one to say. Because I don't treat my nanny as nanny. I treat them like my own blood. So they see how I do these things. I don't need to say, I don't need to open my hand and say, no, they see. Because that is the fastest and the best way they learn. Act of service. How to endure. Some people have zero tolerance for endurance. But then you won't really blame them. It is just how they were wired. Why some people have a way, they call it coping mechanism, way of coping with things. So they have to be able to figure out which one to for them. You have to teach them. When they come, oh mommy, this person did this, I will allow them to vent. When they finish, I'll say, okay, mama, I've tried. What? Do you think you want to try it this way and let me see if it will work? That way I've ended up absorbing the old emotions and everything, but then helping her focus on a positive way of coping with the thing and also solving whatever issue it was. So she knows, okay, she's supposed to endure this and find a solution to it. She knows what to endure and what not to endure. But that is also another balance. You cannot be enduring abuse that is intentionally inflicted on. No, they already know. Bully is a no-no. Make sure that you are not the first to bully anybody. But if anybody bullies you, me, your mother, I have given you permission. You know what to do. Simple. Because the truth is, you see these bullies, they cannot take a fraction of what they are dishing. When you stand up for yourself, that disarms them. They're like, oh, okay, this one is a no-go area. But the moment you're quiet and you allow yourself being bullied, because I was bullied as a child growing up. Oh yeah. You see how petite I am? Oh, I bet you. I promise you I was bullied. But guess what? The day I stood up for myself, that was the end of it. You see this straight face that people say I have? Before I used to be laughing gas. I smile a lot. But in a way, just to cope with this coping mechanism, I had to do what? Start framing my face in such a way that if it shows you, oh man. That was me building a wall to shield myself because I know that I'm very, very petite. And all these people just come and bully me. So I just figured that, okay, this face, if I put it in a certain way, if I structure and I position the face in a certain way, be rest assured that they will not come. And guess what? Oh, my formative age, unconsciously and automatically sticks with my face. So when you catch me unconsciously, you see me have a straight face. But that is not to say that I am angry, or I am proud, or I'm a snob. No. I'm trying to undo that face. But, well, it's not something that is gradually is fading out. But guess what? I think that face is also helping me in some ways. Because the truth is, it has its own advantage and disadvantage, actually. Yes, I get into some places so much so that nobody comes to say any nonsense to me. When you sit from afar or you're approaching and you see the face, you would have known that, okay, this one, no. I don't think I want to approach this one to go and say nonsense. Except that thing is extremely very, very important. Then you can approach me. Nobody will just walk up to me and want to insult me, or talk to me in a condescending way, or say any. No, aside from the face, the way I carry myself, the way I will dress, the way I will as an appear, you will know that, okay, this one. But it is when you come closer, and then you get to say, oh, this girl, oh, she's actually an amazing person. Wow. Then you get to know that, okay, she has a good heart. But from afar, you would have thought, this one, eh? If I walk like this and I take another breath, I'll just collapse. So, did I endure? Yes. At that early stage, I endured bullying until I finally did what? I stood up for myself. And that was end of that person bullying me. So, it is a standard thing in the house. Don't be the first to bully. But if anybody born of a woman bullies you, don't need to come home and tell mommy. You already know what to do. Report the person to your teacher. First thing first. And if the teacher addresses the issue and the person continues or still deal with the situation right there and there. And I tell them, even if it is an adult bullies you, with respect, tell the adults, excuse me, ma'am, excuse me, sir, with all due respect, this is not acceptable. You don't talk to me like this. You don't treat me like this. I am going to report you to the authority. I'm going to report you to my mother. When a child talks like that to an adult, the adult will know that, oh, no, this one, no. So not just enduring the younger one up. No, there has to be balance, because I know of adults that bullies children. And I know children that bullies adults. And I know children that bullies children. So, how are we teaching them? How are we teaching them? How are we teaching them? So I move on to say visibility without identity creates pressure. It does create pressure. And that is why many young people today are talented yet very unsure. 0, 0, 0, 0 unsure of, okay, is this or is this not? Yes, are they talented? Very, very. But they're not. They're just not. Oh, I'm sure. Yes, they don't. And you're wondering, okay, what is happening? What is happening? How are we teaching this children? How are we teaching connected yet lonely, educated yet misdirected, busy yet unfulfilled, busy doing nothing, nothing to show for. What should we really be teaching the younger people? If we truly want a better future for them, then we must intentionally teach them the foundations that shape strong life. Those are the likes of Dangote, the likes of Lon Shalakuja, the likes of Yelumelu, those are the likes of Eloquence. Just go on and on and on. Look at their lives. Look at their lives. When you really sit down and you study about this, they are not extraordinary people. They are ordinary people like everyone else who walked their way to be extraordinary. They don't have 10 heads. But you would have known from the story that someone was there to teach them. Someone was there intentionally shaping them, or unintentionally, circumstantially, somehow, but someone was there. There was a foundation being laid, right? Whether by them or by another, there was just someone helping them, showing them, shaping them. And they themselves, they were willing to, learn. It didn't drop on them. Teach them identity before ambition. Yeah. Young people must first understand what their identity is before ambition. Because if you teach them ambition before identity, you have successfully ruined their future. They will mix everything up and just make a complete total mess of everything. And then when they get there, just because they don't know their identity. I spoke the other day a little about identity. Your identity comes from your father. The DNA of your father is what proves your identity. Because if you do not have his DNA, how then are you bearing his name? Except maybe you were adopted, or maybe surrogacy. Even the surrogacy, there's always a trace. So, except for the case of maybe adoption. But how is it that your supposed biological father and your supposed biological mother come together in unity, one accord, to bring you forth into earth? And then situation in life happened that they needed to go behind to go and run DNA test. And then the surpriser was surprised, or the surprisee was surprised that 99.99999% 99.0099 is not a match. How do we explain that? Where did you come from? Who is your father? Who is your father? Where did you emanate from? Right? So that DNA has to be there to prove that, yes, so I am the son of, I am the daughter of. So when you don't know your identity, you are lost, though. You are lost. Because you don't know your roots. You don't know your roots. Who are you? Who goes you? Who is your father? In the olden days, I was saying the other day that if a man wants to go marry a woman, right? When the father of the girl is asking question, the first question, so help you God that you went to the house to go and visit the supposed girl, and then you happen to meet the father or the mother. If it's the siblings, they are those ones, but either the mother or the father. That's how are you? After you have, finished prostrating and you get up. Oh, how are you? What is your name? I know that our mother and our father. My son, how are you? What is your name? Eh? Who is your father? That is always the question. Who is your father? I want to know your identity. I want to know where you came from. I want to be sure that in your family there is no klepto, or there is no, there is no 2 minutes, misbehavior. I want to be sure that you people don't play organism on women, turning her to a punch. I want to be sure. Can you take care of my daughter? Are you a provider individual? Are you? Thank you. So it is from your father, from that lineage, that identity will determine if you are fit to have their daughter stand in marriage, or if you should just keep it moving. So when you answer and say, oh, I am the son of so person from so family, from so village, or so town. I know then, it was quite few then, it was like how massive everywhere, populated and crowded. Then everybody actually knew everybody. So even if you don't know exactly the person, someone that knows someone that knows someone will know your family. So they will start, doing interpretation. Even without your knowledge, they would have gone and asked questions. They would have gone to ask questions. Yeah, who is your father? You want to know who your father is. It's not about, oh, maybe your father is influential, or maybe your father has money, or this. No, there are some basic things that needs to be. Who is your father? Your identity. Who they are, why they matter, what they carry, what they represent. All of these things carries weight. Young people must learn to understand these things first before ambition sets in. What are we teaching the younger ones? I can tell you that a lot of us here, it's my chest to tell you that a lot of us here did not know these things when we were growing up. And so we literally have to learn it very hard way. And I'm speaking from experience because lots of the things that I know now, I didn't know them when I was young. Not because my mom didn't want to teach me, or she taught me the things that she knew at that time. And yes, oh my goodness, she did amazingly well. In her capacity, I give it to her. My mom trained me well. She trained me well. I can beat my chest to say that, yes, this, no, my mom, in heaven, I totally for you. You tried for me. She trained me well. So now, because when identity is missing, comparison begins. And then comparison destroys confidence. You need to tell the challenge, your mates that's carrying first. You don't bring the number 10 to the house. Those people that have 10 head, why can't you be like Chibuzo? Why do you do that? Why should you do that? Why? Sheyi and Chibuzo, are they the same? No one child, even from the same mother, is the same. As how do I put it now? So when I'm on the phone with my girls, right? A lot of times I don't get to differentiate their voices because they sound alike. So I often will say, "Oh, who is speaking at the moment?" "Oh, mommy, it is me." "You who?" And then she'll mention, "Oh, okay, it's you. Okay. Thank you. That's what we're doing, so that I'll know what I'm directing to, you know." And then when she'll say, "Give the phone to your sister," and then the son will pick up the phone. "Oh, mommy," sounding exactly like this one. "I am. Oh, is that you?" "Yes, mommy, it is me." "You who?" But when you see them, one looks like me, my clone. The other looks like the father, slow. But the voice is the same. I gave birth to them, oh, but on phone, on the call, when I'm on, no, I cannot identify their voices. I can't identify them. When they come to me physically, when they talk, "Oh yes, okay, I know I'm talking to the scene and all of that." But please, they can scam me on the phone. The 9-year-old can say, "Mommy, I want this." Meanwhile, I'll be thinking it's a 6-year-old. Meanwhile, so they can scam me. Right? And then I will not say it because, no, I won't compare them. No one child is the same. Especially their uniqueness, what they are able to do, you know, they are not the same. The only thing I'll say maybe they are the same is the voices. Maybe with time, when they grow, you know, it will change. But as of now, you see that voice is there. It's something I'm dealing with, and I am being helped. I am being helped to handle the voices. But are they the same? No. Do they have the same capacity? No. They are both unique in their ways. One is more logical, and the other one is more emotional. I know what to push to this one that is logical, even though she's a girl, but she's logical though. And I know what to push to this one that is emotional. I would tell my nanny, any nanny that comes to her, I'll say, if my second daughter accepts you, I'm afraid. If she does not accept you, I am sorry. No matter how much I like you, there's nothing I can do. I know her love language. I know how she expresses these things, right? If I see any of it, I will know, okay, yes, there is hope. But if she comes behind me, hold my hands, or she just come and sit behind, or beside me rather, or she just walks out of the scene, forget it, no hope. Nothing. So before they come back from school, I would have hinted the nanny. My second daughter comes and she likes you. You're welcome. If she doesn't, I'm sure there's nothing like that. Because in the long run, when I'm not at home, who am I going to leave them with? You now. So why would I be torturing the young girl? Or mommy left me with someone that I don't like. Or mommy left me with someone I'm not safe with. Right? But you see my first daughter, that one, she doesn't have any issues. She can get along with anybody. Like she's, you know, she just cool, calm and collected like that. She doesn't send you, like, you know, she just, you know, she's more like, day with me, we got a day. She doesn't have any issues. She doesn't. But I see the second one, she's more like that. And because the second one likes to claim last one. Me, I used to tell her, even though I know that I'm not giving birth again. But I said, Angel is fancy. You're not the last one in this house. Don't be giving me last one vibes. That is to make her understand that I'm okay, mommy might still, even though I know I am not anymore, right? But then, they are both unique in their ways. I have never I will never compare them with another child. Why will you do that? You have succeeded in shattering that child's confidence. If the child thought to herself, "Oh, I think I can do this," but because you have just, it's just like, the mommy does not believe in me, so why should I believe in myself? So comparison destroys confidence. A young person who knows who they are cannot be easily misled by friends. When they know that daddy has my back, daddy is always supporting, mommy is my number one cheerleader, my number one fan, no matter what, no matter how, mommy's got my back. Their friends will not lead them astray because they know that no matter how bad it is, they are good. So long they have mommy support, daddy this, mommy that, they are good. They can never be led astray. Teach them character before success. Right? I do tell people that your gifts, your talents will take you there, will take you up. But what will sustain you up there is your character. It is your character. You might not really be talented, but that you have character and you are able to pull your weight. Yes, you will still make it. But that you're very talented, you don't have character. Forget it. It's a no-no. Teach them character before success. Character is what protects destiny. Talents may open doors, but character keeps them open. They must learn integrity, honesty. They must learn how to respect, how to be accountable, and self-discipline. Because the world is not lacking talented people. No, you'll be shocked at what you think you know. When someone else has come, they'll dust you off. They will dust you off completely. They will dust you off completely. The world is not lacking trustworthy people. So teach them character. They are talents, but they have to be what? They have to be accountable, have self-discipline. They have to have respect, not just for people, but also for themselves. You set a time for meeting. You said, okay, meeting is going to be for 10 a.m. And you are coming in 10:30 or was 11. And the person whom you're supposed to meet with has been there waiting for you. And you didn't think it's okay to send in words to say, oh, my apologies, please, I am running late. If you do that, that shows that you have respect for that person's time and also have respect for your own self and your integrity. Shows that you are responsible. Or you just show up, oh, I'm so sorry. I did not know that. I start giving an excuse. What happened to you sending in words earlier? No, so I'm sorry, I might be running late. Please. Even if you end up getting there exactly that time, let it be recorded that, okay, yes, you sent in words because you thought you were going to be late. That shows what responsibility. Please, how many minutes do I have already? 5 minutes, okay. So, we teach them self-discipline because the world is not lacking talented people. The world is lacking trustworthy people. Teach them purpose before popularity. Many young people today are being trained to be seen, not to serve. But real greatness is not measured by attention. It is measured by impact. So they must understand that you were not created to just exist. You were created to contribute to a life that serves others, not because you are. No, you have to serve others just because you were also served. You were also taught. Alright? So teach them teach them resilience before comfort. For the future belongs to people who can stand strong. Strong. They can stand strong during pressure. Young people must learn. Failure is not the end. Mistakes are not shameful. Delay is not denial. Growth takes time. So if we must protect them from every struggle, we must weaken their strengths. Yes, I say that. If we protect them from every struggle, we must weaken their strength. But if we guide them through challenges, we build their confidence. And the last I will say is teach them responsibility before entitlement. The world does not improve because people complain. They improve because people take responsibility. Young people must learn. Your voice matters. Your choice matters. Your action matters. Your consistency matters. They must know that these things really do matter. They are not just for future leaders, they are present contributors. So we're not leaving these things for the government, we're not leaving these things for the people in power. We are shaping these younger ones. Like they will say, charity begins at home. We teach them from the house, and then when they go out there, they show up and show forth what has been taught. Because they know that, yes, we came from a home where we were well trained. And, that way we'll have a lot of rest in this, in this country. When we're talking about discipline or no discipline, this or no that, we know that, okay, yes, we did our best, and then we know that in future, we are rest assured that these children will come out well. At this point, I would round up and then pass the mic over to the next speaker. Thank you very, very much. Okay, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here again. I remain Taiwo Ochewale. Now, this morning, I have titled my speech, Beyond the Classroom, Reflective Insights from a Decade of Teaching. And this is based off inspiration from my previous speech, where I shared reflective insights and lessons within the 24 hours of a traumatic event. And so I decided if I could pick up lessons, if I could pick up insights from a traumatic event within 24 hours, then how much more an entire decade of teaching, interacting with students from different backgrounds, parents with different orientations, and even working with all sorts of humans and colleagues. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it would be my great pleasure to take us on a very interesting ride this morning. And the interesting ride would be sharing with us what an entire decade of teaching across several levels of learning has been, and most importantly, what lessons, what reflections, what insights can we all gain from it. Now, first things first, I would like to start from what I would call the humble beginning. And that would be reflective insight number one. Everyone has a humble beginning, and so must you. Now, like many of us have already known, I am a proud educator, and while I can say I'm a proud educator now, I would like to be as brutally honest as possible. I was not always a proud educator. As a matter of fact, I can only say I'm a proud educator now because now there is some evidence, just like Burna Boy said. If I remember the video was about if you've tried your very best and you have tried and tried and tried and you eventually fail, you go explain, tire. No evidence. And so it is only when there is evidence that you can actually be proud of what you are doing. And so maybe now I can say I'm a proud educator because there are some evidences. But I want us to go back in time to when there was no evidence. And when Dr. T was not Dr. T, and Dr. T was not actually proud to be a teacher or an educator. And so the humble beginning, lesson number one. Again, everyone has a humble beginning, and so must you. Now, back then, I remember starting with part-time teaching, school teaching, let me put it that way. Now, personally, I have never been one to, let me put it this way, stay in a particular place. I do not like being restricted, stationary. I do not like it at all. And so, even back then when I was teaching in schools, secondary schools to be precise, I remember I was never a full-time teacher. I was a part-time teacher, and so I was combining teaching in 3 schools at the same time, maximizing income. And I recall as at then, even though I call it a humble beginning, what I was aggregating from the 3 schools I was teaching at the time was more than what full-time teachers were earning then. And even now, when I recently had a mentee, someone teaching in secondary school, and wanted me to mentor her, and I asked how much she was earning now, I realized even what I was earning then was far higher than what she is earning as a full-time teacher now. And so, this was a reflective insight for me, which I would like to share with us. Believing someone can pick 1 or 2 things from these. Now, the reflective insight was that apart from the fact that we all have a humble beginning does not equate a humble income. The fact that you're starting from a humble beginning does not mean you must suffer for a long period of time. I am someone who belongs to the school of thought that, and I will say this unapologetically, there is absolutely no glory in suffering. Again, there is no glory in suffering. And I say this coming from a profession which, if we're being honest, is very much devalued, disrespected in Nigeria. I say this coming from a point of view or from years of someone who for the longest time would not be so proud to say I'm a teacher because of the perception that, it receives. And so, there is absolutely no glory in suffering. That was the first reflective insight for me. And that was why, even from what I called the humble beginning, I remember even as I was teaching simultaneously as a part-time teacher in 3 schools, I recall that I was still not satisfied. I felt there was more that I could offer to the industry than teaching at that level and in those places. And so that for me would then be reflective insight number 2. And the second insight for me, when I think about it now retrospectively, is a burning hunger, a growing hunger, something that tells you within that there is more than I can achieve than I currently am. And for me, that was the push that I needed. Simply knowing that being at that level was not the best of my capability was all I needed to know. And that was the push that drove me further. Now, I remember, again, during the period of my teaching in schools, now, I think I've said this before, I would consider myself, permit me to use this word, as a grammarian. I know it's not the right word because it actually has a different meaning. But then, the popular meaning, I would consider myself a hustler. Yes. Because even as I was teaching in 3 secondary schools simultaneously, I would go to the schools in the morning, from one school to another, up until the closing time, 2, 3, 4 p.m. And then, instead of resting for the day, I would then continue to go and teach in tutorials for JAM and RISE students. And the cycle was like that. Leaving the house in the morning, coming back late at night, tired, exhausted, worn out. And then it gets to a point where you must ask yourself, and you literally have to sit yourself down. You see, it's one of 2 things. Either you sit yourself down, or SAPA will sit you down. But in either ways, you would sit down and then you would ask that question. Either you ask yourself that question, or SAPA would ask you the question, is this how I am going to continue? If you don't ask yourself that question, SAPA will sit you down and tell you, I will deal with you. And so, luckily for me, I did not wait for SAPA to sit me down. I sat myself down. And for me, that would link to the third reflective insight. As much as possible, in the very little things that you do, strive to be exceptional. As much as possible. Strive to be absolutely exceptional. And I say this because even though at the time, still from the humble beginnings, I was teaching in not just secondary schools. Secondary schools that were, in fact, now that I look back, some of them were not considered even the core schools, quite frankly. But even at the time, I remember I would strive to deliver my very best, whether at schools or at tutorials, in a classroom or in a JAM lesson. And so, I kept on doing that, and I remember finally, one of the tutorials I was teaching for, it was a good friend. because of the dedication I was putting into my craft, it referred me to another teacher, a fellow teacher, who happened to teach online and was teaching students in the diaspora, UK, US, Canada, different parts of the world. And so, the first question that man asked, I wish I could say his name. The first question, I'll tell him Mr. X. The first question Mr. X asked was, are you sure of this man? Are you sure of Mr. Taiwo? Can he really deliver? The man I would later come to know was, or is a very, very, very skeptical person. He only takes people based off referral. And he would ask you a lot of questions because he will tell you if anything goes wrong, he's going to blame you for bringing the person in. And so, my colleague, my friend that owned the tutorial, vouched absolutely for me. And now, these are the key points I want us to pick from these reflective insights. Now, at the time, I'll be honest with you, even though I could say I was, let's say, good, I was a good teacher, perhaps I dare say I was exceptional, the truth was that I was actually very much limited to the Nigerian curriculum. Because that was all I had known, that was all I had taught. I was very much limited to the Nigerian curriculum. But then, something about me, which I believe many of us might share in common, like many other Nigerians, especially someone who knows they have great potential. When someone asks you, can you do so, and so? Now, even if you cannot do it, the typical Nigerian that has great potential, emphasis on great potential, will tell you, yes, nah, in fact, I've been doing it for so years. I have experience in it. And so when that man himself asked me questions, Mr. Taro, they said you are very good. Can you teach UK students? I absolutely had no idea about their curriculum at the time. I didn't know what their English was like. I didn't know anything about their educational system, their structure, and everything, their exams. But there was one thing that I knew, and that was enough for me to reply. I knew that so far as English is concerned, I had tremendous potential. I had the foundational knowledge. And most importantly, lesson number 2, which I had mentioned, I had the burning hunger to develop myself. And that was enough. I told him, Mr. X, no panic. You see, they will bring more referral because of me. Eventually, years later, that would actually be the case. Because years later, every and any new English class he had, I would always be the first he would call. It got to a point whereby I literally even had no time for new classes. But we'll get there in time. But that is the next reflective insight. There are a lot of reflective insights because it spans over a decade. And so I'm definitely going to lose track of them, but you can keep count of them. And so, because I was sure of my own potential, I had the confidence to accept the challenge, because for me it was a challenge at the time. And then, this would lead to the next reflective lesson. Sacrifice is important, and without sacrifice, certain progresses, certain advancements cannot be achieved. I believe that should be number 4 or 5. Sacrifice is important, and without it, certain level of advancement can never be achieved. Now, why do I say this? I say this because now that I look back, and I can share the journey of how I first started teaching international students. The truth is, at the time, because the man was technically like an agent, he would, he was the one basically in touch with all the parents, the students and everything, and he would only assign classes to tutors like myself. So technically, he was the one paying us. And I kid you not, up to today, I cannot say how much I was collecting for those classes, because that is how ridiculously low it was and still is. That was how ridiculously low it was. Shame no go gree me talk am. See, there's a level there's a level of sacrifice you must have paid for improvement that when you look back at it, you can only appreciate the fact that it paid off in the long run. And an example was this. I remember for me, it was basically about the prestige. Just the fact that I'm teaching UK students was just, it was enough. Honestly, it was a joy giver for me. Just the fact that I would be on my phone. I remember back then, it was my dearly beloved Techno Camon X. A phone that I proudly used for over 5 years. And even though because my students started saying, Mr. Taiwo, will you not change this phone? And my colleagues started entering me. I would have continued using that phone until that phone was tired of life. But then I remember I started the online teaching with my Android Techno Camon X. And for me, the satisfaction was just the fact that I could be somewhere in public, or I could have been, yes, seated at the back, and my phone would be on speaker, teaching the classes, and just the fact that the person sitting beside me would hear one Oyinbo voice saying, Mr. Taiwo, can you please say that again? And then people would look at me like, who is this one teaching like this? That was the joy for me. You see, you would not understand, but you see, when you're used to teaching only Nigerian students, especially in Mushi, and you finally have the opportunity to teach a student in UK, you see, even if they ask you to teach it for free, as at that time, I would have probably and gladly taught it for free. Because for me, it was about the exposure. I was willing to do it to get the exposure, the experience, the familiarity with the curriculum. It was about putting myself out there and getting familiar with a new terrain. That was a highlight for me. And so, I would say I was paying my dues then. Because I remember I started with just one class. I was teaching just one student. I remember the student very well. I wish I could say her name. She was, I think, a Sierra Leonean in the diaspora. Yes, our origin, our descent was Sierra Leone, but they were in the UK. And I was teaching her just like once a week or so. And I kid you not, you cannot guess how much I was collecting at the end of the month. I mean, just take a wide guess. How much do you think someone teaching in the UK would have been collecting? Let's say as far back as, let's say, 5-6 years ago. Over 100K. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. But if you divide it by 2, and divide it by 2 again, and now divide it by another 2 again. You see, when I see, because you were not inside when I said it. So that was paying the sacrifice. That was a sacrifice for me. That was a sacrifice for me. And that was why at that time, even though there was that prestige of people knowing that, oh, okay, he's teaching UK students, I did not say how much I was collecting at that time. Because it was actually exploitation. You know, he was collecting the money and just paying tutors. And so, most of the time, or in many of the cases, it was simply exploitation. At the time, I did not know it was exploitation. another inherent feature of capitalism. The proletariats are working, the bourgeoisies are reaping the profits. But then, that was sacrifice for me. And in a way, in as much as, again, shame no go gree me talk the amounts, I am quite appreciative of the fact that I paid those dues, because those years would be the foundation for the humble beginning. Because like I had said, I was only familiar with just Nigerian curriculum, JAM, WAEC, GCE, all essentially the same. If you can teach JAM and WAEC, you can teach any other Nigerian curriculum. They were all the same thing. But then for the first time, I was putting myself out there, and regardless of the meager salary, regardless of the peanuts, the satisfaction for me again was the prestige. Hearing the Igbo voice. And the exposure was the major benefits. And the reflective insights which I think I would like to share with someone is, sometimes you have to sacrifice the big earning. Sometimes you have to just pay your dues. Sometimes you have to sacrifice and pay your dues for a bigger reward in the future. Now, had I decided that I was bigger than that amount as at that time, I would probably not have gotten the foundation that I needed, upon which I would later establish my own online tutoring agency, upon which I could now confidently say, today there is virtually no international curriculum or exam that I cannot teach. IELTS, TOEFL, SAT, CELPIP, IGCSE, GCSE, UK SAT, US SAT, Cambridge 11 plus, Cambridge 13 plus. Technically every international exam and curriculum you can think of. And so, about 2 weeks ago, I was at a tutorial. And like many other tutorials, you see them with their banner, and they will list all their services, they will list all the exams. Many a times you see all the tutorial list, IELTS, SAT, TOEFL, and in addition to JAM, WAEC and the likes. And so I saw that tutorial, they listed IELTS, GRE, SAT, TOEFL, those 4 exams. And I was like, oh, you guys teach IELTS, yes. And the coordinator, they looked at me and said, for where? You say, we just went down for there, oh. They do them. And I was quite intrigued. I was intrigued because I looked at those 4 exams, IELTS, SAT, TOEFL, and GRE. There was a time in my life where I could not teach any one of them. And here I was in a tutorial. And they could not even teach any of the listed exams. And I reflected upon my journey. And I looked at the 4 exams. And I was like, I currently have students for even all of them. IELTS, GRE, SAT. And I was appreciative of the growth and how far I'd come. And why it was necessary that I had paid my dues back then and made the necessary sacrifices. As a matter of fact, I remember the very first online class the man assigned to me. It was a boy in Saudi Arabia. Again, the joy for me was just teaching someone outside the country, really. There was a boy in Saudi Arabia. And the reason I'm sharing this is because, in as much as it is good to know your craft, it is also more important to know the tools and infrastructures that you use in your craft. It is one thing to be good. It is another thing to be proficient with the tools that will make you better. And why do I say this? I say this because, now, for that Saudi Arabia class, this boy was, should I say, unserious, but then anyways, I was just new to Zoom. I use Zoom for most of the classes. And I remember a particular day, now that I think about it, I feel rather silly. Because now, if many of us are familiar with Zoom, I believe we should, because now everybody does meetings on Zoom. You know, there's a place where you have your name on Zoom, and you can see the person's name either below, you know, if the person is not showing their screen or video. Now, this particular boy actually changed his name on Zoom to, how you take no? You don't know how for you. This boy changed his Zoom name to Reconnecting. And so, I'll be teaching this boy, and I can't remember his name, thankfully, and I'll be like, let me just use a random name. Salam, are you there? Kali, and this boy will keep quiet. And I will be seeing Reconnecting, I'll be like, hey, Jesus. Not knowing the hero of my life, you get one insult where I'm supposed to use. And I'll be seeing Reconnecting, I'll be like, and for several lessons like that, until the day I finally found out, and then I almost ran mad, like, so this boy has been toying with my head. It was later the man was not telling me that the boy told his parents that actually he does not want to go to school. He wants to be a musician. He does not want to go to school, he doesn't want to be a musician. And so, for me, now that I look back at it, they might pain me, but then they were necessary sacrifices. Because now I can say I'm familiar with at least most or all of the tools I need for my craft. I have explored them. In fact, from downloading materials and looking for materials, I've started even creating my own, using tools like Canva to create my own lesson notes, my own lesson plans, using AI tools like Chalky and the likes to create my own interactive lesson plans. But then there was a period where I could not do any of those. It was just me and my daily beloved Android Techno Camon X. And days when there would be students that would frustrate your life. I remember again there was a particular student. His name was Elisha. And I will never forget Elisha. They were brothers, there were two brothers, Elijah and Elisha. Yes, elder brother and younger brother. Elijah and Elisha. Yes, that's a biblical allusion, a reference. Now, I will never forget Elisha because even my neighbor will never forget Elisha. Yes. I was, at the time where we were staying at the time, we were staying downstairs, we had a neighbor upstairs. And almost every Tuesday, because the classes were on Tuesdays, almost every Tuesdays, if you pass beside, the window of my room, what you will hear me shouting is, Elisha, can you hear me? And I was surprised when one day in the morning, my neighbor greeted me and said, Elisha, can you hear me? For the longest time, he was calling me, Elisha, can you hear me? Or Elisha, can you see my screen? If you use Zoom very well, you will shout that, can you see my screen? Corporate life is not for the weak. You go to shout, can you see my screen? Can you hear me? And so, there are days like that. Days like that where students would almost frustrate the living out of you. In fact, I remember a particular situation, a particular student, Benjamin. It looks like the biblical names were the ones that troubled me the most. Because Benjamin's case, I remember, and you see, something about these international students is, and that's another thing, cultural shock. Coming from someone who was, remember I said I was only used to teaching Nigerian students in Mushi, For context, one of the schools I taught in, the principal literally told me, see, beat their life. He said, we have pain for this purpose. And now imagine transitioning from that kind of scenario to number one, I can't even see you.
Like the contrast.
If I can even see you now, I might, God knows I would have beaten some of these UK students. Honestly. No joke. Because tell me why I gave Benjamin assignments, and in the next class, Benjamin, have you done the assignments? What would Benjamin tell me? I don't know. I'm like, wait, but I have to process it. You don't know whether you have done the assignment. Like, it is either yes or no. Benjamin, have you done the assignment? I said, I don't know. What do you mean you don't? See, as I'm remembering, I'm getting angry. What do you mean you don't know whether you have done the assignment? Check your notebook. I don't know. Oh, I went crazy that night. I have to speak to his mom before I lost my mental health. I just said, okay, Benjamin, can I speak to your mom? And he didn't know what I wanted to do. He too, gullibly, trying to give his mom the laptop. And I'm thankful the mother was like a traditional African woman. Because right in front of me, she scolded his life. And that, in fact, it cured me of that frustration. And so, many months later, when he started doing well in class, and I wanted to give his mom the good feedback, I said, Benjamin, can I speak to your mom? What did I do? I said, oh no, calm down. Don't worry, let's give her the laptop first. I didn't do anything. I was listening. I said, calm down now. And eventually he gave her the laptop, and I gave her the good report, the good feedback, and was surprised. But then there were days like that. Days whereby students would frustrate the life out of you. And that's just the online part. And I was sharing in one of my speeches, and I said, I don't suffer. I was even mentioning the teaching aspect. The teaching aspect is an entire ball game in itself. Especially when you start out quite early, and you happen to have a rather let me say young and well, I don't think I have a small body now, but if you think I have a small body now, imagine how it must have been 7-10 years ago. Exactly. So let me say, especially when you start out young and having a slim body. And so, I remember once even teaching physical classes in one of the tutorials. I remember once I sent a student out, and she was reluctant. And then, it was either I leave the class or she leaves. But I was not willing to leave the class because it doesn't make sense. Why would I leave the class for students? And others will. And again, remember, context, Mushi. The tutorial was in Mushi. I myself was born and bred in Mushi. We were laughing pot we. Well, how I wish I had that when they wanted to take my phone. But they were disappeared though. I met a higher level of worry. So, but then, I was like, are you mad? For the first time in my life, a student told me, you are mad. Exactly. You could imagine the shock as well on my own face. I did not see it coming. The whole class wanted to scatter that day. And again, the reflective insight for me was, I learned conflict management. Teaching for over a decade has taught me conflict management. Recently, because now, I mentioned I've been doing tutorial tours for the JAM students. And in one of the tutorials, I was invited to come for an English seminar. Something similar happened again. But this time around, I was able to manage it differently. This time around, it was a boy. And he was trying to form guy. And I was just smiling. Again, at that point, it was either I leave the class or I mandated that he leaves the class. And as always, I would refuse to leave the class for students while others suffer and miss out the knowledge. And so, like that first time, I handled it differently. And eventually, he left. And the whole class was surprised. But then, you can't be doing something for over a decade and be doing the same things over and over again. Like a wise philosopher once said, madness is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. You can't be doing the same thing over and over again and be expecting a different result. That would be madness. And so, those were the periods of humble beginning. That is phase 1. Then, phase 2 would now be transitioning from those days of humble beginning to something better. Because I would still consider everything I'm doing right now humble beginning. I never arrived. There's still a long journey ahead. A long journey ahead. So I dare not say I've arrived. And so, transitioning to a better level, I'll put it that way. And for me, the transition came from guts. I would consider myself an opportunistic person. I like to take advantage of opportunities when I see them, and which I believe is the problem many people in the teaching industry are unable to do. Now, I remember that same man that brought me into online tutoring, also, because I was doing a good job, brought me into private teaching, and particularly teaching on the highland. Then, because of how much I was teaching on the island, I taught all the way from right here in Ikoyi to almost Aja. And so I could even mention almost every bus stop from here to Aja. That was how much I've taught on the island. Experience. No, this is suffering. But then, that was phase 2 for me. Private teaching on the island. And so, it was like a different level because the pay changed. The income changed. But then, that experience, that opportunity, was when, during one of our classes, this man was talking about a colleague of his, someone I've mentioned before, who is the class supervisor for, just like I said, I would not mention the name, one of the top 3 richest men, the top 3 richest families, rather, in Nigeria, one of the billionaire families in Nigeria. And I guarantee you, if you have to mention randomly 3 names, or maybe even 5 names, you definitely get the name. One of the richest families in Nigeria. And she's the class supervisor for the grandchildren. And so, she was telling this man how much the billionaire family was paying teachers per hour. And the man could not believe it. As at that time, how much they were paying the teacher per hour was more than what I was collecting as salary per time in each school. It was more than. And that was, to me, the turning point for me. That was the point where I sat down again. You see, at each of these stages, at each of these reflective landmarks that I'm sharing with you, there are all stages where I actually sat down and I reflected and asked myself important questions. I could not believe it. What do you mean somebody in this same Lagos is collecting what I'm collecting monthly per hour? There are some figures your head and your mind cannot just comprehend. Your fuse will first blow. Literally. But this man argued. He said, it's not possible. Mr. Tayo, tell them why not, sure. Even if no matter how it's there, why they be paying somebody so amount per hour? Because of what? And to me, the reflective lesson now, which I want us to pick, is a small mind cannot comprehend big things. Now, even though at the time I was earning rather low and poor, I did not have a poor mind. I knew I wanted more for myself. And so, I remember absolutely believing it, because that was the kind of life I wanted for myself then. I would love to earn what I was earning per month, per hour. And I told this man, don't let us say that though. We never can tell if it's true or not. Let us pray to get to that level. That should be our prayer. The man said, Madam Sada, I will be listening to this one. And till today, I would never be able to tell whether that man eventually got to that level or not. Surprisingly, he left. In fact, he's out of the country, because he literally hustled and struggled and strived to go out of the country to do masters, so that he can, from there, settle down. But then, I will never be able to tell whether he eventually got to that level. But I can say, for the first time in a period in my life, surprisingly, as I would never have expected, I got to a stage whereby I told a parent, this is how much I would charge per class. And it was the same amount that billionaire family was paying their teachers. And to my greatest surprise, they agreed. And when I look back, I was like, so there would be a day, a time, when that figure that looked so big to me, that figure that was what I was earning per month, I would actually be paid that amount per class, per hour. And so it was a moment of reflective growth, a moment when I looked back and I appreciated growth and progress. Only because my mind could comprehend it to start with. Only because the first time I heard it, that some teachers in these Lagos are earning that amount, I said I will get to that level. Even though the man that was like a mentor did not believe it, his mind could not comprehend it, I said I would believe it and I will get there. And it got to a point when I got there. Again, the reflective insights. A small mind cannot comprehend big things. But you see, a small man with a big mind can comprehend and even do greater things. So it's really not about you, it's about the mind. And so that was the next transformative phase for me. And so, looking back again, a reflective insight, which I would say has shaped growth for me, would be finally transitioning into lecturing. Today, I would say I'm a proud lecturer in one of the top 3 universities in Nigeria. You can't mention any 3 universities in Nigeria without mentioning the university. And as a matter of fact, if not that I like to be biased to my alma mater, I would have said you can't mention one university without mentioning it. But I love my alma mater. It would always be why did you see we have some bad delay here? If it's sure for you, tell us your school. You never shoot for your mouth. But then that would be another transitional phase for me. And it was a set of new experiences that brought new lessons. Again, starting early, having a young profile, and, well, I think I would say, I don't want to say a small body because I refuse to believe I have a small body. But then, at least, I'm bigger than, let me see. So, I'm bigger than you. So, imagine if you're a lecturer. And so, finally transitioning into lecturing. I remember the very first time I entered 100 level class. And definitely, but then maybe because of the way I would dress, I would always be in my proper Yoruba demon attire with my well ironed and gaitered senator wear with my filler. So, and yes, the way I would walk and carry my bag, it will show that, okay, this might be someone different. But apart from that, every time I walk into a lecture hall for the first time, I would always hear, you literally hear the murmuring and them pinching each other and, look at this one, who's this one? Look at him, this is the lecturer. You literally hear it, and it always sweets me, hearing it every single time. And so I remember in particular, a particular night to exam, I was doing revision class for them. The hall was unusually full. And I had new students in the lecture hall. And so, the moment I entered into the lecture hall, I was like, is this my class? Now, what I was saying is this my class as in, are these my students? Later, someone else will tell me that someone that heard me say that thought I was a student asking if I was in the right class. And I remember walking up to the front and up to the podium. And surprisingly, that was the time when I was doing my radical philosophy. That was the period when I decided. I taught a course for 200 level students, African Culture and Society, and I was telling them about culture, and I was telling them about breaking norms and beliefs. You know, just like I had shared with us about breaking some biases, anchoring bias and all of those. And I told them that in fact, it is seen as a taboo. I told them that it was seen as a taboo for perhaps a lecturer coming into the lecture hall and having dreads on. I was like, imagine I entered this class with dreads, would you even take me seriously? And I told them that I was actually going to do it. And that was the period I actually went on dread. Yes, even as a lecturer. That was the period I actually went on dread. And so I went on dread, and you can imagine how much different and younger I would have looked. Yeah, just picture it. And they were quite long, actually. They were quite long. I actually miss them. Because I've never gotten so much compliment in my life. I've never gotten so much compliments. I was expecting a lot of negative compliments, a lot of negative feedback rather. But I was surprised, even adult, elderlies. I was surprised. I went to visit my dad, and he himself said, you are looking more handsome. But my dad should say you are looking more handsome. My mom, traditional African woman, I was expecting the usual. And she never said anything about it, surprisingly. And so I would go into the lecture hall with my dread, and it made it even more interesting because they would never believe or imagine that someone looking that young and with dreads on would ever be their lecturer. And so, a particular class, I think I shared this once, a particular class, a particular lecture, this time around I was not even with the dread, I was even with the proper Yoruba dressing I would usually do. And as I entered the class, later a student that is close to me, an elderly student in the class, because I teach part-time students, so most of them are working class. All of them are mostly working class, family men and women. So technically, I will have people that are like twice, thrice my age in most of my lectures. And so later, one of the elderly students in the class will tell me that, Dr. T, do you know that when you enter the class on Saturday, my friend sitting beside me, that was his first time in your class. And the moment you enter the class, he just stood up and said, "Mama, I dey go. Which is what this young lecture that they are bringing for us. This is what this young lecture, let this someone teach me." And he said, I told him, if you like yourself, you better sit down. Oh. This man is a walking encyclopedia. You better sit down. Oh. And he said they convinced the friend to sit. And that after the class, the friend would come and meet him and would thank him and say, "Omo, thank God say I no leave this man class. Oh. This man is loaded. Now so I for miss like this." And that would lead me to the next reflective insight. They say never judge a book by its cover. But the truth is, a book would always first be judged by its cover. And so the question you might be asking yourself is, what cover is your book wearing? Because in as much as we say never judge a book by its cover, remember those are just statements. Those are just wise words. But in reality, do we really practice it? In reality, you must ask yourself, what cover is my book wearing? What cover is my book wearing? Because even though in that particular class, I was having on dreads. I was dressed with proper Yoruba attire and my cap. I was still judged by my cover, the young outlook and all. So the fact would remain that humans would continually judge your book by your cover. And the question you must ask is, when people look at me, what cover do they see? I remember when I got the highest paying class, which I said I finally charged how much the billionaire family was paying their teachers. I remember the person that referred me for that job was telling me that he himself, the woman would never pay him that amount because she's already familiar with him. In fact, he said there was a particular teacher introduced to the woman that he was surprised that that teacher was collecting more than him. And when he decided to find out why, his explanation was that that teacher would usually pull up to the client's house in a car. Imagine a teacher coming to your house in car. Even you yourself, you don't go fit price the teacher now. You don't go fit price the teacher. And so, the key point remains, never judge a book by its cover, but your book will always be judged by its cover. And I've seen this in different cases, being an educator for up to a decade. I've seen this in different cases, being an educator for up to a decade. And as a matter of fact, I would now dare say that you can only defy the perception of never judge a book by its cover when you have proven that you have something to offer. I remember again, a particular period, while being a teacher, I decided that what I wanted to do was, I think if I even asked you to take a wild guess, I don't think you'll be able to take it. You'll not even be able to guess, because you will think Dr. T looking all responsible would not have done some things. But then, it's not, what kind of look is that? What you are thinking? Now, I remember while being an educator over the past decade, I decided once that I was actually going to tint my hair. Because being a philosopher, I like to challenge status quo and ask, who says I cannot do it simply because they said so, or because I'm a teacher? And so I remember once I tinted my hair, and now that I look back, it was a very, very silly. Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. Yes. So it's actually blunt. Trust me, it was actually fine. After that, I said looking back, it was a very silly thing to do. Because now that I look back at it, now the blunt was actually fine. But what made it worse was the fact that I now decided to put a pattern. I put this, what is a popular brand. It's a popular brand. The pattern is like this, like boxes like this. You know, Hazana. It's a popular brand. I can't remember the name. Fendi. Is it Fendi? Yes. I have put this Fendi. Ah, Jesus. In fact, what have I done? But then, later on, when I eventually did the dreads, I remember a particular tutorial that would usually invite me for classes. I was there, and a parent walked in. And that is why, again, like I said, you must get to a stage whereby you must have proven yourself worthy and containing substance to be able to defy some stereotypes. Because I had proven myself as a distinguished educator, I remember I would usually attend to parents. There was a particular tutorial where it was my friend, so I would usually attend to parents even on his behalf. And never for once did I attend to a parent and they did not bring their child, even as I was on dreads. Because even from the way you would speak, they would tell that the dread was only an outward appearance. And there was something greater inward. In fact, I was at a particular tutorial as well, and the owner was discussing with the parents. He brought his daughter. And the one was looking at me. We were engaging in a discussion. And he was like, it's obvious that you are very sound. But it's just this air. It's just this air that I don't like. And I remember the owner of the tutorial said, no, this was our body showing how anything they do, we will accept it. Anything they do, we will accept it. And it was because I had already set that standard and they already knew. The truth is, if it was during the days of my humble beginning, I would dare not have done it. Because they would have looked at me with a different point of view, a different perspective. And so, even if you must challenge status quo, you must have gotten to a stage where you have the necessary, criteria, the necessary backing, the necessary resources to be able, the necessary evidences to be able to even challenge status quo. But then, in as much as I even challenge status quo, the fact remains that wisdom is profitable to direct. Because even today, I could be on the dreads right now. I could be making this Guinness World Record speech with my dread. Who knows? Maybe by next week, you just even see me on the dread. Or, it might even be far down you see me on. And you can obviously tell from the back that I have hair now. So you don't see the back of my hair before. I don't understand. I don't even know the response to give to that. Instead of, I reserve my comments. This is why you are still single. You can explain. Evidence no day. You can explain tire. So now, in as much as I would like to challenge status quo, like I said, I could be on the dread right now. But then again, wisdom is profitable to direct. I understood the fact that even though you don't judge a book by its cover, your book will always be judged by its cover. And so that was the reason why, even as I lecture, I would deliberately always pick my outfits. I would deliberately never wear anything casual to a lecture. It would always be senator wear. Because I am cognizant of the fact that I already have, not even the value now, I already have that bias, that young look, and I already expect that the students would have a biased impression. And so I must not make it worse. I must not make it worse. I must not make it worse. Because imagine being dressed in full traditional attire and the student is wanting to walk out of the class because of just the way you look young. Now imagine now actually, now, let's even cooperate now. Now by the way, Martin is looking very sharp and I like his clothes. But imagine now going to a lecture on the way he's dressed. As sharp as his dressing is, trust me, I'm very sure many students will not even take what I want to say seriously in that class. Because even though you don't judge a book by its cover, the reality remains that your book will always be judged by its cover. Your book will always be judged by its cover. And that's why, in my profession, in as much as there are some kind of ways I would always want to dress, I just cannot. I want to, but I cannot. It has limited it. And the only reason why I can even do some things again because, like he said, there's not evidence. And being a university setting, well, lecturers kind of have veto power. And that was why once I decided, let me show these students another radical side. I decided today, I'm going to go and take this lecture with studies in my ears. In fact, but maybe you should actually attend my lectures. My students are always looking forward to it. I've had students who would say, I came because they said, now the teachers used to, as how now. Because, now, again, because of the orientation, and again, the philosophical insights, I would always address issues from a different point of view. I remember last year, the 100 level class I taught for the first time. The very first class, I was shaking tables. And later, a particular student will tell me, Dr. T, you know, because of you, I almost lost my faith. That was what she told me. She said, I almost lost my faith. Because I was lecturing philosophy. What do you expect? Just 102, philosophy and logic. And so I was debating religion with them. And I like debating those kind of issues. Sometimes, what they don't understand is, as a lecturer, it is my job to force you to question your beliefs. Even if it does not mean I don't believe it. But then I must force you to question it. And so, in fact, I can't wait to have my physical classes this year. I want to shake more tables with these students. And have someone else say, you are shaking my belief. It remains more for me to drop my religion. Because the truth is, if you can drop the religion, it means you never truly believed in it in the first place. If I can shake it, it means it was never truly rooted. You can only shake something unstable. You can't shake something rooted. And so maybe because of the orientation, the first class, Introduction to Philosophy, I would always challenge them. And there would usually be that question of, what is the evidence that God exists? I would always challenge them. And I would always have the overly zealous. Now remember again, I'm teaching part-time students, working class adults. So I have mothers and fathers and grandpas in my class. Pastors, actually, deacons. And so I would always have them, and some of them sometimes feeling enraged. Like, what is this? What is this small boy trying to tell us? And so I would always have them like that, and I would have them enraged. And there would always be that discussion and those arguments. And some trying to prove. And because I already know many of the time where their point of argument will come from, I already have the perfect rebuttal for most of them. Something many students do not understand. I've done this so much to know all the kind of arguments that you want to give. Whatever form. You said what? Shed light, okay. So for example, I had a particular elderly man his own was that he said the evidence of God is all around us. He said when you look at the entire creation, you look at nature, you look at the sun, yes, you look at the cosmos, You know, you look at the stars, the moon, the fact that you're alive, you're breathing, you know, and people were already clapping. And I would always smile. You see, there's always something where I would just stand and I'll be smiling. So later one student caught me and said, Dr. T, you have one wicked smile. One wicked smile when you know that you're about to. And I would always smile. And I just said one simple thing. I said, that is simply science. Because indeed it is. The revolution of the sun is science. The solar system is science. In fact, I could take you to the Big Bang theory. I could take you to Charles Darwin, theory of evolution. And so, in fact, there are different responses that I usually give to them. Some would say the fact that you wake up, you sleep and you wake up is enough evidence. And I'm sure many of us would agree that you sleep and you wake up is enough evidence. And my favorite response to that is, why should I sleep and not wake up in the first place? Why? And then some overly religious students would say, but what if God did not allow you wake up? And I would usually wonder and think, and what exactly would be the benefit that he would gain from that? What exactly would he gain? Actually, because when you think about it actually, why should I actually sleep and not wake up? It's a force of nature. It's a force of life. Of course, we must be grateful for life. It is not to diminish gratitude for life. Gratitude for life is essential. But then to now bring it in the religious or spiritual context is something from a philosophical perspective I would definitely be happy to debate. And so maybe we can even have a little experiment from a lecturer to probably a religious person. I would like to quiz you, I would like to debate you. What evidence would you say or would you give? I mean, since they are not my students, let's see whether finally I might have a response or an explanation that I will not be able to give a response to. If you are to have that religious debate, what would be your argument? Let's even start from, do you believe in the existence of a Supreme God? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. And what would be the basis of your belief? Order and intelligence. Is that the best you can come up with? That was the starting point, okay? Okay. Now, surprisingly, one of the greatest minds in science actually supports what you said. Again, don't get me wrong, because usually, anytime I have these arguments, especially in a lecture hall, I would always have students that would say, you are Antichrist. You are going to hellfire. And I would always laugh. You will see it on their face. Some of them will never say it. But you can see that, you can see that look of disgust, like, I don't believe in God. I don't share. And surprisingly, I would not have even said any of that. In all of my classes, I would never say I don't believe in God, because as a matter of fact, I actually do believe. Or the way I like to say it, I like to say I choose to believe in the existence of God. But then, as intellectuals, exactly, it is important that you have a neutral ground and forget what you know and challenge what you know, or challenge what you think you know. What you have been programmed to believe. What's the meaning of what you just said? So enunciating. but then that's the essence actually. To me, that's the essence of knowledge. Knowledge is useless if you cannot reproduce knowledge. Knowledge is useless if you only take in. You only have input without output. You are only taking in what is being said, and you yourself are not able to evaluate and reproduce, regurgitate knowledge of your own. And that would usually be the essence of all of my lectures, especially for philosophy classes. I take different GSTs, philosophy and logic, Nigerian people and culture, history, and of course English, the love of my life. Okay, so I would say that now they do a different GST in 300 level, no 400 level actually, entrepreneurship. And so I'm usually unable to engage them on the philosophical aspects. But to the best of my knowledge, and using the average Nigerian mindset, they would usually still remain the same, even when they are engaged with deeper philosophical questions. Because the average religious Nigerian is dogmatic, rigid.
That body of knowledge just make people just enunciate so critical talk on their point of view.
Yes.
That's a body of knowledge. It doesn't necessarily mean you are right when you say it.
Exactly. It's about engaging intellectually.
When you are being critical, you are looking on the negative aspect.
And the positive.
The educative view as well. Do you grasp?
Yes, that's actually very correct. It's about being neutral. It's about engaging intellectually. And which is something many religious people do not actually understand. And that's why the average religious person is dogmatic. They believe what they know is the right thing and that is the final thing. Almost every religious person. Almost every religious person. And that is why I believe Karl Marx said religion is the opium. I love when I have a fellow philosopher. I can honestly. Religion is the opium, because when you understand what that statement is saying, opium is an addictive substance. And so people are actually addicted to religion. They really are. And that is why no, it's not that deep. Because it is actually the backbone of the Nigerian problem. You see? Jesus. You see, God. I'm seeing, because when a particular administration entered, many people said, this administration will favor me and my family. I beg you, they favor Unana. Because, you see, religion makes you believe, so far as God is involved, me, I'll be alright. My family will be alright. When you look at it, are we really alright? Far from it. Far from it. And that's why, quite frankly, the most successful people are actually not religious. The most successful people are usually the most irreligious people. Because to a large extent, religion in itself is not a guarantee for success. Religion itself is not a guarantee for success. And in a way, it actually holds you back. It holds you back from, it's like a chain that weighs you down to a very, very large extent. And that's why I would say it is the backbone of the Nigerian problem. And that's why you have students, again, being in the educational sector, you have students writing exam, and a night to exam, they are going for vigil. To me, that is insanity on a different level. And that's why I remember when I was being religious as well, when I was still a Christian. I remember. Exactly. So I remember when I was writing my GC and still being a Christian back then, secondary school. I remember my twin brother wanted now mathematics. Of course, they were giving expo. People were collecting expo. Me being a good Christian, I said no. I said I don't want expo. My twin, a guru in mathematics, wanted to teach me. I rejected it. I said, God will help me. Me, when I don't help myself, the way God help me. And I remember when the result came out. God actually helped me. Funny, it's a testimony. I had a very fantastic F9. This 7 even better. I was F9. And that was when I knew that truly heaven help those who help themselves. Heaven will truly help those who help themselves. Because nobody taught me before the next day in WAEC. I'll just say what I did. But if you don't get it, forget about it. I don't think people talk about national TV. This guy. So, but then, that was the case actually. I would say religion is the backbone for a lot of problems. And when you see it today, it still happens to a very, very large extent. You see it, a particular very common denomination, not denomination, I'll say a particular church, I believe we all know it, organizes one of these special events, you know, something similar to NSPPD. Well, it's not NSPPD, something similar to it. I don't say the name, but you know it for sure. They did an event, I think, recently at one of the public, yes, that one. And I was very, very surprised and enraged when I found out that they actually rented out public transportation belonging to the state, and citizens of Lagos could not even access, could not use the public transport of the state BRT. Why? Because that church had rented it to transport their members to and through the venue. You see? During that period. You see, and to me, these things will never happen in Western countries. You're using public infrastructure to service religious and then taxpayers cannot now use for their own good. You see, religion is our problem, the major problem. That is eating deep into, in fact, it's a cankerworm. And it is debilitating the state of both the human mind and the state itself. But then, like I've challenged us several times, and like I would continue to challenge us, you see, the essence should be asking yourself critical questions. Are you actually making decisions of your own? Or are you only being anchored to think you are making your own decisions? Because quite frankly, when I ask many people that question of, okay, why do you actually believe in, the God of the religion? Quite frankly, I've never gotten any satisfactory response. Yet. Quite frankly, I personally have not gotten any. And one thing I like to say is, for many, the way I see it as one of my favorite scenarios when it comes to that subject matter is, I like to ask people, let us imagine for a second that concept of fire is absolutely taken out of the picture. And even let's say God comes down and says, dear humans, we just made the fire up to scare you. No matter what you do, people will still enter heaven. Except for being hypocrites. No, you do it the next day. Yeah. That is absolutely right. Yes, and it's morality. Morality, as a philosopher, you know morality is a very delicate subject matter. morality, you know.
We have learnt the necessity of conscientious people. We no longer work with our conscience, which is supposed to tell us what is
They were now working based on what has been dictated to us.
If I'm to drop it, it is bad on the floor. If I'm
All
to
right.
pick it up,
So
it is wrong.
now, you see. Now, you said many of those things, yes, in many of the holy books are quite, what we would say are right, we would say are morally right. But you know, the subject matter of morality is a subject. So how can you truly determine what is moral? Humans themselves determine what is moral.
Correct.
For example, there's a famous test of ethics. I think you should be familiar with it as a philosopher. And I would like to know what our view would be on it. I can't remember the name. I think it's called something like about the train dilemma or so. So imagine that you have a train. You are the. Imagine that you are the. What do they call people that drive a train? They're not pilots. They're not drivers. What do they call them? Let's use. Is a conductor. So let's assume that you are the conductor of a train. And now there are two parts. Follow me. In front of you, you have five individuals tied to the track. And if you choose to redirect the train to the left, there is just one person walking. Pay attention to the dilemma. You are the conductor of a train. The train is following its normal, yes, track. It's supposed to go forward. And then you observe that ahead, there are 10 people tied to the track. What decision would you make? Would you allow the train take its normal course? Or would you redirect it and instead allow it to crush just one person as opposed to 10 people that have been tied down in front? What would be your decision? Oh, to baby, baby. So yeah, it's a contemporary society. You would allow it continue and instead crush 10 people instead of just one person. They are not criminals. We know they are not criminals. Exactly. What would be your decision? Very good. Martin, what would be your decision? Martin is so. What would be? Yes. You know, tracks diverge. Tracks diverge. So it's supposed to go straight. If you divert it, it will crush just one person. If you let it go on its normal course, there are 10 people. Those are philosophical questions. Oh my God, I know better I talk with that too. Tony, what would be your No, that's why it's not for philosophers, it's for the public. What decision would you make? 10 or 1? Okay. Definitely. That one said B.
So every life is important.
What would be your decision?
Every life is important because
You save the 10 and crush one person. Okay, what if they are not tied? What if they are just along the rail? The one person, can you not hear the rail too? Alright, let's do it this way. What if instead of the 10 people, are 10 babies.
Oh my goodness.
What if there are 10 babies versus just one adult on the other side? What would our decision? Oh, so now you're going to crush the adult. You see? Now, this is the beauty of philosophy. This is a real philosophical dilemma, and these are philosophical questions. Now, what would I do? Well, I would only explain the implication of your choices. Now, the implication of your choices is regardless of babies or adults, the 10 of them on the track. Now, this is, I will not say it's the solution to the riddle, but the implication is, if you decide to divert the track, the train, and crush one to save 10. No, not even that. Then the implication is you have now willingly and consciously murdered a person. That is the philosophical dilemma. By choosing to now actively diverge and pick a person, then you have consciously decided, and then you have now actually become a murderer. But if you leave it on a single path and you let the train run its track, based on the philosophical implication, you've done nothing wrong, because that was the way, that was the path the train was supposed to go. That was the path. The train was on its course.
That's actually a good one. That's
So,
actually because then you are not to be blamed.
then you have only allowed the train to run its course.
Yes, it's route, it's course.
But choosing one means you have not deliberately and consciously acted in harming a life. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter whether you do it or not. It only shows the consciousness of the action. Alright, I mean, the class governors have been calling me because of the Guinness World Record. I've not been able to schedule their lectures. One of the class governors called me yesterday. I could not pick. I'm sure the classes should have started already. But yes, maybe after the Guinness World Record, I'll be happy to invite us to one of my lectures. They are usually on weekends. This is why I go first scatter my class. I go first here sharp. If I hear sharp, I will listen to Martin. Active. We got to vote. So, but then yeah, those are the philosophical questions, and these are some of the interesting landmarks that have decorated my journey in the teaching industry. From the good to the neutral to the beautiful experiences. These are many of the reflective insights. Okay. Well, these are the many philosophical insights. But then, in as much as these look like beautiful, again, there have been very negative ones, which shows the duality of life. With every good there is a bad, with every bad there is a good. And so, that makes me remember, again, one of the particularly unpleasant experiences. And that was again during the humble beginnings. Again, it was during when I was teaching in schools, which is why no matter how much any school wants to offer, I can never teach in a school. No matter the amounts, not again. Never. I remember once, this was a very interesting story, and just like people like story, so I'll share the story with us. Now, the kind of person I am, quite frankly, I didn't even know how to scold a child. Even when I was teaching in schools, I really never used cane. Really never used cane. I remember this particular day I was giving students tests, and of course, normal instruction, do not open your notes, don't cheat, blah blah blah. And this particular girl, I think I caught her cheating or so, Or I think it was the O class, I can't really remember. But I know I took in and I would not even say I flogged the O class. It was basically just like tapping their backs. And because this particular girl now, her mom, like works in the school, she sells something within the school. She went downstairs and then reported to her mom. And then the mom went to tell the bossa. And then the bossa came to call me. Why did you do so and so? Now, you should be able to tell from everything I've been saying in my speeches generally that I might look calm on the outside, but inside, there's a mushy in me. There's a mushy in me. And so I was enraged, like, Hazal. What do you mean why is she the only one that beat? Is it because her mother is working in the school? If her mother is at home, she go and report. And I was literally changing it for the bossa. And I remember I walked up to the students. They said that was rubbish. And the mother was there. And the mother jumped in between. And what I'm about to say now will probably spark arguments. And I think it's nice. By now you should know I love shaking tables. So maybe we can shake some tables this morning. Now, the mother jumped in between. I was like, I should not talk to her daughter like that, blah, 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 blah. I was ignoring the mother. And she made one fatal mistake. She laid her hands on me. Now, typical Nigerian mentality. They don't beat woman. But the question is, a woman that does not want to be beaten should not raise her hand or do something. And so, it's a auction by 500. And so, out of reflex, funnily enough, involuntary action. Out of reflex, funnily enough, I auctioned my 500. And my hands landed on her cheek. I was talking about the parents that the child went to report to the parents. Yeah. So the parents, I was now scolding the child, and the parent jumped in between. And she made the fatal mistake of laying her hand on me. Yes. And then I auctioned in Martin's word. You see, those are the things that are ruining. It was actually a serious case because as I gladly laid the signature of my palm, nothing much actually. Let's just say I signed on her cheeks by the grace of God. Because first of all, I will not have you disrespect me in front of my students, but I was not even bothered about that. But then you come in and your hands are not touching me. No. Involuntarily, I auctioned my 500, like he said. And now, like you'd expect from a typical woman, she don't agree for you. And it was a serious she held my clothes too. She held my clothes. I remember then I was in the fashion, I was wearing a kuban. She just cut the kuban. And I was not wearing white round neck. That round neck turned to brown first. And she was biting me. I'm going to sabi fight. She was biting me and all. And I don't want it to escalate so much. I was trying to just restrain her hands. But then the key point is now, the main point I'm interested in saying is, now obviously later that day, the owner of the school called to ask what happened. And of course, like you explained, now he said something, he said, why did I even use cane in the first place? And I found that very ridiculous. And quite frankly, I might be calm on the outside, I'm not really calm on the inside. I asked the owner of the school, I said, what was Cain looking for on the school premises in the first place?
Okay.
Because why will you ask me why did you use Cain? Did the Cain disappear inside the school?
Okay.
I was like, how did the Cain get there if it's not meant to be used?
That's logical.
And maybe he got offended or pissed by that question. And there are some questions that you can't just, you have no answer to.
Yeah.
And on the spot, I was fired. You say, huh? I'm after slap parents, they go fire UK. And because I slapped the parents. So, on the spot I was fired. And no, I had only worked for like half a month. And of course, I would not expect that they would pay the money. And in that situation, you have to be diplomatic. I was diplomatic. I was first calm. I called them, explained. Because the moment I needed money at that time, I needed money. I brought out that pride. I needed money at that time. That was my humble beginning. Money we don't get calculation. And I remember they were not bulging. And so, again, the motion spirit in me. One day I just stood up one evening. I went to the school, opened the gates. We're not supposed to be saying this, right? It didn't say it, that's how. And so, that particular buzzer, I removed the sliding window. All these big sliding window. I never knew they were that heavy. I was going to remove the two that were there, but even the one I removed, I could not carry it. I removed it, carried it on my head, and I left. By themselves, they were the ones that were using cord to disturb me. When they came the next morning and they said, because one of the now, funny enough, the buzzer lives there. So as I entered the school, the buzzer's daughter was downstairs. So that one saw me. I was like, hello, my first share. I was like, is your mommy around? Yes. Okay, please call her. I want to see her. As she went, I commode the glass like this, carry it on my head, called back. I was like, I'd rather sell their property and collect half of my salary than I'll continue to beg for what is mine. The next day, people that I've been calling that are not picking called me by themselves. I think there's a philosophical insight there. And the philosophical insight is, I will say it in Yoruba and in English. In Yoruba, the philosophical insight is weary. I think we're weary.
That's correct. That's right.
And in English, it would be, I'm looking for a tush way to say it in English. Can someone help me out? I want to use a calm. Let's just say aura for aura.
Yeah, aura.
But that was essentially what I gave them. Aura for aura. So in some cases, you literally have to fight for what belongs to you. You have to fight for what belongs to you, or well, you get cheated. Although quite frankly, looking back, if by some chance I experience that kind of situation again, I'm actually not sure I would react that way. In fact, I don't think I'd ever even put myself in such a situation exactly where such would even happen. I strongly doubt it. I strongly doubt it. And so these are some of the philosophical insights again when I look back and I see how differently I would have handled some situations. How differently. I mean, I used to be a very, I can't even say some of the things actually. I don't pursue students for road before now. I don't pursue students for road before. I mean, I used to be very, I'm still quite rather radical. It's just that now there are some things you just can't do because, I don't say levels have changed, but then operating on a different playing field. And so, these are some of the several things that you see that you could learn in the decade of teaching. The good, the bad, the pleasant, the unpleasant. In fact, there's almost no kind of experience I can't say I've experienced in this educational field of
Rod, not using rod. When I mean rod,
okay,
as a disciplinary
as a disciplinary measure.
factor or measure rather.
I think that's a rather interesting subject matter. And from my own point of view, he said, do I support using rod, like, caning as a disciplinary measure? I would say, I want to be diplomatic, but I would say I support it. The only problem is the person behind the rod. The rod is not the problem. The problem is the person behind the rod. What are the intentions? Is the rod being abused? Because quite frankly, I would say moral decadence has reduced since they stopped using cane in schools.
Yes.
See, my eyes have seen a lot.
It has increased.
Increased rather.
Juvenile delinquency.
Yes, has increased. Like, Jesus. You guys can't relate. I've taught at different levels. Tutorial, jam classes, secondary school, university. It's insane. Like, it's insane. Like, they know you can't do anything. And so, they have that guts, they have that audacity. You can literally see them challenging you. The one I said happened recently. This one was just on Saturday. You know the levels have changed. I forgot strong blue for eye. Honestly speaking, well, I was like, Dr. T, you passed this level. In fact, in the tutorial, let me know some of the things I've said. I should not be casting myself. I've had situations where, and it's boys actually, because I'm like guy to guy. I will see whether you won't beat me for that class. There was a particular tutorial whereby they did all maybe because I actually, I knew him when he was small. So I even had that ginger to even discipline him. There was a class, and first, one about me is I would always be very, very reasonable with you. I'll be civilized. Please leave my class. Exit my class. The problem will not come when you now refuse to exit. Or, in that way, something about me is, I could be boiling within, but I'll be smiling. And all I need is just a trigger. It's just a trigger. And that trigger is when I was leaving the class. And I see you laughing or smiling. Jesus. And that's what happened that day. He was reluctant to leave the class and he was not smiling and laughing again. And I was already trying to contain the anger. I don't know where the slap came from. Like 2 to 3. I was not trying to form guy again. In fact, I first went to lock the door so that nobody would come to rescue him. And then I took plastic chair and first smashed it on him. And I wanted to see what he was going to do. Absolutely nothing. Because there's a way a teacher with this, we know that this one will kill me here, right there. If I even do anything back. And so you can see that the moral decadence. And that's why, again, like I said, I've taught at almost every level. And when I say level, even almost every sphere. International students. I currently own an online tutoring agency. I teach students in the diaspora, UK, US, Canada, and all over the world. I have students, those international students, in fact, let me just say to you, Mutibakamu, I've accepted my fate. Definitely. Yes, that's what I'm doing to. You saw what? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, definitely. You see, the thing is, now, the settings where you will not find them is because of the kind of money they are collecting. First of all, in a way, if you are paying 1, 2, 5 million naira as school fees, and one teacher is disciplining your child, I mean, the kind of picture it paints. Schools that are restricted are schools that definitely not every parent, but even Yorubas will say, ban no money. Exactly. So which well, yeah, Yoruba. They're not, she's not. Wait, what's your name? Favor. Okay, yeah, Favor. Actually, in a way. So it means how would you translate that one by? Help me discipline my child is not from the bottom of the mind of the parents. A parent can say, I give you the permission, discipline my child. But you see, to get to a point, is the parent that will come and take the child and say, it's okay, it's enough. And so even though some parents are not against it, the truth is most parents are not totally against it, or are not totally in support, rather. And, it gets worse when, in the international setting, students, the way some of these students talk. I mean, of course, I had just recently, one of my students, this one is even a very silly student, God forgive me. Because this one was born and bred in Nigeria, and he just relocated abroad. And already that UK spirit is already, now, she was chatting with me, and she was telling me she was waiting for her tutor, because I have tutors that teach all subjects for my agency. So I basically manage and direct the agency. I'm the director. And so she was telling me she was waiting for one of our tutors. And now I checked the timetable. They were having mock exams, GCSE. She was to write, they had history the next day. And I was like, since you're waiting for your tutor, are you doing history? Would you like history revision? And she was like, no, I'm not doing history. Then I forgot to respond to the message. Then later on, she came inside my DM again, and she was like, I did not have class on Tuesday, and I messaged you and you were saying something else. I read it in the Nigerian. I said, I quoted, I said, you said I was saying something else. She said, yes. Now, I was now talking to our father that weekend. And I was reporting out to the father. And father was just apologizing. He said, please, we are managing them over here. He said, just that week, one of their friends, this one's having Sierra Leoneans, but in the UK, she said, the children were just taken away from them. Because the child said the father beat her. And so, social services in the UK have taken the child away from the parents, and the parents are now fighting to have their own children back. She even knows if I have children and I take them to the UK, if I have children and I take them to the UK, and God forbid such happens, I would definitely. They will be paying who? The parents. That's what the children think. No, they will just do them in foster care. Yes, they are paying the parents, the foster parents. They are paying the foster parents to take care of them. And so everyone knows that even if I do have my own children, and I am in an international setting, everyone knows I will tell them, see, if I discipline you, if they carry you, if I come and beg for you, if I come and collect you back, let your great grandpa die. And that's why I've actually had situations of parents, because teaching children in the diaspora, I interact with some of these parents that will tell me how they brought their children back. And in fact, there was a particular private class I taught here on the island. And the children basically have lived abroad all their lives. Suddenly the parents just brought them to Nigeria. The children just brought them back to Nigeria. The parents just brought them back to Nigeria. And you see, when you dig deeper, you see that many of this is because of the moral decadence. Yes. Okay. Okay. Definitely. Yes. God, I beg. You see? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, that's an interesting
The
one.
child was waiting for the father to eat, so I
Yes.
but the father first of all did
That's good.
and they arrested the child.
Well, that's
The child was begging.
well. That must be that the child was probably already like 18. Okay. If an 18-year-old child eats me as a parent, he'll probably go back to meet the maker that day. You're already 18, you're an adult. It's not child abuse. I brought you to life, I'll take you back to meet that maker. Because you see, we see a lot of things whereby, again, the decadence is appalling, and I must really commend parents. Honestly, that's why truly when Ms. Bemisola was saying it takes a community to raise a child, that statement is truly deep. And that's why I made that statement that the problem is not the rod, the problem is the person behind the rod. Because when in the traditional African setting, the community was actually raising a child, quite frankly, I mean, I feel many of us should be able to relate, whereby even it's not, it can be a neighbor that will punish you. And your mom will not even say, they will say thank you. Because they know the reason. Or a family friend sees you on the road playing rough. He can give you slap from there and he will tell your mommy that he slapped you. And they will serve him dinner. Because it truly takes a community to raise a child. But then the problem, like I said, is now the person behind the rod. The truth is, to a large extent, many individuals have abused it. And that's why I was skeptical about answering that question. I don't have a problem with the rod. I have a problem with the person using the rod. But I've seen situations whereby teachers will beat students and there'll be like unnecessary scars, tears, bruises. Exactly. The intention is no longer to discipline. It has now become an abuse. Exactly. And so the problem now is not regulating it. How do you regulate it? The problem is not the rod. It is how do you use the rod? And who is behind the rod? Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 Interesting. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. Yeah. She's. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Well, how is she like same? She's above 18. That's already an adult. That is. 18 is just. You said something. He's already an adult. Yeah, technically. You see, that even that age factor, I have an issue with that age. Because what actually makes someone an adult? So, yeah. You see, this matters, and they're deeper than. She's not 18. She's in university. Hey, so the thing is, eventually, out of love, you'll have to cast her. But without them knowing, or without her knowing that you are the one. If you are sure it is on the phone, and she doesn't know that you know, the parents can just request for the phone. The parent can sit her down, demand for the phone. They are elderly, but there should be someone that can like come in, step in, discipline. Okay. Yeah. It's still. Yes. That, of course. That's why you see, personally, now, me, I don't even reply to person status. My nieces, nephews, cousins. Because the next thing they will block you. The next is they will block you. I see any you are in club, you are dancing. Next one. Because you talk, you don't say you're not seeing their status again. You'll be wondering, did she stop posting? They don't block you. That is even better. Now, I remember my first girlfriend, when we were still dating, her younger brother was like, I think at the time was like 6, 7, 8 years old. Yes, 6, 7 years. He was in primary school. Now, she was from a very privileged family. They were very wealthy. The boy was like, if I was the only child. So he was like, she was just the niece. So he himself was just the only child. And you can imagine how spoiled he was. Like, in fact, the kind of child that when you see butty children, you can see there. This way you can see the old buttiness in his face. And I was surprised the day she was telling me that child of 6, 7 years, again, because of access to technology, she said she saw pornography on his tablets. 6, 7 years old. I'm very sure I was playing with sand when I was 6 years old. No, I was doing amala cake with sand. Mixing sand and water to do amala. They putting leaf as a way to. Or I was playing ball in the church compound. No, but I don't do tire shower. For 6, 7 years, I could not just phantom it. Because the first thing was, wait, how do you know the name of the site? How did you go and search? Even in schools. And so the problem again is not the rod. Because tell me now, that kind of child now, if you flog him, they will say it's child abuse. But it deserves better flogging. See, there are some kind of immorality that takes the rod. And that's why even the Bible says, I believe I can only say this, I will interpret it in English as well, but the Yoruba version says, Ayomode ni were si. So even if the Bible says it, the Bible says madness is sitting in the chest, in the heart of a child, and only the rod can scatter that madness. So if the Bible says so, who am I to disagree with the Bible? Because honestly, there's no counseling is good. Counseling has its place. But with the kind of things we are saying in this, no, definitely not. Definitely, in that kind of situation, the first course of action should be counseling. Should be counseling. That's really the first course of action. But the only problem now is again because exactly because and is because the first thing is what is a 7-year-old even doing with an iPad? I mean, that's its purpose. But personally, exactly. Personally, I myself, I can say the first time I had a phone, I didn't use a phone until I finished secondary school.
Do you know that if you are going into those
Yes.
sites, you have opportunity to use a phone.
Mm-hmm.
If you are going to those sites,
Yeah.
something within you will stop you. It's called repulsion.
Ah.
Now you will run.
Well, not necessarily.
How you will
Now, I feel now, you see, if we're being honest, this is human psychology, lost, human desire. Now, we're talking about a child, first of all. And no matter how brought up you must have been as a child, even children are doing mommy and daddy. Women are doing mommy. Of course now. It was not like this, but then not as a child, not as a 6-year-old. Because yes, definitely. So exactly, children are always curious. So you see something and you are surprised, you are like, ah. Yeah. The environment, exposure. Yes. Of course, now, what do you expect? And that is why I said, it is not the rod that is the problem. It is the person, because when you say it takes a community to raise a child, there were times whereby our parents dropped us with neighbors to go to work. And then the problem is not that you said that's what I'm saying. It is not the rod, it is the person. Because ideally, yes. So so I would say, you see, there were times whereby our parents would drop us with in quotes, a kind neighbor, so that they could go to work. And even the neighbors could even feed us sometimes before they come back, even discipline you. But that's what I'm saying. So the problem now is that it is the person behind the rod. It's not like whether it is the rod or not. It is not a humanity problem. The problem is not it's a humanity problem. It's a societal problem. It's not like whether we should use cane or not. Regardless of cane or not, it is the person. Even without cane, you can cause more trauma to a child without even using cane. You can cause more trauma. Okay? Well, okay, yeah, incision, yes. Okay. Wow, interesting.
They've given it to me.
Okay. Well, at what age?
I want to explore. I should be around 11.
Okay. 11.
11.
That is well brought up, and then they do incision. Okay.
The next thing was that I have to give it to the boy. Just take it. The next day I was in class, I had the one he used.
Yeah.
He just touched someone. The person started bleeding.
Interesting.
I used this immediately.
And did the person bleed?
The person bled.
Wow.
Seriously, running one. Even the incision.
Is that I believe? Definitely.
I was even influenced my younger brother.
Yeah.
Whenever I want to doing such, something strikes me.
Yes.
My parents were not there watching me.
Eh.
I want to steal money, they were not there.
So the conscience.
That conscience realized.
Yeah. So that's why, you know, humans are raised differently. And it's not necessarily about even training. Yes, the opportunities are well trained for sure. I've taught some students, you know, even outside the country, whereby they are absolutely polite. Like, sometimes I'm shocked. In fact, I have a particular student, Shirel. Shirel will never leave the Zoom meeting unless I leave first. After the class and I say, all right, goodbye, see you in the next class. And I'm waiting for her to go. I always like my students leaving first. She will wait. She says, sir, if you don't go, me, I will not go. He said, I find it disrespectful that I am leaving the Zoom meeting and you are still here. And she's in the UK. So I think while training plays its part, we must also remember that, you know, even in philosophy, there's the debate of nature versus nurture. Nature versus nurture. Apart from nurture, whether we like it or not, humans are born with inherent nature. See, some people don't even have to be in a bad setting and they will still end up being wicked. Like, they will even have no reason. It's just be there. That wickedness will just be there. And some people might be, maybe, some people might even be in a good setting or in a bad setting, and there will still be that inherent goodness. You'll be wondering how did you grow up here and you're still radiating this kind of light. You're still radiating this amount of goodness. So I think in your own case might be nature, not nurture. Training itself has its own parts. But then at the same time, even though I believe John Locke said we are all born tabula rasa, tabula rasa, meaning blank slate. The society is what writes on top of that slate. Dictates who we become and how we become what we are. I still believe we are not all entirely blank slates. There's still that inherent quality. Everyone has that their personality. Some people are just born naturally phlegmatic. Some are just choleric, sanguine. Some are just optimistic. Some are just pessimistic. So I think that would be the case in that sense. That conscience might be nature. Personally, there are some things that me now. It's not a matter of nurture. There are some things that I just can't do. Not because of the way I was raised, though. Because if it's by the way I was raised, there are some things that I've done. Okay. True. Exactly. That's still. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. It's still nurturing because nurture is how you are raised. Nurture is environment. Is how nature is what you are born with. Unconsciously. So it's still part of nurture because number one, we could call it parental negligence. I remember my niece while she was still in Nigeria, she used to watch Coco Melon and the likes. But number one, it was always with guidance. They never bought iPad or phone for her. And then she would watch it in front of us. And the moment she's already trying to navigate the phone, you can sell Scott. In fact, you threaten her, if you go away from this app again, and she likes the Coco Melon and all, she would not leave it again. So I feel it's parental negligence. Parental negligence. And still giving the child the same phone to watch Coco Melon. And children explore a lot. And the next thing you know, the child has entered gallery. From gallery, the child is seeing all sorts of things. And children are highly curious entities. Highly curious. Highly curious. Their curiosity is easily piqued. Easily piqued. And that's why a toddler will see fire and is attracted by it and wants to touch fire. Well, of course, come back to Nigeria and give you better discipline. Come back to Nigeria and give you better discipline. So, but I think at the end of the day, it's quite frankly, I think parents should be celebrated. Parents should be highly celebrated because, quite frankly, it's not easy because if you could do everything right and everything could still go wrong. You could do everything right and everything could still go wrong. I've seen people that their parents are pastors and the kind of things they do is nothing to write home about. What do we want to say? Their parents are pastors, they are almost pastors, and you hear what they are doing outside of the church, in schools. Nothing to write home about. Nothing to write home about. So to a large extent, it's both nature and nurture. And parents should be celebrated, quite frankly. I can't imagine, I'm still raising myself. Not raising another human being and taking responsibility. And the thing is, every parent is doing it for the very first time. No parent has been a parent before. And so that means there's literally no manuscripts. There's no manual. Because every child is even different. The way you raise your firstborn is not how you raise your secondborn. So quite frankly, you will always be a parent for the first time with each child. Because that's the first time you are raising that particular child. And so there's no past question. There's no manual. There's no manuscript. And so it only takes somebody who has themselves improved themselves to actually raise a child. And maybe that's even one of the problems. The fact that many people are actually not even ready for parenthood. That is another problem. Many people think it's by having the financial resources. But financial resources are actually very important. You can't raise a child in poverty. But it's just one part. There's the mental clarity. There's the emotional availability. emotional availability. And all of these things are actually very, very important if we are to address the moral decadence. But then, at the same time, as a philosopher, I like being neutral. So let's just ask ourselves, how can a parent be emotionally available in such an economy where you need 3 to 4 sources of income to raise that same child? I would like to hear our thoughts. Because if we are saying parents are not available, we have parents that miss their children's graduation, miss special date, but then many of these parents now, okay, for example now, one of my JAM students who texted me on WhatsApp, and I can't remember what she even said or led to it. The next thing she said, our parents are not at home. This girl is not at 18, by the way. And I was quite surprised. I was like, okay, so when are they coming back? She said she does not know. She's technically the only one at home with her siblings, younger siblings for that matter. Both the husband and the mother. She said they travel for vacation like that and they leave them at home. And she's not yet 18. I could not believe it. I was very, very shocked. She doesn't even know when they are coming back or even when they went. She doesn't even know. Is that no, she's the only one. She's the only one. She's the only one that is at home. So, as at that point, I was very, very surprised. I was wondering, how do you leave only your children at home and you leave? And say it happens like that. That because they work hard, they work a lot, they just leave and say they're going for vacation without the children, and they just leave them at home. She's 17 and she has younger siblings. I was so shocked. Like, you leave only your child at home and you traveled. So even though there are parents like that, there are some that, what do we say to those that actually have, in quotes, genuine reasons? What about parents who actually have to travel for work or who are usually posted, from one state to another? How then do we resolve that issue? Because it still arrives at the same problem. They won't be emotionally available. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So the only part I would only blame her is the fact that she suspended her work.
Okay.
All for the sake of training her children.
Okay.
Her own work.
Yeah.
Depending on her husband's provision.
Mm-hmm.
I'm against it. Yeah.
For suspending our own work.
I'm against it.
Suspending our work
I'm
and
against it in this world.
okay, in this world, all right.
I'm against because I'm in support of the female gender because you can't trust everything.
I think this conversation is going to get more
Trust
interesting.
everything to your husband because I later saw the
Yeah, definitely.
You can't totally support.
Yeah.
Even when the husband said I'm financially okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's still
Yeah.
a situation where men are financially okay.
Yes.
And the small sickness.
Of course, and everything comes crumbling.
I want to come into the issue.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
she poured all her sacrifice
Into the family.
The first child.
Yes, the second child.
Then the third child.
Yeah.
The first child can train all the siblings,
yeah.
can train the siblings. Even when she was baby, but at the later realm of it,
Yeah.
she got a job.
Okay.
She started working in the school.
Okay.
And the job now transferred her to the island there, which is like boarding house.
All right.
So
Life happens.
Life goes on.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to find a job.
Yeah.
To get something doing after uni.
Yeah.
Or high schooling. But the knowledge she had imparted
Yeah.
on them, that pruning and that training,
Yes.
still make that
That child.
head. So it still goes down to the situation like that support should
Yeah.
be. So parents should find that sacrifice. In the instance where you drop a 17-year-old
You're
child
alone at home.
as far as I'm saying
Should-
there has to be. I would say, I would rather say she should have given enough.
She should have given enough focus to her own career. She should have given enough attention to her own child. Okay. Well, I would say in that sense, it's yeah. So what he was saying, yes, listen please. So the point he was driving at is that in as much as we are saying parents should be emotionally available for their children, he is given an instance whereby his godmother was, emotionally available, and she literally poured out, all of her into the children. But just like the scenario is cited, all it takes is actually just one sickness, and the breadwinner of the family could be taken away, and at the end of the day, all of that emotional availability could be in vain if there's no financial resource to back it up. And I think that's an interesting point of view. That's a very interesting point of view because, again, it brings about a dilemma. And I think these are the reasons why we are having these problems in the society. Because what then would parents do if you cannot be emotionally available, or if both parents have to be working? Because if something happens to one, something happens to the family's income. And at the same time, if one or both of them are always emotionally available, then definitely the income will not be as much as it should. And I think my own take on that is going to be the word compromise. Compromise. It gets to a point whereby you have to ask yourself and decide what is most important. Now, the problem is many people are overly ambitious. Many people are overly ambitious, and at the end of the day, they are unable to draw the line between where the ambition is no more important than their child. And so many people still want to go up the corporate ladder. You're already the general manager, now you want to be regional manager, now you want to be national representative, you want to be the African lead, you want to get to the international level. And maybe at the point you just have to compromise and say, I am okay being the general manager or the regional manager, because going higher up the ladder would mean sacrificing more quality time for my family. And I see this even in cases whereby we have Nigerians in the diaspora. Like I said, I teach students in the UK and I interact with their parents. And you see, it's a different ball game, because over there, the way many Africans in the diaspora work, sometimes you'll be happy that you're in Nigeria. As I'm speaking right now, this is like around 4:15 a.m. I'm very sure there's a parent of one of my students currently working a night shift right now, not at home with the child. Many times I can't even reach some of the parents, because you tell me, Mr. Taiwo, I missed your call because I was doing night shift, I was on morning shift. And sometimes I sit and ask, is this life? When do you have time for the family? And that's why sometimes when parents cancel class, there was a parent that canceled class, and I totally understood. I was even happy. She said, we want to spend quality time with them, unusually available. And so, this holiday we have, please, Dr. T, let them not have class for this period. We want to go out as a family. And I totally understood and appreciated, the thought of it, okay, at least, in as much as it will pay me, because we will be losing money for those classes. I understood that family comes first. And those are part of the compromises that I'm talking about. So in the long run, the truth is everything takes compromise. In family, relationship, career, compromise is extremely important. Compromise is extremely important. And so, in line with all of these, we can say that truly, in a decade of teaching, there are so much more that I have learned that you can learn than you would even imagine. From the rise in moral decadence, parental unavailability, parental support for the moral decadence. You'll be surprised that even some parents are the ones that will come and ask you and say, is there runs, is there expo for my child? And I find it extremely bothering. You have paid school fees from SS1 to SS3, you have paid for tutorial, you have paid for private class, only to enroll that same child for runs, for expo. And I cannot just come. Why did the child even go to school in the first place? And that's why you see, this runs issue is another thing that in my years of teaching is another important factor. And I would like to even shake a table. How many of us here can confidently say we wrote our WAEC ourselves? Una dey lie, it's a lie. Hey boy, you wrote your WAEC yourself, all your subjects, every single one of them. No man, your uni. I'm talking about WAEC. So nobody here wrote. So all of you wrote your WAEC by yourself. So who are those that are not doing WAEC runs? They're not in this room. And the man had D7. Well, that is very interesting. That is very, very interesting. Well, I think I should give kudos to us for that if we're telling the truth. Because you see, the things we see these days, in fact, the way runs has eaten deep into the educational system. Again, from someone actively involved in the educational system, you'll be shocked if I tell you that malpractice in itself is an industry on its own. And in fact, I dare say it's a multi-billion naira industry in Nigeria. In fact, there are some things I can't say on camera because it will cast some. It's a multi-billion dollar industry. You'll be surprised that there's almost no exam. Mention that exam. There's almost no exam that does not have runs. There's almost no exam. And it does not become the norm. You now see students asking, is there Jam Expo? You deserve C. You deserve, just like C, you deserve your G7 as I deserve my F9 in GC. Easy. Now, most you don't know, you don't keep a C. So, but then, twice. GC, then WAEC. Yes. That's why I had F9. If I did Expo, I have F9. Ah. The what? Yes. It is 2 times. So you are praying for me to keep on failing. My only problem was mathematics. That was my only problem. I was an art student. There's no reason for me to fail any subjects. Is it government? Is it literature? CRS? English? I was excellent in all my subjects apart from that mathematics. And that mathematics, it was a scale 2. It was a C6. And I managed it like that. May only go on the whether if they remove 1 mark, I would have gone to D7. So, but then, so that means indirect. So, KSO, how many times did you do your O level? That means you didn't do it yourself. You just said, if I did it 2 times, it means I did not do it myself. Which means if you wrote, you see, by that logic, if fallacy is a fallacy, you are the philosopher. Which means if you wrote your own 2 times, the implication is that you did not do it yourself. So there were no rules guiding me. Oh well, it's like no balance. You go explain tire. Because you see, the implication is very simple.
From O level, junior,
Yes.
county, end of school.
So I'm only interpreting what you said. You said the implication of what you said. Now, I believe in philosophy that's a fallacy of generalization. The implication is that for you to write your O level 2 times means you did not do it by yourself. And using that same logic, it's just like saying if x equals y, then y equals x. And so I could use symbolic logic for this. Therefore, we can say if anybody writes O level twice, it is equal to the person did not write it themselves. Therefore, if KSO wrote O level twice, therefore KSO did not write his O level himself. In symbolic logic, it has a name. I want to be sure. I think it is hypothetical syllogism or modus tollens, if I'm not mistaken. Can't wait to teach philosophy again. I believe it's hypothetical syllogism or so. So it's basically if P then Q, if Q then R, therefore if P then R. That is the symbolic logic. So allegedly, class captain KSO. Allegedly, class captain KSO did not do O level himself. Allegedly. You go explain time and no evidence. So I believe this has been a very interactive speech, and definitely I appreciate the fact that we've been able to engage intellectually, put aside biases, which is always the core front of any philosophical engagement. Putting biases aside and seeing how we can actually even discuss objectively as a community of school of eloquence. And so I believe, having had all of these intellectual engagements, it is about time that I allow another scholar take up the mantle and engage us intellectually. And so, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to Dr. T. On this note, I would like to hand over the mic to the next scholar, Scholar Omowumi.
Thank you very much for the wonderful lecture. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. We really enjoyed it, and it was really interactive. Today, I actually sat down and I was just thinking, and it suddenly hit me like things has really changed. You know, there was a time like the 1990s, 2000, these particular things we actually used to do that children of nowadays they don't do anymore. Okay, like let me give instance like respect. You know, children of nowadays don't kneel down to greet their children, their parents anymore. But then we used to kneel down your 2 legs to greet your parents. Apart from that, there are some certain games that we actually used to play. The likes of Suwe, Ten. You see all those things. And children of nowadays, they don't do these things anymore. And just like the last speaker actually said, during those times, if you've done something wrong, a neighboring parent can actually scold you like, don't do this thing again. Can even tell your parents like, okay, Omowumi did this thing and I actually scolded her. But nowadays, we don't even care. Parents don't even care anymore. Why is it like this? Is it supposed to be like this? Why is it that things just change drastically? Then, we actually used to have different type of interesting movie like the likes of Super Story, Papa Ajasko, Binta, thank you very much, Binta and Friends, and movies, they are actually very, very educative. But nowadays, children of nowadays, they actually watch Z Word, Telemundo. You see these things, and it's actually affecting the children of nowadays. Why can't we just go back to the old times? Why can't we just go back to being together? Why can't we just go back to, okay, just like then, I actually used to remember anytime NEPA actually bring lights like this, you hear up NEPA. Just tell me, that up NEPA, can you actually hear somebody say up NEPA now? And this, no, you know, no, it was not like before. And these things actually used to bring us together. It used to make us as one big family. But why is it always like, why is it that things just change? Why? Communication. Then you just have somebody to talk to. But now social media, even if you want advice, some people will have to go to their ChatGPT to ask for, okay, what can I do in this situation? But then, no matter what, you see somebody to talk to. You see that joy that comes with, oh, Christmas is coming, our Christmas wear. The likes of you, your parents giving you money, you keeping it in kolo. All these things, it does not exist anymore, and it is very interesting. It makes life easy. It makes communication easy for us. Why can't we just go back to our old self? Why? Why? The joy of you being in class and you actually know that, oh, we are in our last period. That joy. The joy of you trekking from, it is not as if you don't have that money, but because you just want to play along the way. You know that joy, it is always there. That fun, it is always there. But why is it that things just change? It doesn't happen nowadays. Can't we just go back to our old days, our old time thing? Super Story, Papa Ajasko, Tente, all these games. Why can't we just go back to us doing these things? Why can't we just tell our children? Why? You rather go back to your ex instead of doing, but these things are very, very they are interactive, they are interesting. Why? Because these things, I just feel like they are less stressful. You seeing somebody to talk to, you have somebody nowadays, before you can actually see children outside playing together, it's going to go like you see children inside. But then we always, even after school, you just drop your bag somewhere, come outside and come and play. Why has things just changed? Why? Those biscuits of them and pepper snacks, and it is always like, it's not like the one speedy, thank you, coconut, digestive, you see those biscuits, it used to give you one joy. Like you can't even explain it. She be there, you see all those things, it used to give you joy that you can't even explain it. Baba Dudu, thank you, kuli kuli, you see these things, it used to give you one joy. But why is it like everything just changed? Why? The world is changing, but regardless, you see these things, it's and see, that is one of the things that our last speaker actually said. Us not communicating, not coming together, things just change, and it is affecting us. It is really, really affecting us. You don't have somebody to talk to, unlike then that no matter what, if a parent actually see you sitting down, you are just sitting down, you are not talking to anybody, they will call you. But nowadays, they don't care. Regardless of them being busy. Exactly? Time of to go. You see all these things. It used to make sense, but why is it not happening now?
There are novice, amateur.
Exactly, novice, amateur. It used to give us one joy. But things just change. It is not happening again. You might even just, nowadays, you might even chat somebody on WhatsApp. She might not even reply. We write love letters. They will not reply, thank you. And this thing used to give us, I can't explain, because today that I was actually thinking, I can't just phantom it. I was just like, no. Exactly. You don't even know if the person read your message. No, now can't you just change? It starts from somewhere. We can change this thing. See, we are the Nigerians. We are the one that can change the world. We are the one that can change these things. It starts from me. It starts from you. You seeing your younger ones sitting down, call him or her. What is wrong with you? Communicate. Oh, I want biscuits. Buy biscuit for him or her. It brings it. Even if you don't have money to buy, but at least that care will be there. Please, let us just change. Please change. I don't know, but I'm just feeling that old vibes. Like the days like we will just take sand and water, mix it together. You see these things. You did not do it. It is not possible. You did not do anything. Even the last week I was saying something. Even for the fact that we were doing mommy and daddies then, we were not corrupt. Our minds were very pure. Just tell me. See our olden days. See, if you are just remembering that old time, you to just give him one joy, you just be feeling. Thank you very much. Running of tires. You see these things, it used to give us joy. You see boys. Then there is no boy that you see that will not play football. Even if you don't know how to play it, you will want to play it because others are doing it. You know that joy, that union is there. Unlike now, they don't have gang like nowadays. That you see the rich, they will stay in one place. The poor, they will stay in middle size. They will stay in one place. But I don't know. I just want us to just put that thing in our children, in our younger ones. Like, it is good to love. We should love each other because during that time we actually love each other. There is that union. There is that love. We share things together. You can actually eat in your neighboring your neighbor. You can eat in their place. But now it does not happen again. Why is it like that? Although we actually know that the world is turning to something else. Yes, fine, we know. But regardless, we can change things. It can start from us. Fine, we don't even trust ourselves again. But regardless, that does not mean we should not love each other. That does not mean you should be like, no, this person does not have money. You have to isolate your child from the person. No, you don't do that. But regardless, even those days, even if they don't have money, there is love. They share things together. Yes. This is not in Nollywood. It happens. It is just like our forefathers. If they are going to farm, they used to help themselves. Okay, this is what I bring from my farmland. Go and give it to this person. Go and give it. There is love. Why can't you just bring back old times? Why can't you just love each other? But nowadays, even if you want to build house, Omonile will come. They want to collect money. There is no love. If you do not give them, they will fight. Why? These things are not even promoting. It is not even promoting our community. Regardless that our community, our environment is not okay, our community is bad, but we can still change it ourselves. We can still make things better by being united. Seeing a child doing bad things, we can correct him or her. Don't tell me that it does not concern you. You are less concerned. You don't do that. You share with your loved ones. This person does not have and I have. Let's share together. Let that love, that feeling of love be in us. Exactly. I don't have money and you have money. Let's share. It can happen.
we want it to happen. Stop telling your child that don't go to this person's place because of no now. Don't let us do that. If I have a child and I know, okay, Eunice, you are at home, I'm not at home, I should send my children to your place. Go and play with Eunice's children. Yes, that is love. That is unity. But now, even nowadays, before you can see a child that will kneel down and greet his or her parents, my love her. They will just tell you that, mommy, good afternoon, standing. But then, even your parents will not beat you. It is outside that will beat you. No. But now, we will just choose to ignore that. No, it does not concern us. We should be able to scold each other's children. Because you can't say. If you are saying this thing, it does not happen to me, it is not related to me, I don't know this person. You don't even know. Maybe that person is going to be the person that will teach your own grandchild. And what do you want her to teach your grandchild? What? Because now you actually choose to ignore. You are saying it does not concern you. You are not promoting that love. You are not promoting that peace. Back then, if you actually see somebody that has telephone and somebody does not have, they used to help each other. Bring the number, let me call for you. They help each other. If you see somebody that wants to do the ceremony, you will not even know the person that is doing the ceremony. Because everybody will be there. But now, if you do not invite the person, Onilo. Some people, you even invite themselves, they will not go. Because there is no love, there is no peace. We don't love each other anymore. We choose to ignore each other. Why? So what can we do to bring back old times? I already said it. We should bring peace. We should encourage outside play. Bring your children outside. Let me bring my children outside. Let's teach them. This is how to play 10-10. This is how to play sube. Let's go to beach. Let's visit places together. Why are you laughing? Tell me. It promotes love. It promotes love. We should be able to scold each other. What you've done, I don't like it. Okay, I'm sorry. It's not that deep. Yes. What you've done, I don't like it. And like that, there's going to be unity. We'll be united. There will be peace. Even then, if you see somebody like maybe an outsider is fighting somebody that is from inside, they will just stand by themselves like, no. But now, they will just look at you, it does not concern you. They should just beat her. They should just beat him. And this thing is actually affecting us. Why will I see my neighbor and I will just choose to ignore that it does not concern me? Don't do that. You should promote love. You should promote peace. You should love each other. Even there should be family times without phone. It does not have to be all social media all the time. Let's sit ourselves together. Let's lecture ourselves. Let's even tell your children old time tales. Because I remember that time at night like this, they'll just call us outside. Tell us different type of tales and stories. You do not hear stories. You don't have grandma. Me, I have grandma, and they told me. Yes, now. Our grandma, they actually told us. Most especially my grandpa. Till now, if I go to space, he will still tell me stories. They should bring us together. They should tell us these things. It brings love. It brings unity. We will be united. Even if somebody offends, you can actually tell grandpa, this person actually, he or she has done something wrong. And grandpa will just settle it. At the end of the day, there will be peace. There will be love. and you all live happily. Please, let us just change these things, please. Let's change it. Let there be peace. We should bring love. We should bring peace. We should be united. Should be united. I should come to Mrs. Place. She should be happy that among me, you come and greet me. What can I offer you? It's going to bring peace. We'll be united. It's not as if I should tell Joy that I want to come and visit you. Joy should tell me that don't come to my house, oh. Don't come to my house, oh. Don't come to my house. If you are not, you have to be at home. We should share beautiful memories together. Please let us change. Then I remembered. Then we used to play. It is not like the song we used to listen to now. That we used to listen to song of King Sonny Ade. Thank you. We used to you see those songs. It's even Ebenezer, but it used to inspire us. Not like the song that we are listening to now. That it is just shaku song that we are listening to. It has exactly. There is no lesson. It's not teaching us anything. It's just the vibe. It's just the beat that we want to listen to. Because it's not even teaching us anything. Exactly. We should just bring back. I just feel we should just bring back these old times. We should just bring back these old times. The likes of us and nowadays, you hardly see school that is using chalkboard. It is marker board, and they are even advanced now that some schools are not even using marker board again. They are using projector. Imagine. Nobody. And you see, and those things used to give us joy because you be like, no, I'll be the one to clean the board. Even auntie, I'll be the one to clean the board. But now. Since there is projector, nobody wants to clean the board again. Even the marker that some people are using, they don't want to clean the board. It is the teacher that will clean the board by herself. Those days, if you want to buy food in school like this, you will queue. If your friend is coming, you tell her, come and start my front, come and start my back. But now, the case is reversed. No, it is not happening again. And all these things used to unite us together. It used to bring us together. It used to make us one big family. Then, if you want to go and pick your children in school, if you see any child of your neighbor, you take it along with you. But now, hold your head. It is only my child I will pick. It is not supposed to be like this. Exactly. It is not supposed to be like that. It is not promoting peace. It is not promoting unity. So this many things have actually changed. Like, I just kept thinking, like, why is it like this? Why has the world changed? Old times that we are going to buy sweet of 5 naira. Now, before you buy sweet, you have to have 15 naira. Imagine, sweet of 150 that we are buying 5 naira. 2 for 5 naira. But now, it's 150. Things has changed. The economy has changed. You're not even afraid to go to your neighbor's house again. But now, you can't even go. You dare not. Then, one of our speakers actually said something like, then, if you actually look straight into your child's eye, like, she knows what you are saying. But now, the child will tell you, Mommy, what is wrong with you? Why are you blinking your eye? If you pinch her, that thing, it happens to me. Oh, the first time my mom did it for me. I said, Mommy, kilo saying, my mommy did not say anything. When I got home, she beat the hell out of me. But child of nowadays, You be like, mommy, what is wrong with you? Why are you blinking your eyes? Your mom already told you not to eat the food though. When the person come, you be like, mommy, you don't eat the food, ni. And it's my mommy that says, but you dare not say it. You just tell the person, I know I'm okay. Oh. It's the mom that will not tell you, okay, oh yeah, dare eat it. That is when you will not eat it. But nowadays that we don't even visit each other again. So how are we going to share that love, that bond? How are we going to connect? No, now. No. That friendship, it is no more there. That outdoor games, it is no more there. Now everybody is just glued to use our phone. You have one game to play on your phone, one game or the other. And it's not like that then. Technology also has taken a whole lot from us. Each child now actually have his or her own tab. It's not supposed to be like that. We should play outside. We should just advise each other. We should tell each other stories. We should visit each other. We should discipline each other. If you see your neighbor child doing something wrong, discipline him or her. We are in Nigeria. Somebody actually said, "Bami no mommy go dey no more." Fine, but regardless, then our parents don't say, they don't say it. They will even tell you to beat that child very well. Why? Why can't you just go back to our old days? Why? Why? Yes, the world has really changed, we know. But we can actually just change it back ourselves. We can make life easier for us. We can make that peace, we can actually make it happen. That unity, we can actually make it happen ourselves. Loving one another. Don't be biased. This is my child, this is your child. You are giving your child meat, you are giving the other child meat too. Don't be like, because this is my child, I will give her fish. And you are giving the other child, you are giving her pomo. No. Don't do that. Then, I remember, you will sit down together and eat food together. But now, each other like this, I will have my own food, you will have your own food. And us sitting down together, then eating, there is that love. It's giving you that peace of mind. It's just like a mother breastfeeding her child. The child looking straight directly into the mother's eye. There is that love, that affection. That is how it is, us eating together, sitting together, eating together. That love is there. Not like now that I will eat my food, you will eat your food, separate plates. We can just change these things ourselves. I just hope that with these little things I've said, we will change. We will bring love. We will promote unity. We will be united. We will be united. You don't have to be biased. Love your neighbor as yourself. Although, love your neighbor as yourself, not more than yourself. Oh. I never said that. But love your neighbor as yourself. Bring that love. Let that love just reign in you. Let's cultivate the habit of showing love to each other. Let peace reign. Support each other, even financially. Nowadays, if a child actually bring assignments home, and maybe her mom is the type of person that she's not educated, and her neighbor is educated, but because the neighbor is a guy, you will not let your child go. And it was not like that then. It was not like that. We don't even trust each other again. It was not like that. Because then my mom, I can literally remember, she asked me, go and meet this person, he's going to teach you assignment. Even my lesson teacher then was actually a man, but now it is not like that. The case is reverse. You be like you don't even want a guy teacher to come to your children, you know, because anything can happen, you know. You're not even exactly, and you're not even safe. You don't want to leave your children with strangers. Unlike then that you be like, go to Yalagbaja's house, go and stay there. When I'm back from work, I'll come and pick you.
Yes.
But now it is not possible. They will rather lock their child inside. They will rather lock their children inside. Don't go anywhere. These things, it is not supposed to be like that. It should not be done that way. Let's improve. Let's change. I keep saying it, that change should start from me and you. If we love ourselves, if we bring that peace, that unity, it can change the world. It can change a whole community. You start from somewhere. We can start from somewhere. By loving each other, we are starting from somewhere. By bringing each other together, by being united, we are starting from somewhere. By helping each other academically, financially, emotionally, then if you see somebody that is down, she will see somebody to console her. That don't worry, everything is fine. But now the case is reversed. Let's learn to love each other. Yes. We must not lose the beauty of where we are coming from. Thank you very much. And I would like to round up by telling us that let's promote peace. Let's be united and let's love each other. Thank you very much. And I would like to pass on the mic to you.
Thank you to our previous speaker, Omomi, for that invigorating speech. And I'll start by introducing myself because if I don't do this now, I'll forget. And that's what I remember. So my name is Imisioluwa Ikene. For those who don't know, Imisioluwa is a very powerful name to the Yorubas. It means inspiration. It means inspired by God. It means breath of God. So anyways, into my topic of today. I'll be talking about Ogunde, lessons for our society. For those who don't know him, some people believe he is a herbalist, some people believe he is a theatre genius, some people believe he is a diabolical human being for having more than 10 wives. But however, we cannot confirm because he never really told us the amount of wives he actually had. And this was because he believed that Africans don't really count the number of wives they have. So yeah, so he mentioned that his grandfather had over 20 wives or 20 wives, and he didn't want to mention the amount of wives he had in an interview. So how many wives do you think Ogunde have? Anybody? Any guess? 12 wives. What do you call? You're actually very correct in your first answer. He had 12 wives that we know on record. Though. He had 8 for the camera, 4 behind the camera. But there might still be more because no married wives. But I believe that it should not be counted to promote unity and harmony in the home. Yes. Yes. He believed that it should never be disclosed, that it should be kept a secret. Now, Ogunde is one of the greatest influences to theatre in Nigeria. He was actually born in 1960. He was actually born in 1960, 10th of July, and he died in the year 1990. For Ogunde, he began his theatre career very early. However, he was a policeman at one point in his life. Is that hard to believe? Is that hard to believe that Ogunde was a policeman at one point in his life? However, he decided that the police wasn't caught for him and he dived fully into his theatre career. One of the influences of Ogunde was actually his father, who was a religious man and he was a Baptist. Now, from then on, he began to learn about music and drama before finally diving into theatre fully. Now, his own era was set in the late colonial and early post-independence period. This means that a lot of his music were focused on music, drama, folkloric themes, and political commentary. Now, he has four major plays that four of his famous plays which are known, which include Yoruba Ronu, Otito Koro, and many others. Yeah. So now, he was also a very great theatre person, and he was even awarded honorary degrees such as the Doctor of Letters, the Doctor of Literature by the Ile-Ife and the University of Lagos University, respectively. Now, in 1945, he also created, and I'm also from the same town as Ogunde, so I'm kind of bragging for the associates in the house. So now, Ogunde was from Ososa, a town in Ijebu Ososa. So now, he has a museum which has been dedicated to him, which was created about after his 25th year anniversary. That was after his death. So the museum was created to honor him, his history, and his contributions to culture. So now back to my story. He was awarded honorary degrees such as the Doctor of Letters, Doctor of Literature by Ile-Ife and University of Lagos, respectively. In 1945, he created the Ogunde theatre parties. So this constituted of people who would travel from town to town, doing performing and staging different type of plays. And surprisingly, he created over 60 stage plays before his death, and 4 of his famous plays, which we know one of them, which is the Yoruba Ronu, which literally translates to Yoruba thing. And I'm still going to get deeper into that. And majority of his themes were actually targeted against corruption in endemic. This means that corruption had become so endemic to the point that it was everywhere in our government system, in our political system, in our education, even in our society. So most of his plays and writings were targeted towards this aspect in the society. Now, he had a deep love for Yoruba folklore. Like I said, his father was a Baptist, but however, he did not lean towards that side. He actually fell in love with Yoruba culture, Yoruba folklore, and his plays and stories reflect that love he had for these themes. He also did plays on political commentary, and he was banned several times in the state, and at that time the state was referred to as the Western Region government. So these people now were the colonialists who were trying to pit the society against themselves, to the point where we have the Northern People's Party, we have the NNPC for the Igbos, then we also have the Yoruba Party, which was governed by the likes of Awolowo and Akintola. So now these people, so now these parties now, it was showing a divide. That means tribalism has been existing from so far. Like it's not a new phenomenon. So now because of this, it was simply the the colonialists trying to cause a divide between the people. And about Ogunde, as we popularly refer to him in my hometown as Baba Ogunde, he saw this as a cancer towards the society. He now began writing his plays such as Yoruba Ronu, that Yoruba think and see what these people are doing to you, because if they divide you, they've succeeded, they've gained the upper hand, and at the end of the day, you will only be left with the scraps. So when they say that 2 elephants are fighting, it will be the ants and the grass that will be armed, because elephants themselves are very powerful. They are very powerful beings, so that they will not be able to arm themselves in itself, but the people would suffer. So now, he also wrote many popular plays such as Strike and Hunger, which was to exhibit the workers' struggle in the colonial society. He also wrote Bread and Bullets, and he was banned several times in Nigeria. I remember reading a place when I was researching on him, where it said he was banned and he was arrested for sedition, and the fine that was given to him was about I think how many pounds? The first one was 125, which the equivalent was 250 naira, while the second was 6 pounds, which the equivalent was 12 naira. Can you imagine that in Nigeria today? How much is 125 pounds now currently? In Nigeria, we almost 100 and something thousand. If Baba Ogunde was here today, I'm sure we would have written on that plate to cry against the kind of injustice we are going through, and our naira is going through in the hands of the government. Anyways, he also wrote Bread and Bullets, and this was totally banned, and he was arrested because of this, because that Bread and Bullets was actually talking about the Enugu. It was actually inspired by the Enugu colliery shooting. This was where colonial soldiers, colonial police went and killed some people who were actually going on a strike to complain about how everything was going on, which was where the title Bread and Bullets was actually inspired from. So now, this in our current society can also be likened to the NSAS protest. Who remembers how brutal the NSAS protest was? And because of this NSAS protest, so many songs like Chike's Wahala Day were inspired by the happenings of our society then. And even I think Burna Boy also sang about the NSAS killings. This shows that right from the pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial and independent stages, they've been music and art has been used as a way to express our grievances towards the government and towards the society. In many of his plays, he often embarrassed these political leaders because he believed that they were abusing their power and the right of where they were putting. And this made them, several times, it became the grass between the two elephants. Such as when the Awolowo and Akintola tussle was going on, the lower grassroots people were becoming the target. And even several times he was arrested, he was banned, and it was because of those people who still fought for the common Nigerian that were able to release him. And also, he was a very powerful voice. Many people believe him to be the foundation of current theatre and even Nollywood production movies, because as of those times, they did not have a central place that you say, oh, this is where we are going to be playing today, and they stayed there for years and decades. No, it wasn't like that. But they actually moved as a theatre group. They traveled from cities, they traveled from villages, all around, showing their place. And this means he had a powerful audience to speak to. At a point in his life, he spoke to over 80,000 people. Isn't that amazing? Imagine a man with so much power being able to speak to 80,000 people and having one mind with them and saying, oh, this is wrong. And 80,000 people are actually willing to listen to you. Now, my authorities worry that his performance could stir public anger and mobilize political opposition. I mentioned the NSAS very recently that happened in 2020. We remember the kind of pain people felt, and it forced Nigerian youth to actually come out and say, no matter the price, we're going to come out and we're going to protest against the government. And truthfully, their efforts paid off because the NSAS were later disbanded, right? However, imagine if they've not been enough grievances to push them to actually speak and use their voice. They would have kept mute, even though they were being politically oppressed by the current ruling government. So now, what are his contributions to Nigerian culture? Like I said, he has influenced our music. Recently, in Osasa now, where's my hometown, where I'm from, where he's also from, we have a yearly festival that we celebrate, which is called the Osasa Omoroyo Day. And there is no time we celebrate. It usually happens towards the end of the year, say November to December. And there's no time we celebrate our Osasa Omoroyo Day that you will not see his theatre arts come to perform for the Begon Day. The Begon Day here is like our traditional king for Osasa. So here they will come to perform, and many of his grandchildren and descendants, they look so much like him. Like his blood is very strong in their lineage. All of his children, you would know them distinctively. They look like him, they dress like him, they act like him. And many of his children are in today, they are in theatre arts. I remember watching this popular show, is it Balogun? She come to me. No. Bashorun, thank you. I remember one of his descendants acting as the Bashorun, and if you watch the movie, you will see the striking resemblance. And when I was researching on this topic, I saw many clips of Baba Ogunde, and the way he speaks, the way he talks, the way he smiles, those characteristics and gestures are being embodied in his children right now. So right now, he has provided a continuous source for us to still look back on his contributions in music, even in his writings, because he wrote a number of biographies and he has a number of books to him. It influenced other literary artists such as Wole Soyinka, such as Duro Ladipo, and too many others. Now, he actually died in 1990s. He died in London. He actually fell ill after a brief illness, he then died, and he died in London in the year 1990. But his legacy still lives on. Like I said, he has a Abatungunde Living Museum in Osasa, which is my hometown. And the museum contains artifacts that he used, contains aspects of his life, it even contains statues of him, statues of his parents or his mother. It also contains his books and his other interesting memorabilia that we can use to remember him by. And this is showing that it also provides a source of revenue for Osasa. I remember when my senior brother brought his wife home to our hometown for the first time. He actually was not around, but because of we have this rich culture in our society in Ososa, we took her around. We showed her so many we showed her the museum, and we showed her so many things that we went sightseeing for, and she really enjoyed it. And as I said before, it also provides a source of revenue to Ososa until the day it will be demolished or destroyed. To continue to do so, because you will actually have to pay a gate fee to actually enter and view the artifact I mentioned. Now, I also mentioned that I mentioned that he performed one time to over 80,000 people, and the songs that he performed were what he themed the songs of unity. This was where he performed to over 80,000 people, and he believed that love unity amongst the people. Most of what sparked his political commentary was because he believed that the higher ups were trying to divide the people. They were trying to sow discord. They were trying to act against the benefits of the people. So he believed that love and unity should be paramount. We should love our brothers and sisters. That's why he said in his wives, when they keep on asking and pressuring him to reveal how many wives he actually had, he refused to actually say, because he believed that it should sow discord and disunity amongst them, and he wouldn't want that. I was also watching a clip of his first son, who, when they were playing the music of his father, although he could not move as smoothly and as languidly as he usually used to do, his body could remember the echo of those memories. He started crying and shaking. Now, Ogude Theatre has also performed abroad. That means he has been invited several times to the Great Britain, to Canada, to the USA. He has been invited to the North Wales, and so many places. And this is to even show you the kind of regard that they had for we Nigerians as of their time. They saw us as talented people. They saw us as gifted people, that they were willing to associate with us, regardless of the fact that we are Nigerians. Compared to now, where our Nigerian passport is so weak, our Nigerian passport basically does not hold any grain of salt. That if you want to travel, if you are married to a white person or another person from another country, they will even separate you from your families, because they are trying to ascertain whether you are a trade, because the image of Nigeria has been so much tarnished. But as of that time, they usually invited him to come and perform to large amount of people, to come and perform at shows. They invited him, and he goes with his troupe. So he goes with his troupe, sometimes with his wife, and he performs, and he was well and recognized. Even Nigeria also gave him a commission to perform for them. Now, at one point in his life, I mentioned he has made over 60 plays. At one point in his life, he even co-produced a film called Mr. Johnson. So now, in this film, Mr. Johnson, it was an American film, and this film actually won the best award for 3 consecutive years. That is 1991, 1992, and 1993. This is to kind of show you the kind of standard that Baba Ogunde kept on himself for him to be a world-class person, for him to be a standard world-class person. People were designed to know him, to associate their names with him. And in the Ososao Moroyo Festival, I usually encounter so many of his children and grandchildren, and they are very, very well learned. They are not just relying on the legacy Baba has left for them. They are also putting their own footprints in the world. They are also doing their own things. I mentioned Bashorun, who is a child of, who is I think a grandchild of Baba. But here he is in the current theatre and the current world. He's showing himself to the world, and he's acting based on his own attributes. And like I said, Baba must have been a very disciplined and well understood person, because people wanted to associate with him. He was there with the high and mighty, with the Babangidas of the world. He was there with the high and mighty, that people wanted to know him. They wanted to be interlinked with him. And he is someone that he has contributed so much to theatre and understanding what theatre means in Nigeria. We have the likes of Wole Soyinka, who took him as an inspiration to create many of their wonderful books that they've created. And I'm sure if there was no such person to actually lay the path, the hardest to go is the one who goes first. But the one who goes first creates paths for the one who are coming after him. So Baba Ogunde shows that he was a world-class standard that we ought to follow. Now, what are his relevance to our current society? Many of us youth, we can't even talk about relevant things that are happening in our society. Many youths, they are politically apathetic. They believe that voting is not their problem. They believe that politics is not their problem. And there's a popular saying that if you don't care about politics, politics cares about you. If you don't talk about politics, politics talks about you. if you don't decide about politics, politics will decide for you irregardless of your apathy. So in his own time, he was cognizant of what was happening around him. That's why you see many of his songs, many of his theatre, like two of the popular ones, which is Yoruba Think, was talking to the people that they should think for themselves, that these people are simply trying to sow discord. Such as Otito Koro. This means that the truth is bitter, but we need to listen to it. We need to understand it. We need to take it in for it to work the work it has come to work in us. And one of a uncommon fact that people don't know is that his full name is Abat Adedeji Ogunde. Now, in our current society, you see many youths on their TikTok, on their social media, they are posting irrelevant things to our society. Like I mentioned, he has a legacy. It is not when you are mentioning theatre, literature, you will not mention him, because he has sown and he has pushed it out, and he has done it so excellently that it has become a part of his legacy. But many youths today, if we go and check your TikTok 50 years from now, what are we going to see? What will you tell us of your youth? Because I believe that his most active years were actually poured into his craft. He was a policeman. He went to the police academy, he graduated with a third class. However, when he finally discovered that, oh, I actually love this, that Yoruba folklore, Yoruba culture, he poured himself into it. He poured his art out. And at this point, he was able to achieve a legacy, he was able to set a legacy that even his children are still standing on it. How many of us can boast of that? If they check the social media pages in the next 40 years, what will be found there? Many youths, we have so many issues in Nigeria. There's some people tell you, I don't even care. They didn't got very gel and baka. That means, is it not what we are trying to eat? Is it not what we are going to eat they were trying to find? This shows you a kind of defeatist mentality, because they believe that they can't speak. But here are people like Baba Ogunde who use their voice, who use their writing to actually evoke change, to the extent that the political oppressors of those times began to fear him. They began to accuse him of different things. But this did not stop him, because he knew that his voice had power. Imagine a man speaking to over 80,000 people. Can you imagine the amount of influence he had to have had? Imagine the kind of influence he had to have spoken to these people. And if you told them, oh, these people are doing the wrong thing, and they are going to go, and they are going to follow him because they believe in his vision. Many of us Nigerian youths, we are weak, scared, apathetic people. We believe that we don't have power, but forgetting that there is power in unity. If, like I said before, that tribalism has been existing for so long, tribalism is not new to the country. Tribalism is not new. Tribalism is not new to us as a society. However, we've allowed it to create discord. You will see many people that they will not get job opportunities unless they speak their native dialect, such as saying, oh, I'm Igbo, or such as saying, I'm Yoruba, before they get those opportunities. This shouldn't be so. And it's those type of things that he tries to fight against. The echoes of tribalism from his Yoruba Ronu, which was his stage play, speaking to the political oppressors. And this was even exposing the power struggles. Many people in Nigeria today, they know that there is power struggle, but they choose to turn a blind eye. They choose to turn a blind eye because they believe that it doesn't concern them. He fought against the early post-independence influences by these people. When they were still trying to control the vaccines, he started enlightening the people that you people need to think for yourself. You people need to actually stand up and fight for yourself. His museum was actually opened in the year 2015, and there you can see different items used for his stage plays, and you can see his books. But many of us today, apart from social media and living our lives on social media, many people cannot even write a good book. Many people cannot sit down and think that, oh, what can I offer to my generation? What will be my lasting legacy on this society? What can I offer for these generations that are coming after me? Ogunde as a person is such a man of excellence as I see him, because the kind of legacy he has laid down, unless any of his children decide to be foolish, which they are not, because you need to see them when the way they carry their crafts on their head. They carry it with a kind of pride which is so obvious. They are always invited for the Omorio festival. They are always given a seat of dignity because of the efforts of their father. So now, he actually had some, I will not call it, he had critics because not everybody were happy with him, such as Akintola who rigged the election. Such as Akintola who rigged the election, and he was being supported by the Western Region government as of that time. Yeah. And because of these issues, he saw it as a cankerworm in the society that there's nothing that will be gotten. You cannot achieve anything for the society. Deep down, his love was for the people. His love was for the common man. Such as his many plays, such as the Bread and Bullet, where he was giving a ban. He spoke about strike and hunger. And if you notice these plays, they were addressing common man's woes, the common man's problem, the common man that was not fought for, the common man that had no supporter, the common man that was rejected and suppressed. He hated political oppressors because he believed that the government should protect. And many of his Yoruba folklore were actually Yoruba dramas were actually inspired by Yoruba folklore. And this is so much interesting because he has also preserved our culture. We can look back on his stage plays, we can look back on his dramas and say, oh, this is what Nigeria would have looked back at so time. This is what they wore because it was what was available to them in their society at that moment that they wore. So he has preserved our Yoruba culture. And I mentioned that he traveled to Great Britain, he traveled to Canada, he traveled to North Wales, he traveled to so many different countries on invitation. And most of the time, I'm sure he would have been paid for. So he was exhibiting our culture. Many of us Yorubas today, we can barely wear our own native dresses. Many Igbos today, you say no, not wanting to wear their native dress, except maybe it's a wedding or a festive function. Before it was a common thing. Another thing about Baba Ogunde is that his theatre look. If you notice from his pictures, he has braids, sometimes 3-6 braids woven to the back, and these braids he weaved cowrie shells in between those braids. Also, his clothing, that is his regalia. If you notice, there's a popular way he ties his wrapper, that he makes a huge knot right here at the bottom. Now, even when I was growing up, this was one thing my dad used to do. And what do I mean? Sometimes if my dad wakes up in the morning, maybe he's the first to get up, you will see him take a very thick towel, a very big thick towel. He will wrap it around his waist, and he will leave that knot in the exact same position that Baba Ogunde used to leave his own. Now, some people will say maybe it's an Ososa thing, maybe it's an association thing. However, I choose to believe that it's simply his own way of honoring the culture of such a man like that. Because even my grandpa at one point usually does that same knot, but I didn't really observe it in him as I did in my dad. So my dad would do that. And before I even knew Baba Ogunde, it was my dad I usually looked at the way he does his wrapper, and I usually wondered, but I never asked. I remember one time I was going to school, and an elderly man asked me, oh, where am I from? And I said, oh, I'm from Ogun State, Ijebu-Ososa. I said, àwọn ọmọ Ogunde. But I did not understand the context because even me, I didn't know my own culture. So even when another person was telling me, I could not even understand. However, because of people like Baba Ogunde, that is Albert Adedeji Ogunde, who have been able to preserve this culture, and we can look back on something that happened in the 1940s, in the 1960s, in the 1970s, in the 1980s. And it reminds us that he was a political activist who did not stand for injustice. In our society today, you see many musicians trying not to pick a side because they still want the public favor. You see many politicians trying to do shady deals. But in his own time, he wrote against them, and this incited unrest among the people. He made them demand for accountability. He held the government itself accountable. To the extent that they began to fear him. They began to fear what he would write because people actually listened to his voice. And I was also mentioning that currently there are musicians today that they refuse to address what is happening currently in our society. So there's been a change. It's not all of them that are like that anymore. However, there are still few amongst the many. Many of them still choose to be politically apathetic despite having a large number of following of people who they can influence. And this is a huge problem because come 2027 we will be in another era. That era will be the time for us to vote. Some people will believe that, some people will choose to believe, allegedly, that your votes don't matter. However, I will still suggest that you vote to, that you'll be able to say with your full chest, I did not vote for this. I did not vote for this. There are many people last time during the election who made some wrong choices just because of enticement like rice and some financial benefits. However, someone like Albert Ogunde would not even stand for that. he will be the one calling them out through his music. And it shows that music is a thing of art and it's able to invoke emotions. When you hear some of his songs, I saw a young lady singing one of his old songs. There was something about virtue. That is in the Yoruba culture. And the way she was singing was so beautiful. That kind of person now, you can't tell me just the way she's singing. She's gaining some, she's living that moment again. She's living that very time that he sang that song. She's getting what he wants her to gain from that music. My previous speaker mentioned that the kind of music they make now is not, it does not edify, it does not build up our culture. You see them singing about lust, lasciviousness, and the likes in the society. And the height of moral decline is at an all-time high. However, people like Abbas Ogunde did not stand for such type of things. The music they sang was to showcase their culture, the rich culture they had. Many of us, they want to go travel to Canada last time, they will separate your queue. They will say, stand there, let's see what's going on. They will search you. For example, if you are married to a foreigner now, your foreigner might be with a blue jacket passport or a red jacket passport, which are definitely more stronger than our green jacket passport. Then they will separate the two families. They've settled the European family maybe over 15 hours, and you still be there on the queue with your green passport because the passport itself is weak. I also mentioned the naira that as of that time they banned him and they fined him for £12. As of that time it was 12 for £6. As of that time it was 12 naira. I'm sure now like this if Baba hears this, I'm turn into Sahara one. Baba will be rolling in his grave because Nigeria has become a mediocre society compared to what it was before. And the ideals and the values he fought for might not even be in sight now. However, his works encourages us that we should strive to make a lasting impact on our society. Because if he never moved and did what he did, his name would not even be heard. I'm sure that among his contemporaries there were other great men, but do we mention them? Do we hear of them? Are their impacts known? Are their impacts felt? They are not. And now, many of his writings stirred public anger. They mobilized political opposition. I so much love the news of when some youths went to encamp outside what's this man's name in Abuja? Is it Wike? When they went to encamp outside his office in Abuja, and he felt threatened because he said that these people they are more than him. They stood in unity. He forced him to what? Flee out of his office through the back door. Now imagine if we do it on a much grander scale. Come 2027, when we are voting, when we are choosing our leaders, we decide to stand in love and in unity that this is what we want. Our collective effort is going to what? Mobilize political opposition against them. We're going to stand and say we don't want you. If your work has not been good, we don't want you. If you know you cannot perform, we don't want you. If you're in that position, you are put to serve. The idea of servant leadership should be highlighted and praised. And now, it stirred public anger. In NSAS, when they were first doing it, they were killing people indiscriminately. If you look like a bad guy, if you look like a thug, you will be shot down, you will be gunned down. However, when public anger began to rise, the government itself so that could not control the surge because you are just little in many. The public has the power and the population to fight against you. However, many of our Nigerian youth today, you will see them on TikToks doing some challenges, which I'm not saying it is wrong in itself. However, what is your contribution towards your nation? What is your contribution towards Nigeria? If you are being a teacher, you're the best teacher out there. And I mentioned that Ogunde had contemporaries. He had people that were great teachers. He had teachers who went abroad. But how many of them do we remember today? It is those who create an impact on society that is remembered. Many youth today, I keep on asking that if you go back to their YouTube, TikTok pages in the next 40 years, in the next 30 years, what would their pages reflect? Would it reflect a love and a patriotism for their society? Many of us believe that Nigeria is not our problem just because it's not affecting us. But somebody said deep shit and shit is shit. So everything, rubbish and rubbish is still rubbish. So because you in your society,